Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Had 360 Vision Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. There was a depressing lack of information available on the retired pro hero Gran Torino. All Izuku had been able to dig up was the man's hero ranking on the billboard for the years he'd been active. He hadn't been a chart topper, but stayed consistently in the top. It was respectable, and there were even a few old videos of the man in action. Those had been interesting. Gran Torino clearly had a speed enhancement of some type. A yellow blur was all those videos had really captured, but he definitely used it to devastating effect. Which made sense. Force equals mass times acceleration after all. Someone moving that fast was gonna pack one hell of a punch. Probably the most interesting fact Izuku had found was that the pro had officially retired the same year that All Might made his debut. It might have been a coincidence, but Izuku didn't think so. If Gran Torino was the sworn friend of All Might's predecessor, and he knew about One for All, it wasn't too much of a leap to think he'd had a hand in All Might's training. Learning from the same man who'd helped make All Might into the hero he was today was an exciting opportunity. Izuku couldn't wait. Anticipation made the time drag and somehow fly by at the same time. Soon enough, it was time to head to the train station and say goodbye to his friends for the next week. By this point, everyone had shared which agency they were interning with, and Izuku was eager to hear everyone's stories when they got back. Only two choices had left him concerned. Todoroki had signed on with his father's agency, which Izuku did not approve of, but Todoroki had a point about learning from the number 2 hero. If he was willing to push personal issues aside, though Izuku wasn't sure how, then learning from the number 2 hero in the field would be a valuable opportunity. Izuku had to trust Todoroki to be able to handle it, and to know if he couldn't. He quietly reminded Todoroki he was only a text away if he needed someone before wishing him luck. More concerning, though for entirely different reasons, was Iida. Despite assuring his friends that he was fine, Iida had been colder recently. Distant. They'd had to drag the information out of him when asking where he'd decided to intern, and the answer only made Izuku more nervous. Izuku wasn't sure that was a good decision, but what could he do? Iida had received an offer from Manuel, so it was entirely within his rights to choose to intern in that hero city, which just happened to be the same city where Iida's brother had been attacked. The choice hadn't raised any red flags with any of their teachers either, so maybe Izuku was overthinking it. Before they parted ways at the station, Izuku tried to reach out one more time. He gave Iida the same offer he'd passed to Todoroki. He was always a text or call away. If he wanted to talk, if he needed help, Iida had friends to reach out to. Uraraka backed him up, but Iida just thanked them for their concern and said he was fine before boarding the train. Uraraka gave him a worried look, and Izuku returned the sentiment. They knew something was off, but there wasn't anything more they could do now. It would be up to Iida to reach out if he needed them. When it was finally time to board his own train, Izuku waved to his remaining friends and jumped through the doors just before they closed. The building for the address he was given was not what he was expecting. Run down and in need of repairs, it looked one bad storm away from being condemned. Izuku double-checked the address one more time, but when the numbers on his paper didn't magically change, he stepped up to the stoop with a sigh. The door was open. Instantly, Izuku went on high alert. Had someone broken in? A villain or just looters? He didn't hear any fighting or any voices inside. Had whatever happened already finished? Careful not to move the door too much, Izuku pressed his face to the wood and activated his quirk to see if there was anyone inside. After confirming no one was in the immediate room beyond, Izuku pushed the door open wider and stepped inside. The inside of the building looked trashed. Broken or overturned furniture, dishware shattered on the ground, a few cabinet doors hanging off their hinges, and Izuku thought the refrigerator door had a dent in it. No blood or bodies that he could see, but there were parts of the room he couldn't see clearly through the broken furniture. On edge, Izuku made his way slowly through the room. Gran Torino? Izuku called quietly. Noise to his left drew his attention. Turning his head quickly, Izuku couldn't see what had moved, and it was difficult to tell if something was out of place given the general state of the room. More noise behind him had Izuku turning around, but he'd missed whatever caused the noise again. Frowning, Izuku activated full cowling and 360 veil and pushed through the initial disorientation, focusing as best he could on the room. This time, when something moved to his right, Izuku saw it. Up on top of a bookshelf, mostly hidden in the shadows, a yellow blur zipped from the bookshelf to the overturned table behind him, hiding behind it. Gran Torino. He was smaller than Izuku expected, but there was no mistaking that yellow blur for anything else. Was this a test then? The retired pro would know that Izuku was coming today, even roughly what time. Izuku was even still in his UA uniform, so it should be obvious who he was. With a bang, the table came flying toward Izuku. On instinct, he dropped to the floor, ducking under the table as it sailed over his head and struck the far wall with a clatter of broken wood. Izuku pushed himself off the floor to his knees to get a look at the attacker, but by the time he was in position, Gran Torino was already on the move. Izuku had just enough time to throw himself to the floor again as the yellow blur streaked from behind him to the left, coming for Izuku this time. Hurriedly, Izuku flipped himself back onto his feet and prepared for the next assault. "Not bad, boy," a gruff, aged voice said. Gran Torino stood still long enough for Izuku to finally get a look at him. Yellow cape, belt, gloves, and boots over an off-white jumpsuit with a black domino mask covering his eyes. The rest of his face was covered in age lines and a gray beard, matching the gray hair on top of his head. Before Izuku could respond, Gran Torino was moving again. Gone were the attempts at stealth as now the pro was in constant motion, bouncing and rebounding off walls, floor, and ceiling almost too fast to see. With 360 veil, Izuku kept the yellow blur in his sights, able to dodge and twist away from his attacks no matter the direction, except when he went high. From above was a blind spot, and it seemed Gran Torino caught on to that fact about the same time Izuku did. Boots slammed painfully into his shoulder. Unable to hold onto full cowling, the hit sent him to his knees as Gran Torino used Izuku as a springboard to keep moving. "You've got good reflexes, I'll give you that, but you're not gonna win a fight by dodging." Re-engaging full cowling, Izuku launched himself forward, mimicking the way Gran Torino ricocheted off any available flat surface as he sped after the pro in a new game of high-impact tag. As helpful as 360 veil was to keep an eye on his environment, moving at those speeds with it on was more than Izuku could handle. He managed to chase after Gran Torino for about 10 seconds before it just became too much, and he fell to the floor, turned off 360 veil, and breathed deeply to try to settle the unease in his gut. Eyes closed and Quirk off, Izuku didn't see Gran Torino land next to him, but he heard his boots hit the wood. Unable to do more than brace for the hit, Izuku tensed. After a few seconds without an attack, Izuku cautiously opened an eye and looked for the pro. He was still where he'd landed, watching Izuku with a critical gaze. "That was almost adequate," the old man grunted. "What happened?" "Couldn't handle moving that fast with 360 veil active," Izuku sighed. "You'll need to fix that." Gran Torino nodded and crossed his arms. "All Might said your control had improved since the sports festival. Since it would be difficult to be worse, I wasn't too optimistic about his assessment. The improvement you've already shown is more than I was expecting, I'll admit, but you've still got a ways to go." "Yes, sir." No longer fighting to keep his stomach calm, Izuku slowly got to his feet. "I'm in your hands." Gran Torino harumphed and kicked Izuku's costume case at him. "Get changed. Let's see what we have to work with." The new suit from the support department was almost a complete redesign. The utility belt, mouthguard, gloves, and kneeing and elbow pads were familiar at least, after using them at the USJ, but the suit itself held little resemblance to the one his mom had made. Izuku read the note that came with the suit before setting it aside with a forlorn sigh. His mom's suit hadn't been high-tech or anything, but it had been sentimental. Instead of the mint green and white he'd been expecting, the new suit was dark forest green with black accents on his ribs, chest, and arms. It was made of more durable material as well, and was tailored to his precise measurements. It fit well. Very well, actually. The only real problem Izuku had with it was the hood. Instead of the fitted cowl he'd had before, It was loose like a regular jacket's hood. Just resting against his hair, it would get in the way when he used 360 veil. He left it down for now and made a note to request an adjustment later. Suited up, he rejoined Gran Torino in the main room. Alright, let's get started. Izuku faced Gran Torino and fired up full cowling. You've got 3 minutes to try to hit me with a smash. Let's see what you've got. The old pro taunted, clicking a stopwatch. As before, Gran Torino was no more than a blur as soon as he started using his quirk, but he was even faster this time. Izuku kept 360 veil off. He'd seen enough of how the pro moved to trust his analysis, and he didn't want to fight his body's reactions and Gran Torino at the same time. Izuku waited for the old pro to make his first attack before moving. As he dodged the hit, Izuku pushed off the ground and jumped to the ceiling, quickly shooting off to the wall he predicted Gran Torino would use as his next rebound point. The yellow blur knocked him off course with a solid kick to the hip, sending him back to the floor while Gran Torino went up. Izuku was back on his feet in a second, holding onto full cowling by the skin of his teeth. A quick sidestep kept him from getting another boot to the shoulder, and Izuku tried to punch Gran Torino on his next pass. He was too slow and got a kick in the chest for his efforts, sending him to the ground. With a dual-fisted slam to the tile, Izuku pushed himself up, landing on his feet. He jumped, stepped, ducked, and dodged the next several attacks, but he had yet to successfully land his own. He couldn't stay on the defensive forever. Luckily, he'd gotten better at predicting where Gran Torino would be next. Plan set, Izuku leapt to the wall and bounced off, repeating the maneuver again and again, until the timing lined up perfectly and he met Gran Torino on the ceiling. Arm already pulled back for a smash, Izuku swung as soon as his target was in range. Gran Torino dodged at the last moment, grabbed his arm, and sent them both to the ground. The landing knocked the breath out of Izuku's lungs, and he struggled to fill his poor lungs and the old pro kept him pinned. Time's up, Gran Torino said, removing the stopwatch from a pocket on his belt. You didn't use your other quirk, did you? No, Izuku gasped, finally getting his breath back. I thought as much. You're never going to get used to it if you don't use it. That said, your analysis skills are sharp. You were able to predict my movements, and adapted your own to fight in a similar fashion. Gran Torino released him and stepped to the side. Izuku sat up, rubbing his bruised chest gingerly. I still have a lot of work to do though. You use one for all well for how much you can use it, but you have another quirk too. If you can utilize both of them in battle, you'll be on an entirely different level. Time and practice, Izuku reminded himself. Our time is short, but trust me, you'll be getting plenty of practice. The old pro grinned. We're done for tonight, though. I'll fetch us some dinner while you get cleaned up. Gran Torino left, closing the door behind him before Izuku could respond. Right, he sighed. Izuku took his bags up to what would be his room while he was there and got ready for the evening. After dinner, Gran Torino went to bed, but Izuku couldn't. He was too awake, too keyed up to even try. During the meal, Gran Torino had given him a fairly frank evaluation of his performance that day. It was better than the old pro had been expecting, but since he'd been expecting something like he'd seen during the sports festival, that wasn't really an accomplishment. Izuku had a lot to still work on. First on the list was 360 veil. Both Gran Torino and Mr. Aizawa had said that it would be a powerful tool once he'd mastered it. After trying to use it during training, Izuku recognized that he was a far cry from claiming anything close to mastery. Time was short. The internship was only a week long, but more than that, All Might's time as the symbol of peace was dwindling rapidly. As his successor, Izuku needed to be ready to step up when the time came. He definitely wasn't there yet. Without an abundance of time, he'd have to compensate with more practice. Gran Torino had laid out his plan for training his new ability. Izuku would keep 360 veil on as he ran progressively faster and faster. If he could get used to that, then they'd have him try to track a moving target while maintaining that speed. If he could manage both of those, then Izuku would move on to fighting while keeping 360 veil on. Izuku saw no reason he couldn't get started tonight. He was fully capable of running without supervision, and the sooner he got used to using his new ability, the better. Walking with Todoroki around the gym had been easy enough, so Izuku started with a brisk power walk for a few laps around the building, confident that he could manage at least that much without issue. After 2 successful laps and no trouble, Izuku increased his speed to an easy run. There was some discomfort at first, but Izuku was able to ignore it until it was gone entirely. After 2 full laps around the building without issue, Izuku picked up the pace. Working up to a full sprint, Izuku was pleased the disorientation was fleeting. Excited now, Izuku fired up full cowling and took off at his top speed. The turn at the corner of the building was his undoing. The world spun, his stomach spun the other direction, and Izuku tripped over his feet, skidding to stop against a pile of trash bags with a pitiful groan. Izuku waited for his equilibrium to right itself before standing and brushing himself off. Despite the wipeout into the garbage, that hadn't actually been a bad first attempt. Anything short of 1 for all speeds was manageable, but he'd still like to eliminate the disorientation entirely. Backing up to the start of the alley, Izuku braced like a runner at the start of a race, and then took off at a full sprint. Adjusting to a sprint from a stationary position was a little harder than the gradual lead-up had been, but Izuku adapted. Rather than increasing his speed, Izuku maintained his sprint until he needed to take a break. Catching his breath, Izuku relaxed against the side of the building until he was ready to go again. This time when he launched himself down the alley, the disorientation was less, but still present. He was getting there, but there was still room for improvement. Izuku repeated the process of running until he needed a break, only to start over once he'd caught his breath 5 more times until he finally felt confident he was over the disorientation while moving at unenhanced speeds. Good, but not good enough. Okay, Izuku bounced on the ball of his feet as he popped his neck. You can do this. Gradual increase this time. Izuku hadn't ever tried 1 for all at less than 5%, but it couldn't be that hard. The general concept was the same, just a further reduction in power output. To be safe, he summoned full cowling before he started running and tried to concentrate on precisely holding back. Izuku was pretty sure he had a grasp on about 2% after a minute of concentration. Satisfied, he let the power fade. At his imaginary starting line, Izuku gave himself a short countdown before starting with the same sprint as before. When he turned the first corner, Izuku activated full cowling at 2% and more than doubled his speed. It was a rush, to say the least, but nowhere near what he knew All Might was capable of. Blink and you miss its speeds were likely an order of magnitude away from what he could handle right now, but he'd get there. One day. As expected, Izuku still had to fight through a new wave of nausea once full cowling was active, but it wasn't enough to make him stop. Turning the next corner caused his vision to swim, but Izuku grit his teeth and fought through the discomfort. There wasn't time for him to go easy. All Might's words before the sports festival dogged at his heels, urging his feet to keep moving, so Izuku kept running, determined to get used to it. The symbol of peace was on borrowed time. His ability to work as a hero was dwindling faster than All Might had predicted. Izuku didn't know if All Might would even make it to Izuku's graduation before being forced to retire. There was a lot of pressure on Izuku to be ready, but an insidious little voice told him he wouldn't be. No one would be. He had to get stronger. He had to be better. He had to go beyond, plus ultra style. Izuku would make All Might proud, he would make Mr. Aizawa proud, he would make himself proud. Pushing through his discomfort, Izuku increased his output up another percentage and kept going. His speed increased, as did the disorientation, but Izuku breathed through it. Eventually, it passed, and Izuku whooped in triumph, taking one more lap in celebration before coming to a stop. Izuku released his hold on 1 for all and 360 veil, limbs shaky from his exertion. He was definitely tired now. Checking the time, Izuku winced. It was very late. Time to stop for the night. He took himself inside and showered before flopping down onto his bed face first, asleep in seconds. Gran Torino was unimpressed that Izuku had taken the evening to work on his quirk instead of sleeping. He agreed the progress Izuku had made was commendable but scolded him for being reckless. Under Gran Torino's strict and precise instruction, Izuku trained the whole day with 1 for all active until finally, just before it was time to call it a night, He was able to handle 360 veil while moving with full cowling at 5%. It took longer than Izuku expected, longer than he liked, but Gran Torino reminded him that rushing progress would only result in him losing that progress. Izuku remembered training with all might, getting his body ready to receive one for all. Izuku had tried to do more than he was ready for back then, and it had taken its toll. Resigned, Izuku yielded to Gran Torino's experience and didn't push himself too far too fast. On day 3, the two of them raced across the rooftops of Gran Torino's quiet patrol area, and Izuku was pleased to find that it wasn't all that hard to keep an eye on the yellow blur even while maintaining his own speed. Yesterday's work had really paid off. When they broke for lunch, Gran Torino decided they'd move on to combat training in the afternoon. Combat training consisted largely of Izuku getting hit by Gran Torino while trying, and failing, to land a hit of his own. Considering how well he'd been improving up to that point, Izuku was disappointed, to say the least. Izuku expected to be at it the rest of the afternoon and into the evening, but only 3 hours later Gran Torino called a stop. "We should SWH up the training," the old pro decided. "You're a quick study, but you can't get too used to fighting the same opponent. Might develop some weird habits? I haven't landed a hit on you yet." Izuku objected, picking himself up off the floor. "I don't think we can really say I'm used to fighting you." "No, I've decided." Gran Torino smiled dangerously. "Get into your costume, boy. We're moving on to Phase 2. Izuku thought they were already on Phase 3, but clearly, all of the training up to that point had only counted as phase. Tiredly, Izuku dragged himself up to his room and changed as instructed. Once he was in his costume, he met Gran Torino at the front door and followed him outside. "Get ready, we're off to fight some villains," Gran Torino declared cheerfully. Just like that, Gran Torino led the way down the sidewalk as Izuku followed. "If you only ever fight against me, you'll be in trouble when you come across someone who's the complete opposite. The key is to let you get experience with different types of villains and situations. This is an internship after all. You really shouldn't be that surprised by this. I get what you're saying, and if you think I'm ready for it, then I'll do my best," Izuku promised. "You already have combat experience against real villains," Gran Torino reminded him. "You'll be fine, we aren't going after anyone that big." Gran Torino hailed them a cab and gave the driver the name of the nearest train station as Izuku got buckled in. He explained to Izuku that the small town they were currently in didn't have the kind of villain population that they were looking for, so they were going to take the bullet train to Shibuya, a much larger district with a higher crime rate. Following the route the train would take in his head, Izuku realized they'd be passing through Hosu. He wondered how Iida was doing, if he was getting what he needed from his internship. Despite the offer he'd made at the station, Iida hadn't texted Izuku over the last few days, but Izuku hadn't really had the time to text anyone either, so maybe it was nothing. Somehow, though, Izuku couldn't stop worrying. On the train, Izuku sent Iida a text saying that he'd be near Hosu and to ask how Iida's internship was going. After an hour, Izuku was still left on read, which Iida had never done before, and Izuku's worry increased. "Whoa, check it out. I think that building just exploded," a passenger a few rows back shouted. Several other passengers stood up quickly to look, including Izuku and Gran Torino. Before they could do anything, however, the train jolted, sending Izuku and Gran Torino flying into the seats in front of them as the side of the train blasted inward. In the wreckage, an injured hero shakily tried to sit up, fear written in his wide eyes as he stared at the hole he'd made. As Izuku watched, an enormous, light green arm grabbed the hero by his face and slammed him to the train floor before the wielder bent the metal side of the train further to make his way in. For out-of-focus eyes settled disturbingly inside an exposed brain as the attacker gazed vacantly at the passengers. "Nomu," Izuku shouted, jumping to his feet. "I want you to stay back, you hear me?" Gran Torino ordered before launching himself at the Nomu, knocking both of them over the edge and out of the train. Izuku ran to the hole to see if he could spot his mentor, but he and Nomu were out of sight. Instead, Izuku got a good look at the Hosu skyline. It looked like a third of the city was on fire, and he could hear people screaming in the distance. If Nomu was here, then the League had to be as well. Izuku couldn't just stand back and do nothing. Once the train limped to a stop, Izuku took off, ignoring the objections from the conductor. He fired up full cowling and jumped from the tracks onto the nearest roof with ease, heading as fast as he could into the city proper. It didn't take long to see a crowd of civilians running away, and Izuku pushed his way through. The fight was probably wherever the civilians were coming from. Izuku knew he didn't have all the information, but he had to do something to help. He'd called the villain on the train Nomu, but other than the exposed brain and wild eyes, he hadn't looked like the guy from the USJ. Still, there couldn't be that many people with those characteristics. If they were related, or if that mutation was indicative of a similar quirk, then he could be as strong as the guy from the USJ. If that was the case, then the city was in a lot of trouble without All Might present. Tenya! The shout drew Izuku's attention and he skidded a bit as he changed direction to follow the cry of his friend's name. What he found left him frozen in fear. A whole host of heroes were battling fires and even more villains like Nomu. One was even bigger than the first guy had been, with no eyes, nose, or upper jaw at all. The other was smaller and had wings like a pterodactyl. They were tearing through the heroes with frightful ease. A burst fire hydrant snapped Izuku out of his daze and he looked over as Manuel manipulated the water to put out a nearby fire. Iida was interning with him, he should be nearby, right? Except Manuel was berating Iida for being absent, for running off on his own. Why would Iida run off at a time like this? That didn't match his friend's personality at all. Izuku took off, activating 360 Veil as he went. Iida hadn't been acting like himself ever since his brother, Ingenium, had been attacked by the hero killer, Stain. That was understandable. A tragedy like that could mess a person up. Iida had been distant, wouldn't talk to his friends, and Izuku worried he wasn't as fine as he wanted everyone to believe. Choosing Hosu should have been a bigger red flag. Iida had chosen the city knowing that the hero killer was still around, that he hadn't killed his usual number of targets here yet. If Iida wasn't helping his mentor with the disaster currently spreading across the city, then that could only mean one thing. Iida had found the hero killer, which meant Izuku needed to find Iida before it was too late. Izuku was grateful for all the training he'd done over the last couple of days, though he hadn't realized he would need to put it to the test so quickly. Darting through side streets and alleyways looking for Iida or the hero killer would have been so much more stressful without 360 Veil, but thanks to his quirk, he could keep an eye on everything without having to worry about running past an alley or dark corner while his head was looking the other way. It might have been the only reason he spotted the gleam of white armor when he did. Without a moment to lose, Izuku shot down the alley, bouncing from wall to pick up speed before slamming his fist into Stain's face just as the villain was about to bring his sword down on Iida's prone form. The hero killer flew back from the force of the hit, and Izuku landed, planting himself firmly between Iida and the murdering villain. Who's there? Midoriya? Iida asked, shaky and tear-filled. Dropping full cowling for a moment, Izuku used 360 Veil to check on Iida. He was bleeding badly, but he was conscious, though he hadn't made a move to stand yet. Don't worry, Iida. I'm gonna save you. Howdy, did you find us? I did my research after your brother was attacked. I figured the hero killer would be far from the panic so as not to attract attention, so I searched the back alleys. Looks like I was right. Izuku tensed as the hero killer eyed him from further down the alley where he'd landed. This was not a fight Izuku wanted to have. The hero killer had way more experience than they did, and Iida was already severely injured. Let's go. Back toward the street. We have to get help from the pros. I can't move my body. Iida groaned. It must be his quirk. Since he cut me, I've been paralyzed. That complicated things. It was the type of quirk the hero killer had been suspected of having, and it definitely threw a wrench in the get-the-heck-out-of-Dodge plan Izuku had intended. Another complication lay a little deeper into the alley. The pro-hero native was slumped against the wall, also bleeding but awake. If it had just been Iida, Izuku could have carried him out of there, but he wouldn't be able to get both of them out at once. Midoriya, please. Don't get involved, Iida pleaded through clenched teeth. This doesn't have anything to do with you. Izuku had known, before, that Iida wasn't okay, but he'd ignored the signs, convinced himself he was overthinking. He should have brought his concerns to Mr. Aizawa or All Might, especially after learning Iida planned to intern in Hosu. His own failures aside, however, Iida had abandoned all reason and moral code to go after Stain himself. Even injured and paralyzed on the ground at the hero killer's mercy, he was trying to claim the right to fight belonged solely to him. Izuku had never heard that kind of rage from his friend before. Iida, I'm going to pretend you didn't just say that. You showed up to save your friend's life. Stain slowly strolled toward them, and he definitely didn't look any worse for wear after Izuku's punch. You even made a big entrance. But I have a duty to kill him and this so-called pro. When your friend chose to fight me, it guaranteed the weaker of us would be culled. So what will you do? The calm demeanor, the casual approach, the utter certainty in his mission. The hero killer was a fanatic, a zealot, and an exceedingly dangerous one. Unlike Shigaraki, he hadn't thrown a tantrum when Izuku had interrupted his plans, and Izuku hadn't made himself a target just by interrupting either. Stain was self-assured and unwavering in his self-appointed task. Izuku was even more certain now than he had been before. This was not a fight he wanted to get into, but it also didn't look like he had a choice. He couldn't leave Native and Iida at the hero killer's mercy, but he also wasn't a match for Stain in a one-on-one fight. So what could Izuku do? Call for backup. With his phone behind his back, Izuku sent a location ping to every UA contact in his phone. Izuku was pretty sure none of his classmates were nearby, but he also had a few teachers on his phone too. One of them should be able to send help in his direction if nothing else. Izuku would have to stall for time until backup arrived, though, and that could take a while if it even happened. Listen to me. Stand down, run away. Iida shouted. I told you, this has nothing to do with you. If you really believe that, then why are you trying to become a hero? There are plenty of things I'd like to say, but they'll have to wait, Izuku growled, frustrated beyond belief. It's like All Might told me, meddling when you don't need to is the essence of being a hero. The hero killer looked surprised for a moment, and then he smiled. Izuku didn't wait for him to strike, charging in with full cowling at 5% to get past his guard. The hero killer drew a knife to try to counter, but Izuku slid between his legs and then jumped straight up before he could turn and strike. Out of his sight, Izuku brought down his fist on top of Stain's head, sending him staggering to the ground. The taste of victory was short-lived, however, as the hero killer liked the knife he'd pulled and Izuku felt his body stiffen and stop responding. Izuku watched as the hero killer picked himself up off the ground while he was completely unable to move. One little graze was all it took. Then he saw the knife. A few drops of Izuku's blood still clung to the blade after Stain had liked it. The blood. Izuku hadn't frozen until after the hero killer had liked the blade. It wasn't the act of cutting that paralyzed him, it was consuming the blood. You're not powerful enough. It's not that you predicted my movements. You just left my field of vision and positioned yourself so that you could get in a clean shot. I saw through your plan. The hero killer drawled as he calmly made his way toward Iida. There are countless false heroes around here who are all talk, but I think you're worthy of staying alive. You're different from these two. Wait, stop it? Izuku begged. Stain ignored him as he held his blade to Iida's face contemptuously. Izuku struggled, but he couldn't break the paralysis no matter how hard he fought. With growing horror, Izuku watched, unable to intervene, as the hero killer raised his sword and prepared to bring it down on Iida's prone form. Fruitlessly, Izuku cried out as loud as he could. Don't. Please. Suddenly, a brilliant jet of flame shot forth from further down the alley, sending Stain back away from Iida with a low mutter, someone else to get in my way. Today's full of distractions. As the jet of fire dissipated, Izuku could just make out a figure a little ways down the alley. Distance, a dark jumpsuit, and the shadows in the area made it a little hard to see who it was even with the light of the fire across half his form. Then the figure spoke and Izuku wanted to cry with relief. Midoriya, Todoroki said conversationally, as if he hadn't just saved their lives, you need to give more details in times like this. I was almost too late to stop this guy. How did you get here? Izuku asked. Not that he wasn't grateful, but Todoroki wasn't supposed to be in Hosu. Good question. Your message took me a while to figure out. Next time, try to send more than just your location, Todoroki suggested, bracing himself in a familiar manner. Of course, You're not really the type to send cryptic messages without a reason, are you? I figured you were in trouble and asking for help. The ice shot from his right foot and the hero killer jumped out of the way, but that was all right. Todoroki used it to lift everyone paralyzed from the ground as he charged in with fire, chasing Stain further back. The ice formed a slide, gently guiding all of them to Todoroki's feet. Everything's okay. The pros will be here any minute. Izuku couldn't believe his luck. Of all the possible people from his class to answer his call for help, Todoroki was the single best option. Calm under pressure, a skilled tactician, and a powerhouse of a quirk. He was even using his fire with confidence. Izuku was so proud. You won't be taking any more lives, hero killer, Todoroki declared, placing himself between the killer and Izuku, Iida, and Native. You can't let him get your blood. Izuku warned. I think he causes the paralysis by swallowing it. That's how he got us. That explains the blades, Todoroki acknowledged. All I've got to do is keep my distance. But even as he spoke, a small blade shot across Todoroki's cheek, scoring a line over his scar before sailing past Izuku to land down the alley. The hero killer closed the distance rapidly. You have good friends, Ingenium. Or you did. Todoroki met Stain's swing with a pillar of ice, blocking the knife, but Todoroki glanced up at the sword that the hero killer had also thrown, and in that moment of distraction, the villain grabbed him by his collar and reached his tongue out to lick the blood from Todoroki's cheek. Thankfully, Todoroki was quick to ignite his left side, forcing the hero killer back before he could get a single drop. Izuku could only watch as Todoroki was forced to fight by himself. He was doing fairly well, forcing the hero killer back with ice and fire, but how long could it last? Todoroki couldn't move without leaving Izuku and the others open for attack, and that left him at a disadvantage if Stain managed to get close again. Izuku had to do something, but he couldn't break the paralysis. Just stop it. Why are you doing this? His fight is with me. Iida argued and Izuku wanted to smack him. I inherited my brother's name. I'm the one who should stop him. The hero killer is mine. You're Ingenium now? Strange, Todoroki scoffed incredulously. The Ingenium I knew before never had that look on his face. Izuku wasn't aware that Todoroki knew Iida's brother, and apparently neither did Iida, from the surprise on his face. You've got a dark side. Guess my family isn't the only one. Careful, Todoroki. Izuku knew he couldn't afford to split his focus. Scolding Iida was very tempting, but the hero killer was too skilled for him to be even the smallest bit distracted. To his surprise, Izuku's hand twitched. He was starting to break free. The enormous wall of ice that Todoroki had used shattered as Stain cut his way through it. You blocked your own field of vision against an opponent who's faster than you. Rookie mistake. Come get me then. Todoroki challenged. The knives that embedded themselves in Todoroki's arm sent Izuku to his feet in a rush of adrenaline, and he launched himself at the hero killer before he could get close to his friend. Izuku grabbed the villain by the collar and dragged him across the side of the building as he ran along the wall, getting him as far from the injured as he could. Midoriya. I don't know why I can move and the others can't, but I won't let him hurt you. Izuku called back. The hero killer got tired of having his face used as a chisel against the concrete and elbowed Izuku hard in the small of his back, knocking him off the wall and to the ground once more. The crackle of ice and Todoroki's shout of, Midoriya, dodge, had Izuku rolling to the right to get out of the way and then hurrying to Todoroki's side. He swallows a person's blood to freeze them, but I was the first one freed. I have 3 guesses as to why. His quirk could be less effective the more people he uses it on, the amount ingested could play into how long it works, or it could be based on a person's blood type. Izuku assessed Todoroki's arm as he explained his analysis. The cuts were bleeding freely since Todoroki had removed the knives, so Izuku applied pressure. If it's the last one, I'm type B, Native said. I'm type A, Iida offered. Izuku was type O. It was a solid theory, then, since they all had different types. So, you figured it out? Stain smiled. Bravo. Very impressive. It doesn't really help us that much to know how his quirk works, though, Izuku muttered. Todoroki put his own hand over Izuku's on his arm, helping to keep pressure. I thought we could hurry and carry those two out of here, but it's no good. He's too fast. He can avoid both ice and fire. I'd have to leave myself unguarded. I could watch our backs with 360 veil, but that will only do so much. You're right, that won't work, Izuku agreed. Our best option is to hold until the pros arrive and avoid close combat. No, you know you've already lost way too much blood. I'll distract him while you support me from behind. Izuku summoned full cowling and let Todoroki take over, applying pressure completely. Sound like a plan? You want us to take a pretty big risk, but I'm with you? Todoroki nodded. But we can protect them. 2 against 1, uh-huh. Stain watched the pair of them with interest. This fight won't be easy. It wouldn't. Still, there was no way Izuku was going to run. With Todoroki at his side, he felt like they could win, or at least stall long enough for the pros to arrive. I've got 360 veil going, so you don't have to call out. I'll see your attacks. Don't want to give him a heads up, right? Izuku whispered. I trust you, Todoroki acknowledged. Springing forward, Izuku moved as fast as he could in a zigzag to avoid giving the hero killer an easy target. He went in for a punch to the side and whirled out of the reach of a knife aimed for his back before closing back in to slam his elbow into Stain's diaphragm. Even slightly winded, the hero killer was fast, and Izuku had to jump out of the way of another knife. Izuku waited for the jet of fire to push the hero killer back before jumping up, rebounding off the wall, and coming down on the villain's shoulder like Gran Torino had done to him so often in training. The hero killer was wise to Izuku's tactic of going above, though, and nearly skewered him with the sword for his effort. Only quick reflexes and a slap of his hand on the flat of the blade to knock it away saved his hide. A wall of ice gave Izuku the time to recover his balance and re-engage. Stain had the advantage with his blades, and getting in close was difficult when he kept moving. It was only a matter of time before Izuku made a mistake. The slice across his shin was painful and deep, and Izuku couldn't stop the cry of pain and frustration as he fell to the ground. Todoroki's fire chased the hero killer away from continuing his assault on Izuku, but it couldn't keep him from liking the blade. Now there was nothing Izuku could do to protect his friends. From the other end of the alley, Izuku didn't know what Iida had said, but he heard Todoroki raise his voice and shout back, "You want to make your brother proud? Then stand up and be ingenium. Become the hero he wanted you to be." The hero killer raced toward the only opponent still standing. Todoroki managed to repel his initial assault with more fire, but all the ice in the alley gave the hero killer plenty of places to jump off as he kept moving toward the others. Izuku called out Stain's location whenever he left Todoroki's field of vision, but it was all just a delaying tactic. Todoroki was good, one of the best in the class, but the hero killer was better. Izuku watched in abject terror as the villain's blade slipped under Todoroki's guard in a swing that would sever Todoroki's left arm at the shoulder. All Izuku could do was scream his friend's name. Just before the blade connected with flesh, a blur of white collided with the sword, interrupting the attack and sundering the blade. Iida was quick to follow up with a kick to the hero killer's side, sending him sprawling away. Iida! Izuku was so relieved to see both of his friends on their feet and intact. Todoroki Midoriya. This has nothing to do with you. I apologize. Not this again, Izuku complained. I'm okay, Iida said, voice no longer laced with rage and pain, and for the first time in a week, Izuku actually believed him. I won't let the two of you shed any more blood for me. It's no use trying to pretend you're a hero now. The hero killer sneered. A person's true nature doesn't change in just a few minutes. You'll never be anything more than a fraud who prioritizes his own desires. You're the sickness that's infected society and ruined the name hero. Someone must teach you a lesson. You're a fundamentalist lunatic, Todoroki snapped. Iida, don't listen to this murderer's nonsense. No, he's absolutely right. I have no right to call myself a hero. Even so, I can't back down. If I give up now, the name Ingenium dies, and I cannot allow that, Iida declared, defiantly standing his ground against the hero killer's glare. Pathetic. The hero killer threw himself forward, but Todoroki responded with a stream of fire to push him back. You idiots! The hero killer is only after me and the kid in the white armor. Stop fighting back. Just get out of here. Native shouted. I don't think he'd let me run even if I wanted to, Todoroki protested, not backing down from his attack. Something changed in him just now. He seems rattled. Izuku thought he looked desperate. Now that Iida was back on his feet, the hero killer's focus had shifted from trying to get Todoroki out of the way to killing Iida by any means necessary. His attacks were faster, more brutal, and Todoroki was barely able to keep him back. A momentary distraction from Iida left Todoroki open and the hero killer sent a knife at his heart. Iida intercepted the blade with his own arm, though, saving Todoroki, but severely damaging himself. Izuku lurched forward instinctually to try to reach his friends, and was surprised when he actually moved. The hero killer's quirk had worn off again. Another knife practically pinned Iida to the ground, but the boy just shouted something at Todoroki and then ripped the blade out with his teeth. Izuku wanted to get to them, to help them, but his leg was too badly injured to run well. He wouldn't let that stop him. Not now. Iida used his recipro move to jump high into the air to meet the hero killer, and Izuku followed suit with full cowling, using one of Todoroki's ice pillars to push off. They timed it just right, and both Izuku and Iida closed the distance at the same time. Izuku pulled back and crashed his fist into Stain's jaw just as Iida reared back and slammed his leg into his opposite side. The combined force sent the hero killer off balance, but it still took another kick from Iida and a direct hit of fire from Todoroki before the hero killer was out. Todoroki created an ice ramp to catch Izuku and Iida as they fell back down, while another pillar caught and held the hero killer about a meter up the wall. He's gotta be knocked out after all that? Izuku watched the still form of the hero killer cautiously. Right? Then let's restrain him and get him to the street, Todoroki suggested. Maybe we can find some rope or something? Izuku nodded. We should probably take all his weapons. 2. Good idea. Izuku tested his arm with a wince. It ached, but he hadn't broken it. His leg was still bleeding and painful to put any weight on, but he had to push both of those aside for now. Until they had the hero killer secured, he couldn't afford to care about his injuries. Iida, can you move? Izuku asked. His friend hadn't moved after coming to a stop on the ice. He just sat there staring at the hero killer. Iida blinked a few times and took a deep breath, coming back to himself, and looked between the two of them. Yes, I can move. Good. Izuku pointed to a dumpster behind him to his left. Check for something we can use to tie him up. Glancing at where Izuku had pointed, Iida nodded vaguely and made his way over as ordered. How's your leg? Todoroki asked. Hurts. How's your arm? Izuku replied. Hurts, Todoroki agreed. He seemed to get that Izuku wasn't going to take the suggestion to rest until the job was done, however, and quickly melted the pillar that held the hero killer out of reach. I'll take care of his weapons, you go check on Native. Izuku did as Todoroki suggested and limped his way over to the pro-hero. Native was mostly fine, if still frozen. There was only one wound on his shoulder, so Izuku fashioned a makeshift bandage out of the torn bits of the hero's costume to help with the bleeding. As he tied it off, the hero finally regained the ability to move. Behind him, Todoroki had made short work of divesting the hero killer of his arsenal of blades, and he and Iida were securing him with rope Iida had found. Satisfied that they didn't need more help, Izuku allowed Native to carry him on his back to take the weight off his leg, which had started to throb painfully. Izuku turned off 360 Veil now that the fight was really over, and the four of them made their way to the mouth of the alley, dragging a semi-conscious Stain behind them, to wait for more pros to arrive. They didn't have to wait long. Almost as soon as they'd made it out of the alley, there was a shout from across the street. What are you doing here, boy? Gran Torino, Izuku called, surprised to see his mentor. I was only... The boot to the face interrupted his explanation, though, thankfully, it didn't actually hurt. I thought I told you to stay on the bullet train. Who's this? Todoroki asked. Gran Torino, the hero I'm interning with, Izuku introduced weakly. I don't get it. How did you find us? I was told to come here by someone else. I have no idea what's going on, but I'm glad you're not dead at least. Gran Torino was practically fuming, but he calmed down at the end of his statement. And I'm sorry. Before the old pro could reply, More pros arrived in a group, sent by Endeavor apparently. Izuku guessed that made sense. If Todoroki was here, so was Endeavor. Then the pros spotted the hero killer tied up at Todoroki's feet and frantically began to call the authorities along with an ambulance. Now that they weren't moving, Izuku got down off of Native's back. He could stand if he didn't put too much weight on his leg, and he was tired of being carried. One of the pros came over to assess their injuries while a few others took control of Stain. Iida ignored the pro's attempts to assess his injuries as he made his way to Todoroki and Izuku, bowing deeply. Izuku made an aborted attempt to reach for him. As upset as he was with Iida's behavior, the other boy was by far the worst off between the three of them and shouldn't be aggravating his injuries further by prostrating himself. "You guys," Iida began, voice strained from pain and tears, "you were hurt because of me. I'm truly sorry. I was just so angry. I couldn't see anything else." The apology was sincere, without question, but Izuku honestly couldn't care less about his own injuries. Given the choice, he'd step in to defend his friend again and again. It hurt to know that his friend had been in so much pain and hadn't reached out for help, but Izuku couldn't shoulder the blame on Iida alone. "I'm sorry too, Iida. I could see you weren't okay, but I could have tried harder, or brought my concerns to a teacher. You shouldn't have had to carry this alone," he said. Iida's tears increased with Izuku's apology, and he and Todoroki grew increasingly more aware of the crowd of pros watching their interaction. It wasn't a moment for them, and Izuku highly doubted it was something Iida would otherwise normally be comfortable with. Izuku shot Todoroki a concerned glance, looking quickly between Iida and the pros. "Pull yourself together. You're the class rep," Todoroki counseled bluntly. Izuku wouldn't have been able to say something like that, but the socially awkward, direct manner that Todoroki used when talking seemed to be precisely what Iida needed. The class rep wiped his eyes and stood, offering the two of them a grateful smile, and Izuku relaxed a little. Iida wasn't okay, but he was admitting that now, so Izuku had hoped that he would be okay soon. The calm quiet of the alley was shattered as Gran Torino shouted a warning for everyone to get down. Confused, Izuku turned to his mentor. With his back turned and his quirk off, Izuku never saw the Nomu approach and had no chance to dodge. One moment he was on his feet, and the next he was airborne. Caught around his ribs in a razor-sharp grip, Izuku watched the ground pull away and the panicked faces of his friends get smaller and smaller as the Nomu snatched him up and away. Izuku had no idea what to do. He was injured, caught securely in the claws of the Nomu. Even if he somehow managed to break its grip, he was so far from the ground that a fall could potentially kill him. Before Izuku could decide it was worth the risk and attempt to break free, the Nomu suddenly froze and movement on the ground caught his eye. Stain was out of his bonds and ran full tilt at Izuku and the Nomu, shouting his rhetoric as he charged. As the Nomu plummeted out of the sky, the hero killer leapt up and brought a small knife down onto the exposed brain, and Izuku felt an iron grip around the back of his uniform before he was ripped from the Nomu's talons. Surprisingly, Izuku was held up as the three of them crashed to the sidewalk below, avoiding any injuries from the collision. The hero killer twisted the knife before pulling it viciously from the Nomu's head, killing it instantly. "You must all be purged." Confused and more than a little terrified, Izuku watched Stain carefully. The villain had yet to release him, and Izuku was now pinned to the sidewalk under the hero killer's hold. "Everything that I do is to create a stronger society." The hero killer's manic eyes drifted to Izuku, watching him struggle. "You have been weighed and measured and not been found wanting. See that it stays that way. Let me go." Izuku was too injured to properly fight against the pressure against his back, but he still tried. Stain leaned down, looked slowly between the Nomu's corpse and Izuku, and whispered, "There are eyes on you, little hero." Before Izuku could question what he meant, the hero killer's attention snapped to the growing commotion behind them. Izuku couldn't see what happened, but it was clear by the unbridled rage now on the hero killer's face and the venomous, guttural snarl he released that the new arrival was someone the villain utterly despised. Endeavor. Izuku froze. The statistics of civilian injuries and casualties in Endeavor incidents flashed in his mind, wholly without welcome, and Izuku realized he was way too close to the hero killer. Fortunately, The hero killer released him as he stood to face Endeavor. Izuku rolled over, so his face was no longer digging into the concrete, but his injuries made moving difficult. Looking up to see if the hero killer was going to let him go, Izuku saw the villain's mask fall away, revealing a face of waxy, half-melted skin and scar tissue. He'd been burned before. Badly. The damage was extensive enough to have removed Stain's nose almost entirely, and Izuku wondered if the villain's hatred for Endeavor was more personal than professional. False hero, the hero killer spat. I'll make this right. The streets must run with the blood of hypocrites. Hero. I will reclaim that word. Come on. Just try and stop me, you fakes. His slow, staggering advance down the street caused a few of the pros to take an instinctive step back, and Izuku could understand why. The unfettered frenzy in the hero killer's voice was enough to set Izuku's hair on end. He didn't want to know what it was like to look that level of madness in the face as it came toward you. When none of the heroes stepped up to his taunting, the hero killer growled again and shouted, voice echoing oppressively off the silent streets, "There is only one man I'll let kill me. He is a true hero. All might is worthy." Then, abruptly, the hero killer fell silent and still. His knife dropped from his lax hold and there was absolute silence for the span of several breaths as everyone waited for something to happen. I think he's out cold. Endeavor's hushed assessment seemed to be enough to break Todoroki from whatever fear had held the others in place, and he shot down the street past the frozen hero killer without a second glance. Midoriya? Todoroki's hand went to Izuku's ribs, assessing the damage from the Nomu. Izuku winced but gave his worried friend a smile. I'm okay. You're not? I'm okay enough, Izuku corrected. Help me up. Todoroki stood, grasping Izuku's hands firmly to bring him up with him. Gran Torino joined them as Todoroki pulled Izuku close, helping him keep weight off his injured leg. Shouldn't have to say this to you twice in one night, but I'm glad you're not dead. Gran Torino shook his head, but there was relief in his eyes. You're more of a trouble magnet than All Might ever was, kid. And that's saying something. There are eyes on you, little hero. Izuku frowned, recalling Stain's warning. Taking anything the hero killer said at face value was a bad idea. Izuku hadn't intended to give the words any more thought, but maybe he should. Gran Torino's jibe had been mostly in jest, but Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that he was probably more right than he thought. If he was right, and if the hero killer could be believed, it raised a couple of questions. Whose eyes? And what? Izuku was grateful he and his friends had been assigned the same hospital room to recover. After the fight with Stain, he felt better with Iida and Todoroki nearby where he could see them and know they were alive and okay. Sleep eluded him that night. Every time he closed his eyes, another memory from the fight would replay in his head. Finding Iida on the ground, the hero killer standing over him. The twin knives burying themselves in Todoroki's arm while Izuku was paralyzed less than a foot away. The moment before Iida stood up, when Izuku had been so sure Todoroki was about to die. Iida using his own body as a shield. There were so many moments in that fight where it all could have gone so wrong. The next morning, it was clear his friends had had about as much luck sleeping as he did. They were all tired, drained from the emotional fallout on top of their injuries, but the three of them were still alive. Despite the odds, they had survived, and Izuku was willing to take that as a win. When the door to their room opened, Izuku was surprised to see Gran Torino and Manuel. It was still incredibly early, and visiting hours hadn't started yet. The reason for their visit became clear when Kenji Tsuragami, the Hosu chief of police, joined them as well. By going after the hero killer, unlicensed and against orders, the three of them had broken the law. Technically, everything that happened in that alley had counted as vigilantism. It didn't matter that they'd saved lives, or that they'd taken a serial killer off the streets. Izuku, Todoroki, and Iida weren't licensed pros. Using their quirks to injure the villain was illegal. If they received the credit for the capture, the public would thank them, but they'd receive punishments harsh enough to ruin any chance they had at becoming heroes one day. On the other hand, if they allowed Endeavor to take credit, they would receive no accolades and no punishments. Accolades were nice, but the point of being a hero, the point of last night, would always be about helping people, saving lives. If it had been any other hero receiving the credit, Izuku wouldn't have thought twice. A bitter, ugly feeling crawled its way up his throat, however, at the thought that it would be Endeavor. Izuku looked to Todoroki. His friend had argued with Tsuragami when the chief had told them what they'd done was illegal, his outrage written plainly across his face, but it looked like he'd calmed down a little now that there was a chance they could avoid punishment. Izuku didn't know how Todoroki felt about giving his father credit, but he would follow whatever Todoroki decided. When Todoroki apologized and agreed to go with the chief's plan, Izuku nodded his agreement as well. Iida also agreed, and the plan was set. They were advised not to talk to anyone about what had really happened, and Izuku sighed. More secrets, just what he needed. The official story was that Iida, Izuku, and Todoroki had run into the hero killer while in Hosu for their various internships, and Endeavor had saved their lives and captured the villain without their assistance or interference. Izuku was sure the police would have liked to keep the three of them out of it entirely, but apparently, the media had gotten footage of the very end of the evening that clearly showed Izuku, Iida, and Todoroki present as Stain had turned to face down Endeavor. Keeping the truth of last night from his friends in class was one thing. They didn't really need to know anything beyond the official story. Keeping the truth from All Might and Mr. Aizawa was another matter. After their talk at the end of class last Wednesday, Izuku didn't feel right keeping the truth from his teachers. Especially if what Stain had said was true. Gran Torino? Can I ask you a question real quick? Izuku asked quietly, getting his mentor's attention before he could leave. The old pro stopped and waited while Manuel and Tsuragami left, closing the door behind them. Gran Torino raised an expectant eyebrow at Izuku, but he hopped off his hospital bed and limped his way to the door, motioning for Iida to be quiet as the boy protested his hurried movements. Izuku activated his quirk and pressed his head against the door, checking to see if Tsuragami or Manuel had decided to stay behind and wait for the other hero. He watched them make their way down the hallway and let out a relieved sigh. When he moved his head away, Todoroki was at his side to help him back to his bed. Clear? Izuku nodded. Yeah, they're gone. Thanks. You shouldn't walk on it yet, Todoroki scolded gently. Gran Torino eyed Todoroki and then huffed before turning to Izuku. Well, what did you want, kid? I know we aren't supposed to tell anyone who wasn't involved what really happened, but I think we should tell Mr. Aizawa and All Might, Izuku said. The captain graciously allowed us to avoid punishment for our criminal behavior. We cannot tell anyone, Iida protested immediately. I assume you have a reason. Let's hear it. Gran Torino grunted, crossing his arms over his chest. Something Stain said while he had me pinned after saving me from the Nomu. Izuku frowned and fiddled with the edge of his hospital gown, not looking at the others in the room. Rhetoric? No, not what he was shouting at everyone. This was just to me. Are you sure? Todoroki asked, concerned. Izuku sighed and nodded. He called me little hero and told me that there were eyes on me. If you're concerned he planned to keep an eye on you, that would be very difficult for him to do from prison, Iida said, attempting to console him. He might have just been trying to rattle you, kid, Gran Torino added. Izuku didn't think so. Something about how he'd said it told Izuku it was a warning, not a taunt, and the threat wasn't from the hero killer. Midoriya? Todoroki prompted. I can't shake the feeling it was more than that. I mean, you guys heard how he talked in that alley during the fight. He didn't imply anything. He just came out and said what he wanted. What he was doing, why he was doing it, he owned up to all of it. This was different. Gran Torino huffed in agitation. Midoriya's instincts are good. If he says there's more going on, we should believe him. Todoroki sat down next to Izuku on the hospital bed, and he looked between Iida and Gran Torino pointedly. You have a point, Todoroki, Iida conceded slowly and inclined his head to Izuku. Perhaps we should not dismiss your concerns so quickly. Instinct is good, but you need to be able to convince a skeptic who doesn't know you like these two. Gran Torino waved a hand at Todoroki and Iida. So, think carefully, kid, and convince me like I'm a skeptical, old bee who ain't known you more than a week. Izuku took a deep breath and sat up straighter, organizing his thoughts carefully before he started. The media is already reporting that Stain and the League were working together after the attack last night. I sort of doubt they were, given the hero killer's habits. But whether or not that's true, I think Stain knew enough about the league to know that the Nomu was part of it, Izuku theorized while Gran Torino, Todoroki, and Iida quietly watched. I don't know if you could hear him on the ground, but when he attacked he said, "The world is overrun with fakes and criminals like you who chase petty dreams," only after he'd already killed the Nomu. Maybe it's nothing, but it was almost like he wasn't talking to Nomu, but to whoever was controlling him. Interesting hypothesis. Gran Torino rubbed his chin. What's it got to do with your worry? After we landed, he said that I had been weighed and measured, like an affirmation of his judgment in the alley that I was worth keeping alive. His tone was the same as the rest of his rhetoric, so I just tried to get him off me, but then he looked at the Nomu and back to me before leaning in and whispering, "There are eyes on you, little hero." Izuku tried to imitate Stain's inflection, though he wasn't certain how well he'd done. It was different. He wasn't spouting ideology. It was like he was implying that the league was watching me. There was a short silence as Gran Torino considered Izuku's evidence, but the old pro wasn't very forthcoming with his thoughts. Izuku had no idea if he was convinced or not. "I wonder if that was why the Nomu went after you," Todoroki mused thoughtfully. "What do you mean?" Iida asked. "It was random, wasn't it?" "I don't think so." Todoroki shook his head once. There were quite a few people around. Taking anyone at all would have been a risk, especially while injured and fleeing from Endeavor, but it didn't hesitate. I've been trying to rationalize why Midoriya was taken, but I couldn't think of a reason until now. If it was random, it would have made sense to take the easiest target. Someone near the edges, heavily injured, incapacitated, weak, or small. Midoriya was none of those. Despite being injured, he was in the middle of the group, and arguably one of the harder targets given his location, strength, and size. Izuku hadn't even considered that, but now that Todoroki had pointed it out, he could see it. Put together with Stain's warning, it left Izuku uneasy. "Alright, it's not a bad theory. I think I can let them know the important part without telling them everything, which is as good as you're going to get, kid, so don't go spilling the beans when you get back to school," Gran Torino warned. "For now, rest up. Focus on getting better and leave the investigation to the pros. I've got a phone call to make." "Thank you for listening, Gran Torino." Izuku bowed as best as he could from his seated position, but the old pro just waved him away and left. "He's right. We should try to rest," Iida said after the door closed behind the old pro. "There's nothing more we can do for the moment." Reluctantly, Izuku agreed, though he didn't think sleep would be any easier to find than it was last night. His thoughts were a swirl of what-ifs and potential connections that left him almost nauseous with the implications. Squeezing his eyes tight, Izuku tried to silence the thoughts running rampant in his head. They'd survived. The fight was over. The danger should be past. Izuku just couldn't help but feel that things were only getting worse. To his surprise, Izuku did manage to get a few hours of restless sleep. When he woke, it was to the sound of his phone ringing on the small nightstand next to his bed. Groggily, he apologized to Todoroki, who'd also been woken by the noise as he reached for the phone. His mom. "Sorry, this is probably gonna get loud." Izuku sat up and hit the green accept call button. "Hey, Mom." "Izuku. Baby, are you okay? Yue called me this morning and I just saw the news. Why were you in Hosu?" "Honey, what happened?" His mom cried over the phone and Izuku hastily lowered the call volume. "I'm fine, really. It's not that bad, no broken bones or anything like that. Just some cuts and bruises," Izuku promised. "Me and Gran Torino were on our way to Shibuya, but we got held up in Hosu because of the attack." "Izuku, you were attacked by the hero killer. If it hadn't been for Endeavor, you would have been killed." Izuku couldn't stop the disgusted face he made at Endeavor's name. "I'm okay though. I'm sorry I scared you, but I promise I'm okay." "And your friends? Todoroki and Iida?" Todoroki evidently heard his name because he turned and looked at Izuku inquisitively. "Mom wants to know if you're okay," Izuku supplied. "Oh, are they there with you?" his mom asked as Todoroki blinked in surprise. "Yeah, they put us in the same room while we recover," Izuku answered. "Put me on speaker." Now, mister?" Izuku sighed and hit the button, holding the phone out between himself and Todoroki. "Okay, you're on speaker." "Hello, Mrs. Midoriya," Todoroki greeted politely, still obviously confused. Hello. Are you boys alright? It's just me at the moment, Mrs. Midoriya. Iida is with the doctor, Todoroki said, and Izuku looked over to see that, indeed, Iida's bed was empty. That was good. One less person for his mom to embarrass him in front of. Well, thank you. My own injuries were very minor. That's good to hear. I was so worried when I heard you boys were caught up in that awful incident. Thank you for your concern, but it's unnecessary, Todoroki said. Of course it's necessary. You're one of Izuku's best friends, he would have been devastated if something happened. Mom, Izuku whined, begging her to stop. Izuku, dear, don't be shy about how you feel, his mom advised. You're friends. It's entirely reasonable to be upset when your friend is hurt. Right, Todoroki? Right? Todoroki agreed, though Izuku could see he was still confused by the conversation. Izuku suppressed a smile and turned back to the phone. Was there anything else you wanted Todoroki for, or can I take you off speaker? Actually, she hesitated, serious once more. Todoroki dear, I know it's a lot to ask, but could you watch out for Izuku? Mom. Izuku buried his face in his free hand and resisted the urge to just hang up. She ignored him. He's picked up a habit of running head first into trouble and doesn't always take care of himself like he should. This path you boys have chosen. It's so dangerous. I'm so proud but so worried. It would ease my mind a little to know you two are looking out for each other. Izuku peeked through his fingers to glance at the phone and then up to Todoroki. His friend was looking at him already, face determined. As their eyes met, Todoroki nodded, even though Izuku's mom couldn't see him over the phone, and said, I will, I promise. Me too, Izuku added quietly. Good. Thank you. Hey, baby, go ahead and take me off speaker. Izuku turned off speakerphone as he brought the device back up to his ear. I'm here. Do you know when you'll be released? I don't know if I can find someone to SW shifts, but I still have a few sick days, I think, so I can. No, Mom, you don't need to do that. I'm fine really. Keep your sick days for when you need them. I was gonna be out the rest of the week for the internship anyway, and Hosu is pretty far just for a visit. I'll be home before you know it, Izuku assured her calmly. Izuku heard her sigh over the line. Alright. You call me if something changes, though, and text me when you know when you'll be home, okay? I will. But I love you, baby. Love you too, Mom. Izuku disconnected the call after they'd both said goodbye and flopped heavily onto the bed. Sorry about that. She seems nice, Todoroki offered. And she cares for you a great deal. Yeah. I wish she wouldn't worry so much, though. I know growing up with the quirk I had, she tried to be supportive of my dream, but it was hard for her. When I got one for all, I thought it would be better. She wouldn't have to worry so much about me getting hurt, you know? Of course, then I used it. Izuku sighed. I told her about getting one for all, swore to her that the bone breaking would only be temporary, but I think seeing me use it at the sports festival really freaked her out. Understandable. You did permanent damage to yourself, Todoroki reminded him, a sad note in his voice. Izuku held his right hand up and looked at it. The scars carved into his palm and the back of his hand, the crooked fingers. He knew it would be that way for the rest of his life, but he didn't mind. It was a reminder. Not the one that recovery girl wanted him to take from it. He didn't need to disfigure his hand to remember how important control was, but something of his own. Do you know what I think of when I look at this? Izuku asked, smiling softly. Our fight, my stubbornness and selfishness, Todoroki replied. No, Izuku turned to look at his friend. I see your smile. That moment when you finally let go, when you stopped holding yourself back and embraced both halves of your power. You smiled. It was the first time I'd seen you smile, and I helped put it there. It was. Izuku paused, searching for the right words to express what he'd felt in that moment. Even after saving Kaken from the sludge villain, and protecting All Might and Mr. Aizawa at the USJ, that moment when you smiled was the first time I felt like a hero. Which is probably taking more credit than I really deserve, since you did all the hard work reclaiming your power, but you definitely deserve the credit, Todoroki said, interrupting his rambling. I spent years building up my walls so high that it would have been impossible for me to free myself. You shattered all those walls in just a few minutes. 2 sentences. If not for you, I would have been trapped in a prison of my own making, probably for the rest of my life. Midoriya, you saved me. Don't ever doubt that. Izuku turned back to look at his hand to hide his blush and pleased smile. Todoroki's sincere insistence sent Izuku's heart racing. He took a few moments to calm himself before glancing briefly at Todoroki, but the small, soft smile there sent his heart right back into overdrive and he looked away quickly. Clearing his throat, Izuku continued to try to make his point. Anyway, what I was trying to say is, being a hero, scars are inevitable, but that doesn't mean they have to remind us of the pain of how we got them. I prefer to remember why, and the why is because I want to be a hero. I want to save people. I want to see them smile. Todoroki hummed thoughtfully. I wish I could see things as clearly as you do. Must be your quirk. Izuku laughed, caught off guard. With his completely deadpan DLVOI, it was impossible to tell whether or not Todoroki intended his comment to be a joke. But as Izuku looked over, he found the faintest hint of amusement in his friend's eyes, so he supposed it didn't really matter one way or the other. Taking a few moments to get his residual giggles under control, Izuku was struck with a sudden, intense sense of gratitude. By sharing the truth with Todoroki, he didn't have to hide or make up excuses, and Todoroki had shown himself to be there for Izuku in a way that none of his other friends could be. Izuku had let him in on his secret, trusted him with it completely, and Todoroki hadn't disappointed. He wished he could let the others in as well, someday he hoped, but if it could only be one, he was glad it was Todoroki. Thanks, Todoroki. Izuku sat up and looked at the long list of notifications on his phone. With a wince, he held it up briefly to show Todoroki the screen. I should let you get back to sleep. I've got a few calls to make, it seems. Keep off your leg. Nodding, Izuku hit the call button and asked a nurse for a crutch so he could walk around a bit. Once one was delivered, he tested and adjusted it in the room until he had it where he needed it, though he quickly decided walking with the crutch was not his favorite mode of travel. Izuku left their shared room with a promise to return shortly, and made his way down the hall. Most of the rest of the week had passed before Izuku was released from the hospital. Iida had gone home first, despite the severity of his injuries. After learning he'd have permanent damage in his arm, he opted to spend the rest of his recovery with his family. Izuku couldn't blame him. He was also glad that the news hadn't dampened Iida's longing or drive to be a better hero. Todoroki's injuries weren't all that bad, and he was able to return to his internship with Endeavor after only a day of observation. The rest of Izuku's stay went by in relative solitude. When he was finally released, he wasn't quite healed enough to continue training, so Gran Torino let him go home a day early. Izuku was a little disappointed, but he'd learned a lot regardless, so he thanked Gran Torino before heading home. Izuku texted his mom on the train to let her know he was on his way home and then settled in for the ride back to Mizudafu. The news covered the hero killer's arrest pretty thoroughly, and Izuku made sure to watch so he could hear the official story. While it was mentioned that 3 students were involved in the confrontation, their names weren't mentioned, for which Izuku was grateful. He'd agreed to let Endeavor take the credit, but that didn't mean he wanted to be forced to sing the man's praises for his supposed rescue. In addition to the official news outlets, there was also a video making its way through the internet. Izuku wasn't going to watch it, but a screen cap caught his attention. The media hadn't used a lot of the footage of Stain's arrest because they hadn't wanted his ideology blasting across news channels, but someone had gotten a hold of it and used it in this video. It included the final moments of Stain's rant, caught from a high angle, and Izuku could see himself on the ground behind the hero killer. It was small and poor enough quality that Izuku probably wouldn't be identified, but it still sent an unpleasant shock through his system to see himself in a video essentially praising the hero killer. More than a little disturbed, he quickly closed the video and did his best to put it out of his mind. His mom already had dinner ready for him when he arrived and she showered him in hugs and tears, thankful he was all right and finally home. Izuku hugged her back just as fiercely. Nothing like a couple near-death experiences to make him miss his mom. He kept conversation away from Hosu, instead telling her about Gran Torino and all the training he'd done, and the progress he'd made with both of his quirks. She listened intently, praising his accomplishments all through dinner, allowing him to direct the conversation for a while. Eventually, once the food was gone and the dishes were clean, she put her hand on his arm before he could retreat away into his bedroom. Izuku, you know you can talk to me, right? She looked up at him with such concern, tears already gathering in her eyes. Mom, I am talkie. His mom gave him a stern look and pursed her lips. Not just the good things. I want to hear them, of course, but you don't need to avoid certain subjects to spare my feelings. Izuku, baby, you were attacked by a serial killer. Her breath hitched a little, but she soldiered on. You don't need to hide how you feel or bottle it up. You can talk to me. Izuku felt his shoulders sag as he looked away, swallowing down the guilt crawling its way up his chest. If he talked about it, he wouldn't be able to lie, wouldn't be able to follow the official story, and he wasn't allowed to tell her the truth, as much as that burned at him. Mom, Izuku whimpered a little and cleared his throat. It's not that I don't want to talk about it. I can't. It's classified and complicated. If I could tell you without getting in trouble, I would, but he wiped a few tears off his cheeks with the back of his hand and glared at the floor. I legally can't talk about it. Oh, baby. His mom pulled him into another hug and ran her hands soothingly through his hair. I understand. I'm sorry for pushing. Izuku had pushed for Gran Torino to tell All Might and Mr. Aizawa, which also wasn't allowed. He wondered if that made him a hypocrite. Gran Torino had told him he'd only share the warning from Stain and Izuku's theory, which didn't compromise the validity of the official story. If All Might couldn't know, then Izuku definitely couldn't tell his mom. No matter how much he wanted to. I wish I could tell you. Izuku relaxed into his mom's hold. You will, when you can. His mom released him and kissed his forehead. Go on and get some rest. Izuku took it easy for the next couple of days, letting his mom dote on him since it made her feel better. When it was time to go back to school, Izuku was more than ready to get back to training. Taking it easy just wasn't in his repertoire anymore. Izuku listened intently to his classmates as they shared what happened on their internships before class started, though, for obvious reasons, he didn't share anything about his own. Iida and Todoroki were equally tight-lipped, but their classmates didn't hound them for details. They all knew that they were the 3 students involved in the hero killer incident thanks to Izuku's text, but they seemed content with the official story and details released. No one asked them to elaborate at any rate. All Might was running their foundational heroics class again, and Izuku was excited to show his mentor what he'd learned. The exercise was a race. First to the middle of the city would rescue All Might and claim victory. The class was broken up into groups of 5 to compete at a time, and Izuku was in the first group up. At the starting mark, Izuku went through some stretches, grinning to himself as he imagined the faces of his classmates. There hadn't been any practical exercises since the sports festival, so no one other than Todoroki and Iida had seen him use full cowling yet. Thinking on it, he didn't recall even telling Uraraka that he'd developed the style, so it should be a big surprise for almost everyone. On All Might's signal, Izuku activated 5% full cowling and 360 veil and then shot across the industrial terrain, keeping above the street easily as he hopped from pipe to pipe. With 360 veil up, he was able to keep an eye on his classmates and the area around him with ease, and it didn't take him long to steal the lead from Zero. Thanks to the spatial awareness training and rooftop running with 360 veil during his internship, Izuku managed to keep the lead the rest of the way to the center of the city, stopping cheerfully in front of All Might and claiming his first-place sash. The class went nuts cheering and asking him when he'd learned to move like that. Izuku told the truth. Todoroki helped me develop the full cowling style after the sports festival, and then I refined it during my internship. Izuku shot Todoroki a grateful look. Very impressive, young Midoriya. All Might clapped him on the shoulder, leaving his hand there as he addressed the rest of the class. You all showed great improvement from the beginning of the year. Be proud. Group 1, leave the field. Group 2, get into position and show us what you've got. As the class dispersed to make their way to either the observation or starting area, All Might whispered, "Find me after class. We need to talk. There's more you need to know about One for All." Izuku nodded subtly and then made his way over to the observation area with the others. He tried to pay close attention to his classmates as they ran the race, eager to see the way the others had improved over their internships, but his mind kept wandering. What more could All Might need to tell Izuku about their quirk? After class, Izuku caught Todoroki as they made their way to the locker room and slowed their pace so they could talk privately. All Might wants to talk to me about One for All. I don't know what he wants to say, but he sounded pretty serious. Do you want me to come with you? Todoroki offered. I don't know. I don't think All Might would like that. Izuku would like Todoroki there, but All Might's non-heroic form was still a secret. But if I need to, can I call you later to talk about it? I can wait for you before heading home. Are you sure? I don't want you to get in trouble, Izuku said. Todoroki nodded. Let me worry about Endeavor. I'll see you after your meeting. Decided, they hurried to the locker room. Not wanting to waste time, Izuku began to change, taking off his mouth guard and unzipping his suit before he'd even reached his locker. Despite his obvious hurry, Mineta got Izuku's attention after he'd removed his undershirt and tossed it in his locker. Hey, Midoriya. Mineta was practically vibrating with excitement. You won't believe what I just found. The jackpot. Someone Shawshanked a hole in this wall. A previous generation has given us a gift. You know what's next door, right? Izuku did know, and he was not about to let Mineta peep into the girls' locker room. Don't even think about it. Iida shouted. Mineta was already very graphically thinking about it, listing off what he'd like to see of the girls as he tried to get a good look through the hole in the wall. Izuku had heard more than enough, though, and grabbed the little pervert by the collar, pulling him away from the wall less than a second before Jairu's earphone jack would have stabbed him in the eye. As much as he would have deserved that, Jairu, it's illegal for non-licensed people to use their quirks to harm others without express permission from a supervisory hero. I'd hate for you to get in trouble, Izuku informed the girl, knowing that Jairu, and probably the other girls, could hear him. That being said, I won't be using my quirk. Izuku slammed Mineta into the wall and glared at him in disgust as the smaller boy sputtered, Hey, whoa, Midoriya, chill out. Come on, you've got to be kidding me. Mineta, I've made allowances for your comments up till now because you're a hormonal teenager and because, despite making the girls uncomfortable, you haven't physically done anything. Peeping into their locker room crosses that line. You seriously don't want to see what's on the other side? I thought you were cool. Izuku increased his pressure against Mineta's windpipe just enough to cut the boy off. No, I don't want to see what's on the other side of that wall. I don't care how attractive the girls are, consent is a thing, Mineta. He dropped the boy and stepped back toward his locker. Do anything like that again, and I'll petition to have you expelled. Open up a spot in the hero course for someone who doesn't need lessons in basic decency. Mineta went scurrying out of the locker room, hopefully to re-evaluate his life choices, but Izuku didn't particularly care so long as he never tried anything like that again. After the pervert had left, chatter slowly picked back up in the locker room, but Izuku didn't pay it any mind. He finished changing, slammed his locker shut, and left to go find All Might. Izuku used the walk from the locker room to the teacher's lounge to calm down. Whatever All Might wanted to say about One for All was bound to be important, and Izuku wanted to be able to focus wholly on the conversation ahead instead of what went down in the locker room. Mr. Aizawa was leaning against the wall outside the lounge as Izuku approached, and he straightened up once he got close. All Might thought you might have brought Todoroki with you. I wanted to, but All Might's probably out of time for the day. Todoroki doesn't know about his weakened form, so I told him not to come, Izuku explained. Do you know what this is about? No details, but now that you're here, we can ask him. Come on. Mr. Aizawa opened the door to the lounge and ushered Izuku inside before closing the door behind him. All Might was in his smaller form, like Izuku suspected he would be, waiting for them on the couch. He was hunched over, looking down at his hands as they entered. Izuku had never seen him look so weighed down before. He barely looked up as Izuku took the seat across from him and Mr. Aizawa settled by the bookshelf on the back wall. You went through a lot recently. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you, All Might said solemnly. No. You don't need to apologize for that. Izuku shook his head. But you mentioned One for All earlier? All Might sighed. I heard that the hero killer swallowed your blood in the attack. Why, Izuku honestly wasn't sure how much either of them knew about what happened, so he didn't go into details about how or what happened. His quirk allowed him to paralyze someone after tasting their blood. Is that what this is about? Do you remember how I gave you my power? What I said that day? All Might asked. Izuku saw Mr. Aizawa pp his head slightly in interest. They hadn't really covered the how in their explanation before, so Mr. Aizawa was probably curious. You told me to eat a strand of your hair. Izuku grimaced. He could still remember how gross it was swallowing that hair. Not that part. I told you the key was in my DNA. That's why you had to swallow the hair. All Might reminded him. A simple DNA transfer? Mr. Aizawa stood up straight, taking his hands from his pockets to cross his arms over his chest as he glared down balefully at the number 1 hero. Tell me there's more to it than that. The hero killer doesn't have one for all now, does he? Izuku panicked. No, he doesn't. All Might promised. I thought you might be worried about that, but I can see it didn't cross your mind. Turning slightly to Mr. Aizawa, All Might addressed them both as he continued. One for all can only be passed on if the holder intends for it to be. It's not something that can be taken by force, although it can be forcibly given. Mr. Aizawa rubbed his temples in agitation. That sounds like something you should have told him before now. Do you have any idea how many quirks out there that use someone's DNA? Not to mention all of the other ways DNA can be traded as part of everyday life. Yes, well, All Might coughed uncomfortably. It slipped my mind at the time. It's good to know I didn't give a serial killer my quirk. Izuku opted to not think about how many different ways he could accidentally give one for all to someone if circumstances had been different, and tried to get the conversation back on track. Was that all? No, All Might sighed heavily. The quirk you now have is unique, and you should know its origin. One for all was derived from another odd quirk, one that is very old. A quirk created a quirk? Izuku asked. All Might nodded. The name of that quirk is All for One. It allowed its user to take quirks from others. He could then keep the quirks for himself or give them to someone else. Horrified by the idea, Izuku hoped he misunderstood. He could steal powers? This was back when quirks were just starting to show up, before society had learned how to deal with newly powered among them. When quirks first appeared, suddenly it was impossible to say what it meant to be a normal person. Laws and human rights were hotly debated. Civilization's progress stalled. Society decayed, All Might said grimly. This part of quirk history is usually covered during your second year, but he's not wrong, Mr. Aizawa added. A sudden and fundamental shift in humanity's perception of what was human came with near cataclysmic consequences. If superpowers had never appeared, then humans would be taking interstellar holidays by this point, Izuku quoted. He couldn't recall the name of the scientist he'd heard that from, but All Might and Mr. Aizawa both nodded in agreement to his statement. During that chaotic PRD of change, there was one person who managed to rally many people together. He went by the name of his power, All for One. He stole quirks from others and then, with his overwhelming abilities, spread his influence across the country. He manipulated people to serve his purposes and committed evil acts with little resistance. In the blink of an eye, he became the leader of villains and ruled over Japan. Don't suppose that's covered in the textbook? Izuku glanced at his homeroom teacher. No, Mr. Aizawa replied. But there were always rumors of something like this. I've read them online, Izuku confirmed. I thought they were made up, though. It's the kind of shameful history people would rather ignore, All Might groused. How does this all tie together, though, and what about one for all? I said that All for One could give quirks to others, remember? He made people trust him or submit to his will by altering their abilities, but apparently there were many poor souls who couldn't bear the burden of the quirks they were given. They became like mindless living dolls, incapable of speaking. The Nomus, Mr. Aizawa realized and swore quietly under his breath. All Might continued. Meanwhile, some quirks actually evolved as they were passed on, some even combined with other power sets. This evil man had a quirkless younger brother. He was small and sickly, but he had a strong sense of justice. They couldn't have been more different. It pained the brother to see All for One's deeds, so he kept resisting him. And then, All for One transferred a quirk to his sibling, one that would allow him to stockpile power. Probably thought he could turn his brother to his cause, or that it would render him mindless, Mr. Aizawa guessed. Either way, it would remove an opponent from the board. Except the brother that everyone thought was quirkless wasn't. He had a useless power that only allowed him to pass on quirks. The stockpiling ability merged with the brother's natural quirk, and so one for all was created, All Might explained. There was a lot of information there, and Izuku furiously tried to process it all. An evil crime boss from the dawn of quirks had accidentally created One for All, the very same quirk now used by the symbol of peace, the number one hero, All Might. More alarming, though, was the implication of all for one's power. Stealing quirks and then forcing them on others, turning them into mindless drones. Mr. Aizawa was right. That sounded like the Nomu. If they came from All for One, then that would mean that somehow the man or the power had to still be around over 200 years later. Somehow. I've always found it ironic how justice so often spawns from evil, All Might mused. You'd better have a point beyond sharing irony, and it better not be the one I think you're getting at, Mr. Aizawa seethed. Izuku really hoped an appreciation for irony was all this was because the only other reason he could think of All Might sharing this shouldn't be possible. I get how One for All was created, but why tell us this now? The man responsible for this is long dead by now, right? He'd have to be. One who steals quirks has no limits. Anything is possible. There are quirks that halt aging. He probably has something like that. The symbol of evil seemed pretty much immortal. With the state of the world at the time and the huge difference in their combat abilities, the younger brother decided to entrust this new quirk to future generations. Even though he couldn't defeat All for One, he hoped One for All would continue to grow in power until it was strong enough to stop his older brother. Are the words informed consent even in your vocabulary? You passed on your quirk to a 15-year-old boy with no training, expecting him to carry on a legacy to defeat a 200-year-old supervillain with unlimited power without warning him. Mr. Aizawa's quirk had activated in his anger, and he looked about 2 seconds away from drop-kicking All Might out the nearby window. I thought I had defeated All for One 6 years ago. Young Midoriya was never going to have to. Except you didn't defeat him, did you? Mr. Aizawa snapped. He survived your fight and is now the brain behind the League of Villains, the same organization which is now targeting Midoriya. I wonder why that is. Izuku felt the blood drain from his face as he realized Mr. Aizawa was right. If All for One was behind the League and they were watching him specifically, it was likely that All for One had figured out, or at least suspected, that Izuku was the new holder of One for All. So, in addition to inheriting All Might's power, Izuku had inherited his nemesis too. Unexpected and terrifying, but All Might had legitimately thought the man was dead when he'd passed on One for All. Izuku couldn't fault him for that the same way Mr. Aizawa apparently could. Regardless of how he felt about it, though, it was done. If One for All's purpose was to end All for One, then the sooner Izuku accepted that, the sooner he could start preparing for it. First step, stop Mr. Aizawa from killing the symbol of peace. I'll do my best, Izuku shouted, causing both men to pause. Midoriya? I know I'm not ready. Izuku panicked briefly, realizing he'd cut off a teacher, but he forced his nerves down until his chest ached with it and kept going. I barely have control and I can't harness even a fraction of One for All's power, but I have 2 of the best mentors I could ask for, right? With you and All Might in my corner, I'll learn. I'll do whatever it takes. Both pros were quiet for a heartbeat before Mr. Aizawa left his aggressive approach in All Might's direction, dropping his quirk and capture weapon, shoulders slumping in resignation or defeat, to stand next to Izuku. He looked very tired in that moment. Lesson 1, he said, his hand landing in Izuku's curls as steely black eyes held Izuku's own determined green in an unwavering gaze. F Destiny. Bring backup. As promised, Shudo waited for Midoriya after classes were done. Midoriya hadn't specified how long his meeting with All Might would take, but that didn't matter. The more time away from that house, the better in Shudo's opinion. Passing time as he waited, Shudo read through a few chapters of his assigned reading in literature, but he was having difficulty focusing adequately. Giving in after rereading the same paragraph a few times, Shudo put the book away. His mind wasn't focused enough to work on homework. All Might could have asked Midoriya to talk at any time over the last few days. Why today? What changed? The only thing Shudo could think of was the exercise they'd done in heroics. The week spent at internships had obviously done more for some than others, but the biggest change had been Midoriya. The class had been surprised when Midoriya successfully used his quirk without breaking any bones, but Shudo had told All Might Midoriya's control had improved. Perhaps the way he was using it, then? If Shudo hadn't already seen it in Hosu, he might have been surprised by the sudden improvement. Had Midoriya reached some level of skill that All Might felt was somehow required? Trying to guess was pointless. Shudo relented. Midoriya would tell him when his meeting was over. Reminded of the exercise, however, Shudo's thoughts darkened as he recalled a potential problem that had arisen. Bakugo had been anything but thrilled with Midoriya's improvement, claiming Midoriya had stolen his moves, as if aerial acrobatics belonged to him. Shudo had almost called him out for his petty jealousy but ultimately held his tongue. Nothing got Bakugo riled up faster than Midoriya. If a fight started, Shudo wasn't sure he'd hold back. In a lot of ways, Bakugo reminded him of Endeavor. Flashy, hot anger that raged at any perceived threat to his own self-importance. For Endeavor, that was Shudo's failures. For Bakugo, it was Midoriya's successes. Midoriya's future promised a lot of successes. Shudo would have to keep an eye on Bakugo to make sure he never got close enough to burn Midoriya again. A text from his friend pulled him from his musings. The meeting was done. Shudo sent him a text telling him where to find him, and Midoriya was there moments later. Midoriya. Shudo noticed the tight lines of stress coiled in his friend's shoulders. He'd been anxious before the meeting, but this was something else, something heavier. What happened? Not here. Midoriya shook his head and kept walking, barely slowing down to open the door. Shudo matched his pace easily and swept concerned eyes over his friend. I know it's a lot to ask, but do you mind coming over? I would really rather explain everything in person, but if you have to get home, I understand. I told Fuyumi I'd be late getting home. It's fine, Shudo promised. There would be consequences if he was home too late, but he'd handle it. If Midoriya needed him, Shudo would take Endeavor's punishment. He was used to it and helping Midoriya was worth it. Midoriya relaxed a fraction and nodded but otherwise stayed silent. Something in Midoriya's posture set Shudo on alert. He was closed off, arms crossed close to his chest instead of loose at his sides, eyes carefully scanning their surroundings instead of on his feet or on Shudo, and his jaw was closed so tightly that Shudo could see the muscle twitch slightly as if he was forcing himself to remain silent. Shudo stayed close and kept a perceptive eye on everything around them. If there was a threat, as Midoriya seemed to be worried there might be, Shudo couldn't see it, but he trusted Midoriya enough to believe one might be present regardless. Midoriya noticed, of course he did, and shifted to stand just a little closer to Shudo as the train took them away from the school. Midoriya gave Shudo a slight nudge when they'd reached their stop, and the two of them disembarked in silence. The absence of Midoriya's normal muttering or conversation as they entered the sleepy neighborhood was glaring. There was no one around that Shudo could see, but the hypervigilance still did not abate. The boy was so silent for so long that when he did finally speak, Shudo nearly jumped. Mom! Midoriya called as he opened his front door, gesturing quietly to Shudo to enter behind him. I'm home, and I've got Todoroki with me. A short, plump woman rounded the corner in an instant, and Shudo had to blink a few times to make sure his vision hadn't somehow been affected. She looked so strikingly like Midoriya, Shudo briefly wondered if the boy wasn't simply a male clone raised to be her son. Good evening, Mrs. Midoriya. Thank you for allowing me into your home on short notice. Shudo bowed politely. Oh, Izuku, he's such a gentleman, Mrs. Midoriya whispered to her son, smiling. Mom, Midoriya groaned quietly, and Shudo wondered if he'd missed something in the exchange. It's wonderful to have you, Todoroki, said Mrs. Midoriya, welcoming him in, and the two boys followed her into the living room. Midoriya's apartment was small, but it felt more like a home than the cold, empty, cavernous rooms in his house. The couch wasn't something chosen for its aesthetic, but rather for its comfort. The TV was an older model and not very large, but it fit within the space. The walls held pictures of Midoriya and his mother through several years. Even a few pictures of what Shudo was surprised to see was a young Bakugo and Midoriya playing together. If Midoriya himself hadn't still been wound tight as a spring, Shudo probably would have said it was downright cozy. Todoroki and I are going to be talking about my quirk, so I'm going to put some music on. Just in case. Text when dinner's ready? Midoriya asked. Surprise covered Mrs. Midoriya's face for a moment before she nodded. Oh, of course. If you're sure? Todoroki's trustworthy. Don't worry, Mum. Midoriya smiled briefly. Well, alright. I trust you know what you're doing, Izuku. Midoriya waved for Shudo to follow him down the hall and led him to a door that had an All Might nameplate hanging cheerfully from a hook. Midoriya twitched slightly at the piece of decor and hesitated with his hand on the door handle. With a determined sigh, he pushed the door open and let Shudo inside. All Might was everywhere. Shudo had known that Midoriya was a fanboy, he'd even called himself a fanboy, but he still was not prepared for the vast collection that now stared at him from every angle. Posters, artwork, figurines, DVDs, books, bedspread, rug, alarm clock, even the light SW. Everything was All Might themed or emblazoned with the man's smiling face. Midoriya strode to the desk and pulled out the chair, throwing himself into it before doing something on the computer. Less than half a minute later, music filled the space, and Midoriya put his head in his hands. Opting to ignore the decor for the moment, Shudo closed the door behind him as he walked into the room. Midoriya? The boy pulled his head from his hands and sighed. You're free to sit on the bed, or the floor if you'd rather. There's a lot to go over. Shudo set his bag down by the door, and then sat on the end of the bed closest to the desk. Midoriya turned to face him, and Shudo gave him his full attention. All Might told me how One for All was created, Midoriya began. With the music on, he was almost too quiet to hear, so Shudo leaned closer, eager to hear whatever Midoriya had to say. Midoriya told him a story of two brothers from the dawn of Quirks, the evil that lingered, and the accidental creation of a quirk destined to put an end to the evil once and for all. The idea of a quirk that could steal quirks, a man amassing power for 2 centuries, was terrifying. How was anyone supposed to fight against that kind of power? Even with One for All, it sounded like an insurmountable task. All Might thought he'd succeeded 6 years ago, but the villain had survived and was now the brain behind the League of Villains. Which meant it was likely that Midoriya would have to be the one to take the villain down. It was a lot to take in. It was too much for any one person to be shouldered with, but that was the burden now on Midoriya's shoulders. Midoriya was adamant All Might had believed All for One to be dead before passing the quirk on, but Shudo didn't care about blame. All that mattered was that Midoriya, his only friend, was in danger. The thought sent a nasty, coiling fear in Shudo's stomach. When you fight him, Shudo was never one to fumble over his words once he chose to speak, but the worry for the green-haired boy in front of him was almost overwhelming. I will fight with you. If Midoriya was being targeted, and it seemed likely he was, then it might be impossible to avoid the so-called fated confrontation, as much as Shudo would prefer otherwise, but he was determined that Midoriya would not be fighting it alone. He's the most powerful supervillain to ever exist, with untold numbers of quirks in his arsenal. He could kill you as easily as look at you, and that's if he doesn't steal your quirk first. I can't ask that of you. Midoriya's eyes were conspicuously shiny. Shudo would not lie to himself and claim he wasn't terrified, but there were worse things in life than dying, and he'd risk a lot more to keep Midoriya safe. In the hospital, Midoriya had made a promise to Iida by offering his scarred fist for the other boy to lightly bump with his own. A show of camaraderie and support via shared connection. Shudo wanted to express the same now, to let Midoriya know he was with him in more than just words. Shudo brought his left hand up between them, calling forth a small flame long enough to catch Midoriya's attention before snuffing it out as he closed his hand into a fist. Holding out his fist as Midoriya had done to Iida, Shudo stated, "You're not asking. I'm with you, Midoriya." With a shaky smile, Midoriya looked fondly between Shudo and his offered fist before firmly pressing his own, scarred, crooked, unwavering, to Shudo's. "Thank you," he whispered. The contact lasted only a few seconds, but Shudo felt it linger on his skin. A memory or phantom touch that weighed heavy with meaning and promise as it simultaneously lifted something in Shudo's chest so high that breathing became difficult for a moment. He fought with uncooperative lungs, drawing breath into a chest that was suddenly too small, too full of something else. But thankfully the keen, too observant, green eyes were too busy looking elsewhere to witness his struggle. Shudo was pleased that Midoriya had accepted his promise, but the task presented before them was daunting. Knowing that Midoriya would accept his help really only settled a small measure of worry in Shudo's mind. Do you think the League knows you have one for all? Shudo wondered. It seems likely, Midoriya sighed. I don't know why else they'd target me, but I don't know how they would have found out either. Shudo considered it, but there were too many unknowns to form an educated guess. Ultimately though, it didn't matter. The result was the same. Midoriya was a target of the League for one reason or another. If they don't, you shouldn't tip them off. It's safer to continue under the assumption that they don't know, Shudo said. Then he sighed. He didn't like feeling this helpless. You're right, though I don't really know how I'd tip them off short of shouting the name of my quirk when I use it. You'd use the same moves as All Might, Shudo pointed out, recalling all the times Midoriya had yelled smash or some variation before using his quirk. Fair point. Midoriya's lip twitched slightly on a rueful smile. I'm sure Mr. Aizawa will try to break me of that habit, now that he's taking over part of my one-for-all training. That was news. He is. Midoriya nodded. He was there at the meeting today. He wasn't thrilled about the whole all-for-one thing, to say the least, but he's going to help how he can. That's good. Aizawa was one of the few adults that Shudo actually respected, maybe even trusted. The man had earned it after the USJ and helping Midoriya when his quirk had evolved suddenly. I almost interned with him, Midoriya admitted quietly. If Gran Torino hadn't put in an offer, I would have been with Mr. Aizawa instead and Iida would probably be dead. If Midoriya had been with Aizawa instead, they wouldn't have gone to Hosu, Midoriya wouldn't have been there to save Iida, and Stain would have killed him. Shudo could maybe tentatively call Iida his friend, but he was definitely one of Midoriya's friends. Losing Iida would have been devastating for Midoriya, and even the idea of it was causing the boy obvious distress. Iida is alive. You saved him, Shudo reminded him carefully. Thinking about what might have happened if things had been different is pointless. I know. Midoriya took a deep, shaky breath, and gave Shudo a wobbly smile. Sorry, I hadn't really considered that before. It just kinda snuck up on me. You don't have to apologize, Shudo told him. He'd had a few nightmares about showing up too late, stumbling into the alley only to find Midoriya and Iida already dead. Waking from that nightmare always left Shudo trembling for hours afterward. Midoriya's phone buzzed across his desk, drawing both of their attentions. Midoriya looked at the screen before locking it again. Dinner's ready. Shudo waited until Midoriya stood first and then followed him out of the room. He wasn't sure what he expected to see walking into the small dining area next to the equally small kitchen, but it wasn't Mrs. Midoriya wearing a frilly white apron setting bowls of cold soba on the table with a warm smile on her face. I hope you boys are hungry, she beamed. Izuku mentioned your favorite was cold soba, so I went ahead and whipped some up for dinner. I hope you like it. When did Midoriya tell her his food preferences? When did Midoriya know his food preferences? Thanks, Mom. Midoriya gave her a hug before sitting down, gesturing to Shudo to take the chair next to him. Silently, still a little confused, Shudo took the offered seat and the bowl in front of him. To his surprise, Midoriya began to eat before his mother had even sat down. Rather than scold him, yell, or get upset, Mrs. Midoriya smiled indulgently at her son before turning to him. Go ahead, let me know if it's any good, she encouraged. Usually, no one was allowed to eat until Endeavor had taken at least a few bites to confirm the food was acceptable. Shudo wasn't used to the Midoriya's dinner etiquette, but he found that he definitely preferred it. Shudo picked up the chopsticks next to his bowl and took a bite, taking the time to chew and swallow before he risked opening his mouth. It's delicious. Thank you, Mrs. Midoriya. Mrs. Midoriya clapped her hands happily and then finally took her own seat. I'm glad you like it. I've never made cold soba before, but I found a recipe that sounded delightful. It wasn't restaurant quality, but it was tasty, and Shudo appreciated that she went through the effort to learn a new recipe just for him. Sitting with Midoriya and his mother as they all ate cold soba at a tiny, somewhat cramped dining table was the most comfortable Shudo had been in a while. Dinners at Endeavor's home were silent, but it quickly became apparent that was not the case at Midoriya's. Mrs. Midoriya waited only long enough to take a few bites of her own dinner before starting a conversation. Anything interesting happen at school today? Foundational heroics was fun, Midoriya replied. We had a race through an industrial center. Midoriya won, Shudo added. His control over both his quirks has improved greatly since the sports festival. Mrs. Midoriya beamed at both of them, obviously proud of her son. Midoriya smiled as well, though his was reserved and directed at his bowl for some reason. Todoroki's made a lot of progress as well. The whole class has. Shudo almost commented on that, but he let it be. There was no need to call out certain students on their failings over a polite dinner. Seeing Midoriya haul Mineta up by his collar and slam the perverted boy into the wall after he'd been even more crass than usual had been surprisingly entertaining, but probably wasn't something that his mother needed to hear about. Actually, Midoriya continued, that reminds me. I spoke with All Might and Mr. Aizawa after class about my progress with One for All. Oh, I didn't know you told your homeroom teacher as well. Midoriya shrugged. I sorta had to, and I trust him anyway. He wants to give me extra lessons, to help me catch up to the others since they've all had their quirks for a decade. That's a good idea, Mrs. Midoriya agreed. I thought about getting you back into Quirk counseling when you told me about it, but the secrecy… Do you need me to sign something? No, Midoriya shook his head. I just wanted to let you know. It might involve getting home late occasionally. I don't really know how he wants to do it yet. I doubt it will be entirely straightforward, Shudo said. Aizawa isn't what I would call predictable. True, Midoriya mused. Plus he's got another student he's working with too. Really? Shudo was surprised. Midoriya's situation was unique. He didn't think Aizawa would normally take the time out of his schedule to personally train a student. Midoriya nodded excitedly. Apparently Shinso impressed him at the sports festival. Mr. Aizawa is helping him train to get into the hero course. Where do I know that name? Mrs. Midoriya murmured. Shudo thought the name was familiar as well, but he couldn't quite place it. He was my first match in the festival. That was it. Shudo still couldn't put a face to the name, but at least he knew where he'd heard it before. I didn't actually watch that match. I know you won, but I think Present Mike said it was close. It was, Midoriya confirmed. Shinso's quirk is amazing. It's really a shame he was put in Gen Ed. What is his quirk? They never announced it, Mrs. Midoriya asked. He can take control of someone if they respond to one of his questions, Midoriya explained. Just think of the possibilities. He could apprehend a villain with a single sentence, completely defuse a hostage situation, or calm a panicking civilian. What if he could use it to interrogate someone? It's so useful, and he really wants to be a hero. He deserves a shot. It was definitely powerful, and Midoriya was correct. It had the potential to be incredibly useful. A quirk like that could be used for a lot of less civilized things as well though. They were probably pretty lucky Shinso wanted to be a hero. He caught you with it? Shudo asked. He did. Ojiro warned me about how it worked. He'd fallen under Shinso's control during the cavalry battle, but Midoriya shrugged. I lost my cool. Shinso goaded me into a response, and then told me to walk out of the ring. But you didn't. He stopped at the last second, Mrs. Midoriya said. It was so close. I broke his control. It wasn't easy, and I don't think I'd have been able to do it without One for All. He definitely made it sound like no one had ever done it before. Powerful indeed, but Midoriya didn't seem to hold any ill will toward the other boy after his stint under his thrall. Is that going to be a problem? Mrs. Midoriya asked. A power like that? I know you said he wants to be a hero, but… No. Shinso's a good person. He might be curious how I broke his control, but he wouldn't use his quirk like that. Shudo knew Midoriya was very trusting, not to mention forgiving when it came to slights and harsh treatment directed towards himself, but he'd also proven to be unwilling to put up with reprehensible behavior directed toward others. If Midoriya thought Shinso deserved to be a hero, then Shudo would reserve judgment until he could see for himself, but he would not allow Midoriya's trust to be abused. He had promised to watch out for him after all. Izuku was looking forward to his first training session with Mr. Aizawa. He didn't know what to expect, so he tried not to speculate too much, but it was difficult to keep his mind from guessing all day. When the bell finally rang calling the school day to a close, Izuku bade his friends a cheerful farewell and raced off to the gym Mr. Aizawa had directed him to meet. After changing into his gym clothes, Izuku jogged into the gym, eager to begin. To his surprise, Shinso was already there, stretching on the sparring mat. When his lavender eyes spotted Izuku, he froze, apprehensive. "Hi, Shinso." Izuku waved. He was pleased to see the other boy. After their fight at the sports festival, Izuku had wanted to get to know him more, hopefully become friends. His story was a lot like Izuku's, bullied and judged for his quirk, desperate to be a hero despite the constant doubt and derision. Izuku wanted to show him that there were people out there that believed he could do it. He knew how much that could mean. Midoriya, Shinso slowly straightened up from his stretch, eyes never leaving Izuku. "This space is reserved. I asked Midoriya to join us." Mr. Aizawa arrived, form practically coalescing from the shadows. Izuku held his tongue, but he really wanted to know how he'd done that. Shinso's expression was fairly blank, but Izuku had gotten pretty good at reading small signs from Todoroki and Mr. Aizawa. The other boy was less than thrilled at Mr. Aizawa's announcement. "Working together offers the two of you the opportunity to train vitally important skills in a way that would be harder working individually," Mr. Aizawa stated, giving Shinso a look. The other boy's shoulders dropped slightly and he nodded in reluctant acquiescence, getting to his feet. "You have to know why I'm here, Midoriya. You really okay with me joining your class? Even if that means someone else has to leave?" Izuku thought briefly of his recent confrontation with Mineta and nodded decisively. "Absolutely." That seemed to surprise Shinso, and he gave Izuku another once-over. "You got a grudge or something? That Todoroki kid that kicked you out of the festival?" Izuku shook his head, horrified at the idea. "No, of course not. Todoroki is a good person and is going to be a great hero." "Enough." Mr. Aizawa cut off whatever Shinso was about to say next. "Yes, Mr. Aizawa," Izuku and Shinso said, snapping to attention. "Before we begin, Midoriya," Mr. Aizawa pinned Izuku with a serious expression. "Until Shinso's transfer into the hero course is approved, you aren't to discuss these training sessions with anyone in your class or anywhere they might overhear." "Understood." Izuku immediately felt cold shame freeze his chest. He hadn't even thought about it, but it made sense that it would be a secret. As Shinso had told them before the sports festival, in order to move up to the hero course, someone else would have to be moved out. It could cause resentment or other issues among his classmates if they knew that Mr. Aizawa was actively training someone to replace one of them. "I'm sorry, Mr. Aizawa, Shinso, I should have realized it would be a secret." Izuku bowed low, keeping his eyes downcast as he confessed, "I told Todoroki about training with you to get a better handle on my quirk, and that Shinso would be training to join the hero course. He wouldn't have told anyone else, but I can tell him not to." "I understand if you've changed your mind." "Midoriya," Mr. Aizawa interrupted. "You're not a mind reader. I should have expressed the need for discretion when I offered to have you join us. As it is, I shouldn't be surprised you've told Todoroki." Izuku risked a glance to see his teacher regarding him. He didn't look mad or disappointed, just resigned. Cautiously, Izuku straightened up. "I really don't think he'll tell anyone, but I'll text him to be sure. Better safe than sorry. Please make sure he knows not to spread the information around." "No grudge then, I take it," Shinso grumbled. "You two beat the CRP out of each other and suddenly you're BFFs. That how you hero course kids make friends?" Izuku grinned, unable to refute Shinso's frank assessment, as he shot a quick text to Todoroki. "Seemed to work. Unbelievable." Shinso rolled his eyes. It was only a few moments before Todoroki replied that he wouldn't tell anyone, and Izuku held up his phone to show both Shinso and Mr. Aizawa that he'd received confirmation. Satisfied, his teacher nodded his head, and Izuku put his phone back in his pocket. "For today, the two of you are going to spar. Get your opponent to yield or go out of bounds, try not to render the other unconscious. Shinso, keep what you've learned so far in mind, and watch Midoriya for openings to take advantage of. Midoriya, I'll be testing your situational awareness, so keep your eyes open." Izuku caught what Mr. Aizawa couldn't outright say and activated 360 Veil as he moved to the sparring mat. Can I brainwash him? Shinso asked. Mr. Aizawa looked to Izuku, eyebrow raised in question. Izuku smiled. He can try. Shinso grinned, eerily similar to Mr. Aizawa's own disconcerting smile. Which would you prefer? I'm a little teapot or the funky chicken? I feel like I deserve a little entertainment. Shinso had crossed into the bounds of the sparring mat as he asked his question, so Izuku carefully kept his mouth shut. He'd also completely lost track of where Mr. Aizawa had gone, unable to see him anywhere in his extended field of vision. Facing Shinso on the mat, Izuku dropped into a ready stance. The other boy copied him, apparently unconcerned that his opening gambit had failed. So, Shinso started as he rushed forward to attack. If it's not Todoroki, who are you looking to boot from your class? Izuku dodged under his swing and sent a jab at his side in retaliation. Shinso took the hit with a grunt, but didn't back off or go down, coming back with an elbow at Izuku's jaw. Izuku caught the offending joint before it could connect and pushed Shinso back. Off balance, the boy took a few rapid steps back before catching himself. Come on, Midoriya, you have to have someone in mind. You answered just a little too quickly before. Shall we go through the roster? Movement from behind, just a quick shift of light, but Izuku caught it. He kept a closer watch on that area as he blocked Shinso's next attack. It was hard to focus on it while keeping up with Shinso's assault, though. How about Uraraka? She was on your cavalry team, and then she wiped out in her first fight. Was she just coasting on your success to get into the finals? Izuku clenched his teeth. He didn't particularly want to listen to Shinso's inflammatory commentary on his classmates, but he also knew that was just how Shinso fought. He had to get a response in order to utilize his quirk, and invoking outrage was an easy method and had already proven effective on Izuku in the past. Speaking of being handed victory, Shinso spat as he feinted left and then landed a hit to Izuku's diaphragm with his right knee, temporarily knocking the breath from Izuku's lungs. Iida didn't exactly make a good showing in that first round either. He's from a hero family, right? Think they're proud of his 10-minute stint as an infomercial? Shinso had gotten close, careless, while Izuku fought for air, so he wasn't ready for Izuku's solid punch to his jaw. Despite knowing that Shinso was just looking for a reaction, that he probably didn't mean what he was saying, the remark about Iida's family crossed a line. It took all of Izuku's willpower to keep silent. Before he could follow up his punch with another, Mr. Aizawa finally struck, slinging his capture weapon out from directly behind Izuku. He only just noticed in time and sidestepped out of the way, but it allowed Shinso time to recoup and come back swinging. No, you're right. That was insensitive. Forgive me? Shinso managed to get Izuku in an arm lock while he was recovering from his distraction, but the hold was inexperienced and sloppy. Izuku pulled free and threw Shinso over his hip. The brainwasher didn't land out of bounds and was surprisingly quick to get back on his feet. Izuku suspected he'd practiced that a lot recently. Shinso chuckled as he stood up. Take that as a no. So, if it's not Todoroki, Uraraka, or Iida, maybe someone who didn't make the final round? Or should I look closer to the top? Looking to remove the competition, Midoriya? The lavender-haired teen popped his neck before dropping back into a defensive stance. His eyes darkened and his previously casual expression morphed into something threatening. You one of those people who thought putting a muzzle on a high schooler was a good idea? Kaken's treatment during the award ceremony was still an unpleasant but vivid reminder of how even an institution Izuku admired like UA made mistakes. Izuku's stomach churned every time he thought about it. The accusation that Izuku would approve of his childhood friend being chained and muzzled stung, but he took solace in the knowledge that Shinso evidently found the whole thing as disgusting as he did. Ruminating on the awards ceremony was a bad idea. He'd gotten a little lost in his head and missed as Mr. Aizawa moved somewhere behind him until the capture weapon was already around his ankle. He got a fraction of a second of resignation before his leg was pulled out from under him. The capture weapon released him right away, and Izuku was able to recover quickly by falling into a forward handspring, taking him closer to Shinso in the process. Rather than let Shinso continue to set the pace, Izuku went on the offensive and launched himself at the other team. Izuku was a little impressed when Shinso managed to block or deflect most of his attacks. He'd definitely improved since the sports festival, but he managed to hook his foot behind Shinso's and shove him off balance, following him to the mat to get him in a chokehold. Unfortunately, doing so meant he lost sight of most of what was behind him. Mr. Aizawa's capture weapon snapped around his waist and hauled him up and off of Shinso, depositing him on the other side of the sparring ring. Shinso was on him in the next breath, putting Izuku in the same chokehold he'd attempted moments before. This time, the hold was more secure, and Izuku wasn't able to easily break free. "You're heavier than you look," Shinso grunted, struggling to keep Izuku in the hold. Having a strength-augmenting quirk wasn't enough? You had to be built like a brick shithouse too? Izuku caught sight of Mr. Aizawa to his right, readying his capture weapon again, and rolled out of the way. Shinso still had him in his hold, so he went with Izuku as he dodged. Izuku's sudden weight slamming him into the mat was enough to loosen Shinso's grip, and Izuku pushed himself back onto his feet while Shinso wheezed slightly from the impact. While Izuku would normally be inclined to let his opponent catch their breath in a practice spar like this, he was getting tired of Shinso's taunts. It was a good strategy, Izuku could and would recognize that, but keeping quiet was costing him more mental focus than he could afford to maintain. He decided to end it instead. Shinso grunted in surprise when Izuku grabbed him by the collar, and his hands flew to Izuku's wrists in an effort to force him to release his hold, but Izuku refused to let go. Instead, he hauled Shinso up. He weighed quite a bit more than Mineta, but nowhere near Izuku's limit, and threw him over the boundary line. Mr. Aizawa strolled over to Shinso and offered him a hand up. "Not bad. You hesitate to press your advantage while you're waiting for your target to respond. So, right, I'll work on that." Shinso rubbed his shoulder, rolling it slowly to ease the ache from landing on. "Midoriya, you lose focus when your emotions get the better of you. No matter what your opponent says, you need to pay attention to your surroundings," his teacher criticized bluntly. Izuku nodded. "Understood, sir. Grab some water and we'll move on." Izuku and Shinso complied silently, fetching their water bottles. It offered Izuku a moment to talk to Shinso, which he took gratefully. "No," Izuku stated quietly. At Shinso's look of confusion, he elaborated. "I don't agree with what they did. No one deserves what they did to him." Shinso's shoulders dropped a fraction and he looked down at his water bottle rather than at Izuku. "You would be in the minority, then? I think there's more of us than you think." I know all of 1A was appalled, and Mr. Aizawa too. Kirishima said it was some suit's decision. He was there when Kaken woke up, but he didn't recognize them. Probably school board or hero commission, Shinso guessed. It had been pretty obvious how Shinso felt about what happened to Kaken, but Izuku was curious about the rest of it. He wanted to know, and Shinso was responding, so he took a chance. "Did you mean it? What you said about Uraraka and Iida?" "No," Shinso admitted. "For what it's worth, I am sorry for what I said, particularly about Iida." "You're forgiven." Izuku smiled. "I know you have to get a response, so I figured, or hoped, I guess, that you didn't actually mean any of it." "Oh, I meant some of it," Shinso smirked. "You really are heavy as hell." Izuku laughed and shrugged apologetically. "When you're both ready," Mr. Aizawa called. Obediently, Izuku and Shinso made their way back to their teacher. Izuku noticed that Mr. Aizawa had another capture weapon in his hands like the one around his neck, and he gave it to Shinso as the boy approached. "You're reliably hitting a stationary target. Time to try a moving one." Izuku was jealous. Mr. Aizawa's capture weapon was so cool. Shinso was apparently more than just a hero course hopeful. He was Mr. Aizawa's protege. Izuku was happy for the other boy, but he would love to give the iconic support item a try himself. "Midoriya, use full cowling to avoid getting caught. Let's see how long you can keep it going and stay free." The next half hour found Izuku zipping around the gym as Shinso and Mr. Aizawa tried to snag him with their capture weapons. It was more fun than Izuku expected it to be, even though he was caught more often than he would have liked, mostly by Mr. Aizawa, but Shinso did get him once, and he was pleased that he didn't have to drop his hold on full cowling at all. It was tiring though, and he was on his back, breathing when Mr. Aizawa finally called a stop. "That's enough for today," Mr. Aizawa announced. annoyingly calm and not at all out of breath. Cool down stretches and then go home. With a groan, Izuku dragged himself up off the ground and began to stretch as instructed. Shinso handed his capture weapon over to Mr. Aizawa as the man left before joining Izuku. Over your bone-breaking phase, I see, Shinso remarked. Thankfully, Mr. Aizawa said you needed help with your quirk, more than you would get just from class, but you seem to be doing just fine to me. Guarded violet eyes assessed him coolly as they stretched. So why are you really here? Izuku chewed his lip as he thought about what to say. He liked Shinso, thought he had the potential to be an amazing hero, but he didn't know him. He couldn't tell him the truth. Staying silent wasn't an option either though. It's complicated. Izuku forced his breathing to stay steady as he fought his nerves. He didn't know how much he could safely tell Shinso, but just as important was to not hold too much back either. If he ever wanted Shinso to trust him, to be friends, he had to tell him something. Complicated? Shinso scoffed. Just another way to say mind my own business? No, Shinso. Izuku nearly reached for the other boy but decided that would probably be a bad idea. It really is complicated, but I want to tell you. You deserve to know why I co-opted your training with Mr. Aizawa. So tell me. Sighing, Izuku let go of his stretch and faced the taller boy. Can you keep a secret? Of the two of us, I think I have the better track record on that front. Izuku winced. Okay, I deserve that. I'm sorry again for telling Todoroki. I don't care, Midoriya. Shinso rolled his eyes. I told your whole class that I was coming for their spot in the hero course already. It's their own fault if they can't keep their seat, and I don't care what they think of me. I'm not here to make friends. Izuku smiled, reminded of Todoroki's similar declaration. It hadn't lasted long. He schooled his features quickly, returning his attention to Shinso. Regardless, I still shouldn't have. Whatever. Shinso dismissed his apology. So what's the secret? The strength augmentation isn't my only quirk, Izuku said. Shinso crossed his arms over his chest. So the golden boy has 2 heroic quirks. Of course he does. Izuku frowned and shook his head. My first quirk wasn't really suited to heroics, wasn't really suited to anything other than causing insomnia, but I still wanted to be a hero. So, my last year of middle school I started training. I figured I couldn't use my quirk to be a hero, but if I got strong enough, it wouldn't matter. It was technically true, though the blatant lie of omission tasted bitter on his tongue. The strength augmentation is new. I didn't know I had it until pretty recently. How recently? The entrance exam. Izuku shrugged haplessly. Caught me a bit off guard. No sheet. Shinso ran his hand over his face. So you've only had a few months with your strength quirk? When I finally told Mr. Aizawa, he insisted on extra training for both quirks, so here I am. What's the other quirk? I can see with my eyes closed, or Izuku rubbed the back of his neck anxiously. I thought that's what it was. It's more that I can see through things that are in direct contact, like my eyelids, and walls if I press my face up against them, and Izuku hesitated, but he'd already gone this far, so he took a breath and continued, and more recently I can see through my whole head, I guess. Full 360 view. It takes some getting used to. Shinso just stared at him. Please don't tell anyone? Yeah, sure, he agreed quietly, finally looking away. Hey, thanks for telling me. For what it's worth, Izuku smiled softly, I really do hope you join 1A. You're going to make a great hero. Shinso stared at him again before shaking his head and turning to leave. He tossed, later, Midoriya, over his shoulder as he left, but Izuku felt good, hopeful. The antagonism he'd carried at the sports festival and at the beginning of their training was gone. It was progress. Training with Mr. Aizawa and Shinso became routine. 3 days a week, after classes were over, Izuku would make his way over to whichever gym Mr. Aizawa had reserved that day and spend an hour training. Sparring with Shinso while dodging Mr. Aizawa's capture weapon and Shinso's quirk was common. Other times it would be Izuku and Shinso against Mr. Aizawa. They always included a cat-and-mouse game to help Shinso train with the capture weapon and Izuku train with 360 veil and full cowling. After the first week of this, Mr. Aizawa added something new. I'd like the two of you to try something for the next couple of weeks, Mr. Aizawa announced as Shinso and Izuku went through their cool-down stretches. Shinso, I want you to practice stealth training during the day. When you're at UA and not in class, I want you to find Midoriya, tail him, but don't let him catch you. Midoriya, you need to work on your situational awareness while distracted. Keep an eye out for Shinso as you go about your day. Make eye contact if you spot him. Shinso, if Midoriya catches you, back off and try again later. See how long you can tail him without getting caught. The two of them regarded each other warily. Izuku was up for it, thought it was a clever idea, but he was nervous about how successful he'd be. Even with 360 veil, spotting someone in a crowd could be difficult. At least Shinso was tall. Spotting his lavender hair above the masses might not be too hard. Monday morning, Izuku practiced a few breathing exercises as he made his way to homeroom. Keeping 360 veil active in a crowd was chaotic, to say the least. He'd arrived at UA a little earlier than normal to give Shinso an opportunity to find him without making himself late to 1CS homeroom, but the mass of bodies in the hallway was a lot more densely packed than Izuku was used to seeing minutes before the bell. Midoriya. Good morning. Iida's voice nearly made Izuku jump. He'd completely missed his own friend's boisterous presence in the crowd. How was he supposed to spot Shinso? Good morning, Iida, Izuku smiled. Have a good weekend? I did, thank you. I trust your own was pleasant? Iida fell in step with Izuku as they made their way to homeroom. No complaints, Izuku agreed. Keeping Iida at his side was a relief. His taller, broad frame managed to block a decent portion of Izuku's vision, and it helped him relax. Though, of course, it meant Shinso could more easily sneak up on him if he realized Izuku's disadvantage. You're here rather early, I don't normally see you until just before morning bell, Iida observed, cutting through Izuku's musings. Izuku fought his natural reaction to duck his head, unwilling to lose focus on what he could still see. Instead, he shrugged. Midterms are coming. I thought I'd get a little more studying done before homeroom. An excellent idea. Iida agreed, characteristic hand gestures emphasizing his statement further. It's important for a hero student to take their academics seriously. Izuku made a quiet noise of agreement, but Iida didn't need a verbal response to shoot Izuku a proud look. Sometimes the seriousness with which Iida took school was a little much, but Izuku respected him for his determination to always do his best in every aspect of his life. Besides, it wasn't like Izuku was a slouch academically either. Midterms were on a fast-approaching horizon, and Izuku fully intended to study as soon as he got to homeroom, just as he'd said. They reached the door for 1A without Izuku spotting Shinso. Whether that was because the boy hadn't followed him that morning or because Izuku failed to spot him, he didn't know. Deciding not to worry about it, Izuku turned 360 veil off as he sat at his desk and pulled out his notes to start studying. The teachers also seemed to be in the mindset of midterms. Study guides and revision schedules were floated as heavily weighted suggestions that had half the class frantic. Izuku wasn't too worried, but he'd always been diligent in his studies. The same could not be said for Uraraka, apparently, and his friend bemoaned the possibility of failure on their way to lunch. Izuku was flanked by Iida and Todoroki as Uraraka walked backward in front of them on the way to the cafeteria. Once again, Izuku had 360 veil up, but now with 3 blocked avenues of approach, he worried that he would miss Shinso's presence. Mr. Aizawa said he needed to work on his awareness even while distracted. Which subjects are you the most worried about? Izuku asked, trying to keep up with Uraraka's conversation while keeping an eye out for Shinso. My English isn't the best, Uraraka confessed grumpily. And history? And law and ethics? Izuku chuckled quietly. So just the courses that involve a lot of reading? It's so boring. Uraraka complained, throwing her hands in the air. I'm fluent in English, Todoroki stated. I could help you study. Me too. Izuku added. Really? Uraraka looked touched and reached out and grabbed Izuku's and Todoroki's wrists in a 4-finger grip. You do that? Todoroki looked surprised at the contact but didn't pull away. Izuku nodded in response to Uraraka's question. Teaching someone is the best way to solidify concepts for yourself. That's true, Iida mused. In that case, it would be my pleasure to assist you with laws and ethics, Uraraka? With a delighted cheer, Uraraka released Izuku and Todoroki and bounced over to Iida. Thank you, thank you. They made it to the line for lunch without Izuku catching sight of Shinso, but he started to feel as though he was being watched somehow anyway. Curious, he tuned Uraraka and Iida out and tried to really focus on everyone around him. The cafeteria was crowded, which made it harder, but Izuku finally caught sight of a head of purple hair standing nonchalantly by one of the far tables. Izuku turned his head and caught Shinso's eye from across the room, and the other boy saluted him sarcastically before sliding down into his chair, unconcerned. Mission accomplished, Izuku turned his attention back to his friends and his lunch. Iida and Uraraka were discussing days to meet up for their study session, so Izuku offered his own input. He wouldn't be able to meet any of the days that he had training after school with Mr. Aizawa, but without being able to tell them why he felt a little bad. Thankfully, they didn't ask for specifics, just took him at his word that he had other obligations and came up with another day that fit in his schedule. It was nice to have friends. To his surprise, Todoroki met Izuku at the gates the next day. Hey, Todoroki. Izuku waved, happy to see his friend despite his surprise. Were you not waiting for me? Iida mentioned you came to school early yesterday to study, Todoroki said as he fell into step with Izuku. So you decided to join me? Was that wrong? Todoroki asked nervously. I could leave. No. Izuku hurried to assuage Todoroki's concern. It's completely fine, great even. I just wasn't expecting it. Okay. Todoroki relaxed. As much as he'd like to give Todoroki his full focus, Izuku turned 360 veil on and started keeping an eye out for Shinso. Yesterday he hadn't seen Shinso until lunch, and even that seemed to have been deliberate on Shinso's part. He certainly hadn't been subtle and didn't look upset at being caught. Izuku worried that meant he'd been successfully tailing him for a while and had finally thrown him a bone. He was determined to do better today. Are you worried about midterms? Izuku thought about it for a moment but shook his head. Not particularly. If I take my time in math, I should be able to avoid making mistakes, but I understand the material well enough. How about you? I'm prepared as well, Todoroki said. A small wrinkling between his brows appeared before he voiced his thoughts. I've never studied in a group before. Offering to help Uraraka was impulsive. I'm not sure why I did it. She's your friend. You wanted to help her out. Izuku smiled. Is she? Todoroki seemed surprised but quickly schooled his features again. I didn't realize. You've been sitting with us at lunch since the sports festival, Izuku pointed out. I've been sitting with you, Todoroki stated, and Izuku felt. Heat rushed to his cheeks. Ignoring his blush, or maybe it wasn't so bad and he didn't notice, Todoroki continued, I thought they tolerated my presence for your sake. They don't just tolerate you, Todoroki. They like you for you, Izuku corrected gently. He tried not to frown as he asked, do you only tolerate them for my sake? No, Todoroki replied. I believe I also enjoy their company. Not as much as I enjoy yours, though. Is that normal? Am I still their friend if I prefer your company over theirs? Izuku was definitely blushing now. He forced his voice to stay steady as he answered Todoroki's question. It's okay to be closer to some of your friends than others. It means you consider me your best friend, whereas you're just friends with Iida and Uraraka? I see, Todoroki mused. Thank you for clarifying that for me. No problem. Do you mind if I ask you another question? Go for it. Why are you using 360 veil? Todoroki's question made Izuku stop in surprise and the other teen moved to stand in front of him, mismatched eyes curious as he waited for Izuku to say something. How did you know I had it on? Izuku asked. I wasn't sure until you confirmed it just now, but you haven't looked at me as we've been talking. I noticed you had the same problem when your quirk first manifested this aspect. You forget you aren't facing whoever you're talking to? Gods. Todoroki was observant, and Izuku was an idiot. Of course he was right. Izuku hadn't turned his head that whole conversation. He must have looked like a moron. I'm so sorry, Izuku apologized. He lowered his voice as he explained. It's part of the training I'm doing with Mr. Aizawa and Shinso. I'm supposed to improve my situational awareness while I'm distracted, to see if I can spot Shinso as he tries to tail me on campus. Now I think I need to do it just to practice facing whoever I'm talking to. Would you like me to remind you if I think you're forgetting? Todoroki offered. Yes, please. Izuku nodded gratefully. They resumed their trek to homeroom and Izuku made sure to face Todoroki and Iida when he joined them. Once again, Izuku arrived at the door to 1A without seeing Shinso. He'd have to ask him how long he managed to remain unseen at training after class. The walk to the cafeteria was much like the day before, flanked on either side by Iida and Todoroki while Uraraka walked ahead, and Izuku lamented the reduced visibility. He knew this was all part of the training, to be able to keep a keen awareness of his surroundings even when distracted, but it was frustrating. Midoriya, Uraraka squinted her eyes and practically leaned into Iida's space as she peered over his shoulder. I think that Gen Ed kid, Shinso, is following us. And glaring? But that could just be his face. Again. Iida frowned. I noticed him yesterday, but since he didn't approach I let it go. Izuku slowed his steps until he could see the area Iida had previously been blocking. Indeed, Shinso was there. Izuku turned and caught his eye with a wave. Shinso just rolled his eyes and slipped away, melding into the flow of foot traffic heading toward the cafeteria. It's fine, Izuku promised, turning back to his friends. You might see him again, but don't let it bother you. It's really okay. Why is he following you though? Uraraka asked. Izuku floundered for an excuse that wouldn't reveal that they were training together. Well? Midoriya invited him to sit with us. Todoroki lied smoothly. I think he's cautious about hero students, though. He might expect more of us to be like Bakugo. Well, that's silly. Uraraka pouted. He should just come sit with us and see for himself. I agree, Iida said. Besides, it isn't polite to follow someone. Izuku shrugged with a smile. I understand his caution. He hasn't had the best experience with people in the past judging him for his quirk. Oh, right. Uraraka tapped her chin with a finger as she thought. It's kinda creepy when you first think about it, but it does sound super useful too. Not that I think he'd use it on us or anything. He wants to be a hero, does he not? I do not believe we would have any reason to be concerned about him using his quirk, Iida declared. So, if I were to get him to agree, you guys would be okay with him sitting with us? Izuku asked hopefully. You bet. Uraraka smiled. It's always nice to make new friends. Iida nodded. I think it would be good for Shinso to see that not all of us are as ill-tempered as Bakugo. Izuku let out a relieved sigh and shot Todoroki a quiet, thank you, for covering for him. If it ended with Shinso sharing their lunch table, even better. After class, Izuku found himself walking with Shinso the last few meters to the gym. The lavender-haired boy didn't say anything as he fell into silent step with Izuku, so Izuku didn't either. He opened the door for Shinso and followed the boy inside. Midoriya cheated, Shinso drawled as soon as he caught sight of Mr. Aizawa. What? No, I didn't. Izuku protested, surprised by the sudden accusation. His friend saw me, pointed me out. Do you expect every target you track will always be alone? Mr. Aizawa asked. Stealth takes all possible avenues of discovery into account, Shinso. Shinso stuffed his hands in his pockets and frowned down at the floor, clearly less than pleased by his teacher's unsympathetic response. And Midoriya, Mr. Aizawa added. Utilizing assistance is a good thing, but the goal of the training was to increase your situational awareness. Try to catch him on your own next time. Yes, sir. Nervously, Izuku looked at Shinso. How long were you following me? I only saw you at lunch yesterday, and I think you did that on purpose. Yesterday, almost as soon as you left the classroom for lunch. Today, as soon as you got inside this morning. Your friends caught me after a few minutes of me following you during lunch. Not bad, Mr. Aizawa assessed blandly. Keep it up, both of you. They started training as usual after a few warm-ups with Shinso and Izuku teaming up to take on Mr. Aizawa. Izuku liked this setup because it meant he could use full cowling. He trusted Mr. Aizawa was able to take a hit at 5% one for all better than Shinso could, and by constantly having his quirk erased, he practiced being able to call up the power more quickly until it was almost as easy as breathing. Izuku and Shinso had yet to successfully take Mr. Aizawa down during any of their team spars, and today was no different. He felt like they were getting closer though, And he definitely learned something every time, so he wasn't going to complain. After sparring, they moved on to capture weapon training. Shinso was getting better, but improvement was slow. Shinso got frustrated on occasion, and he really didn't like it the one and only time Izuku let himself get caught, but no matter how many times he missed, he still kept trying. He was easily as determined as anyone in Izuku's class. At the end of the session, Izuku caught Shinso before the other boy could leave. "You should eat lunch with us." "What?" Shinso looked at him as if he'd spouted complete gibberish. "Lunch. You should sit with me and Todoroki, Uraraka, and Iida," Izuku said again. "You don't have to, obviously, but I wanted to offer. When Uraraka caught you following me, she wanted to know why. I couldn't tell her about training, but I couldn't think of another reason. Todoroki said it was because I'd asked you to sit with us at lunch, but you didn't know us. So you were hesitant. It was a good cover, but it made me realize that I would actually like it if you sat with us. The others are good with it too, so you don't need to be worried about imposing or anything. I told you, I'm not here to make friends. As much as you don't like it, any one of your buddies could be on the chopping block if I make it into the hero course." "When you make it into the hero course," Izuku corrected. Shinso sighed and shot him an exasperated look. "How well do you think that'll go if I take one of their seats after sitting with you? The hero course is by nature competitive. Even within the class, we're always competing for the top spots, but just because we're competing doesn't mean we can't also be friends. If you do take one of their seats, it'll be because you earned it, and they'll respect that," Izuku said earnestly. "You really believe that?" "I do," Izuku replied. Shinso stared at him. Izuku was sure he was debating the pros and cons of trusting Izuku at his word. He'd done it in middle school whenever a supposed olive branch had been offered. For Izuku, those olive branches had always inevitably been traps, but he was genuine with Shinso. He hoped the other teen was able to recognize that. "I'll think about it," Shinso settled on eventually. Izuku shot him 2 thumbs up and a smile which had Shinso rolling his eyes and wandering off, his customary, later, Midoriya, and wave just as dry as ever. A subtle shift in air pressure over his shoulder had Izuku turning 360 veil on to check who was there, Mr. Aizawa, before turning it back off. "You think he'll accept?" Izuku asked, absolutely sure Mr. Aizawa was aware of their conversation. Eventually, his teacher agreed. "Don't give up on him." "I won't," Izuku promised. Mr. Aizawa's hand landed on Izuku's head and ruffled his hair briefly before his teacher gave him a gentle push toward the door. "Go home." The train ride home was quiet and mostly empty given the hour. Izuku watched the city zip by in silence as his mind drifted in the dark. Somewhere out there, forces of evil more powerful than Izuku could comprehend were gathering, planning, waiting. A storm of apocalyptic proportions lingered behind the calm night. Izuku couldn't fight a storm, couldn't harness the power necessary to change the weather with a single punch. Sometimes the fear swept him up in a tide so sudden and so strong that he worried he'd never claw his way back to the surface, never take a proper breath again. His phone chimed, loud in the hush, startling him. It chimed a second time before Izuku could fish it out of his pocket. Uraraka was asking for help with homework in the group chat. Izuku hadn't started on it yet because of training, but Todoroki had responded. As Izuku watched, Uraraka and Todoroki were eventually joined by Iida as well, and the 3 of them discussed the homework until Uraraka felt like she understood it and thanked them with an emoji. The conversation devolved from there as it was Todoroki and Iida's turn to profess confusion, and Uraraka schooled them in emoji etiquette. The whole thing had Izuku stifling his laughter into his sleeve in an effort to keep from disturbing the few passengers sharing the train car as tears streamed down his face. Stepping off the train at his stop, Izuku took a moment to catch his breath and let his friend's conversation carry him all the way home. Despite the lingering threat of all for one and the league, school, and life in general, settled into a steady normality that Izuku hadn't expected after the eventful start to the semester. Before he knew it, midterms had come and gone, and the student's academic standing was officially declared. Izuku was pleased with 4th, but he suspected Uraraka was less happy about 10th. She told them at lunch that the extra studying had definitely helped, but a week of cramming wasn't going to completely make up for a couple months of poor study habits. Their regular table at lunch expanded as Tsu joined them, but Shinso still stayed on the fringes. Whenever Izuku caught him in the cafeteria, he gestured to a seat, but the other boy would just shake his head and slip away. It was discouraging, but Izuku wouldn't give up and made sure to always leave an empty seat at their table in case he changed his mind. Training with Mr. Aizawa and Shinso was going well. Shinso was getting better with the capture weapon, forcing Izuku to get faster to stay free. He pushed one for all as far as he could without injuring himself, still wary of what would happen if he needed to see Recovery Girl. Mr. Aizawa had said he'd taken care of it, and Izuku trusted him, but he didn't really know what exactly that meant. The extra training was doing its job, though, and Izuku noticed an improvement in how much he could handle. As often as he could manage, when he wasn't with Shinso and Mr. Aizawa, Izuku and Todoroki trained after classes as well. Worried about doing too much too fast, Izuku mostly opted for low-impact training on those days, and Todoroki seemed happy enough to lead Izuku through some yoga to help him improve his balance and flexibility. It was nice to do something relaxing for an hour or so with his best friend. Because he was. Talking with Todoroki about his friendship with Uraraka and Iida had made Izuku realize that he considered the quiet boy his best friend as well. He considered both Uraraka and Iida close friends, and he cared about them a great deal, but he felt so much more connected with Todoroki than he had with either of them. And not just thanks to the secrets they shared with each other, either. It was hard to pin down, but Izuku felt almost like their fight at the sports festival had propelled his friendship with Todoroki years ahead of where it would normally have been. Ultimately, though, it wasn't something to stress over. He didn't neglect his other friendships. He texted regularly with Uraraka and Iida, talked with everyone at lunch, and got along with almost everyone in his class. Kaken was Kaken, and Mineta had started avoiding him when possible. Izuku was just closer to Todoroki than he was to his other friends. It was what it was. All the training after class was definitely helping Izuku improve, and it wasn't going unnoticed by the class. Several people commented on his progress, congratulating him even as he tossed them around in sparring or excelled during scenario exercises. Izuku remarked on others' progress as well, always happy to talk about training and their quirks. It was like he'd told Shinso and Todoroki. Just because they were technically competing didn't mean they couldn't also be friends. Kaken, predictably, was an exception. Izuku felt the explosive blonde's eyes on him in heroics more and more. He didn't want to antagonize or challenge Kaken, intentionally or not, so he tried to let it go, tried to ignore it as much as he could. The scowls and thunderous glares itched between his shoulder blades, though, leaving him on edge. They never meant anything good for Izuku back in middle school. Todoroki had developed the habit of getting between Izuku and Kaken's line of sight whenever he noticed Izuku growing uncomfortable. It helped, and Izuku counted his blessings that their interactions had been fairly limited, but there was no mistaking the tension that lingered between the two of them. He knew everyone, even Mr. Aizawa, had picked up on it over the term, but either Todoroki was a successful deterrent, or Kaken knew better than to come after him the way he used to. Izuku just hoped that it would last. Finally, the end of the term was in sight. If they could make it through finals, then summer break would be upon them. The training camp UA had planned for the break sounded like fun, though Izuku was sure the teachers would be putting them through their paces as well. Finals would be both written and practical like the entrance exam had been. Uraraka had already begged help studying from Iida, Todoroki, and Izuku just as she had for midterms. Tsu joined their study group as well, though she didn't need a lot of help with academics. It was Tsu who brought up the other aspect of the final. We should probably prepare for the practical portion of the final too, ribbit, right? Mr. Aizawa said the final would cover everything we've learned so far, Uraraka mused, setting her chopsticks down next to her lunch tray to tick fingers as she listed off, combat training, rescue training, and basic training obviously. Is there a way to study for those outside of class, though? Todoroki and I spar occasionally after school, Izuku commented. We could do something like that. We're an odd number, ribbit, Tsu pointed out. We should bring someone else in so we can pair off. What about Hagakure? Uraraka suggested. She and Ojiro spar together already. Izuku shook his head ruefully. We could invite them both, but that still leaves us with an odd number. How did you know that? Uraraka asked. I see them occasionally when I stay after to train, Izuku said with a shrug. It was true, strictly speaking, though it would have been more accurate to say that he'd seen them when Mr. Aizawa had added reconnaissance to his training and had Izuku practice looking through walls to find which gym he and Shinso were in. Speaking of, what about Shinso? To practice sparring? Iida rubbed his chin in thought. I know he wants to move to the hero course, so it would be good practice for him, but we've all had more training than he has. Wouldn't he be at too significant a disadvantage? Plus, he doesn't exactly like us, Uraraka added. Shinso dropped his tray down in the free space at their lunch table that Izuku had left reserved for him and took his seat, smiling crookedly at their surprised faces. I don't need to like you to kick your butt. Hey, Shinso. Izuku grinned, pleased that the boy had decided to join them at last. Midoriya, Shinso acknowledged. Overheard your little conversation. Thought I'd offer my assistance. So you won't eat with us, but you'll agree to spar? Uraraka asked incredulously. Shinso raised an eyebrow and pointedly took a bite of his apple. Izuku hid a quiet laugh behind his hand while Uraraka rolled her eyes. It's nice to meet you, Shinso. My name's Tsuyu Azui, but call me Tsu. And I am Tenya Iida. Welcome to our table. Achiko Uraraka. She gave a half-hearted wave. You do know I know who you all are already, right? Shinso said. Even if your class weren't the most talked-about group on campus, Midoriya hardly shuts up about you. All eyes were suddenly on Izuku and he blushed. I thought if he heard a little about you, he'd be more willing to come sit with us. Regardless, it's still polite to introduce oneself, Iida stated, turning back to Shinso. Again, Shinso just shrugged. Like I told Midoriya, I'm not here to make friends. You want to train? Fine. I'm not idiotic enough to turn down help from hero course kids when it's offered. Oh, so it's like that, is it? Uraraka grinned challengingly. You know what happened the last time someone said that to Midoriya, right? Shinso glanced at Todoroki and Izuku before shaking his head and turning back to Uraraka. Yeah, I can say with 100% certainty that that is not going to happen. Ribbit? Tsu turned to Izuku and Todoroki like she was looking for something until her eyes widened slightly and she nodded. That makes sense, actually. Shinso chuckled, but Izuku was officially confused. Huh. Uraraka seemed just as lost, which made Izuku feel a little better. Don't worry about it, Shinso said quickly. So where's the sparring happening? They discussed when and where to meet for the rest of lunch. Getting 6 different schedules to line up was a bit harder than Izuku expected, but they did finally come to an agreement. Shinso left as soon as they'd decided, but the bell rang only a couple of minutes after that, so Izuku counted it as a win. Hopefully, Shinso would sit with them again. It wasn't until the next day that everyone's schedules aligned for sparring practice. After class, Todoroki, Iida, Uraraka, Tsu, and Izuku made their way toward Gym Theta eagerly. Shinso slipped into the group almost without notice. If Izuku hadn't had 360 Veil active, the Gen Ed student would have snuck up on all of them. As it was, Izuku whipped his head around to make eye contact with a warm smile and greeting. Shinso rolled his eyes and took up position on Izuku's other side, as far from the others as he could get. Good afternoon, Shinso, Iida said. Ribbit, glad you could join us, Tsu added. Uraraka bounced forward and began walking backwards so she could look Shinso in the eye. Her grin was as much a challenge as it was friendly and inviting. Hope you're ready to put your money where your mouth is. That would be unsanitary, Todoroki remarked quietly, a slight furrow to his brow. Tsu tried to explain the idiom to Todoroki as Iida admonished Uraraka for the implication of gambling, stating it was unbecoming of future upholders of the law to engage in such immoral behavior. Shinso heaved a sigh and shot Izuku an incredulous look. Izuku just smiled and shrugged, unapologetically amused at his friend's antics. Their personalities were all so different, but entirely genuine. It was a relief for Izuku to not have to second-guess their intentions even if that meant they were a little weird. It was their normal and Izuku loved them for it. Gym Theta was a fairly open space, lacking any environmental additions or weight training equipment. It was perfect for sparring, which was what Izuku and his friends had planned. We should start with a warm-up, Izuku suggested once they were all in their gym clothes. Everyone agreed, so they started with simple stretches. Uraraka and Tsu were the first to move on to assisted stretches, but the rest followed shortly after. Iida requested Izuku's assistance, which he gave, leaving Shinso and Todoroki to pair up. Izuku kept an eye on them out of the corner of his eye, but other than obviously sizing each other up, they didn't appear to have any issues working together. After warming up to everyone's satisfaction, the group decided to start with Quirkless sparring to focus on basic combat training. They agreed to keep their current partners for the first round, so Izuku and Iida took up positions a little ways away from the other pairs. Sparring with Iida was a challenge. Iida had years of training and a height advantage, but without quirks, Izuku was faster and stronger. They went for a while, punching, kicking, and dodging until they were both a little bruised and out of breath, but Izuku eventually forced Iida to tap out with a cross-arm lock he'd learned from Mr. Aizawa. Once Izuku unwrapped his legs from around Iida's chest so he could stand, and his friend helped him to his feet. As Iida shook his hand in congratulations, Izuku saw that the others were watching them. "Wow, Mito, that was so cool," Uraraka said, eyes wide with excitement. "I don't remember Mr. Aizawa teaching us that in class, Ribbit," Tsu mused. "Do you take classes outside of school?" Sort of." Izuku rubbed the back of his neck anxiously. "You two were the last to finish," Shinso drawled, no doubt eager to get off the current subject. "Should we SWH partners?" "Sounds good," Izuku agreed, just as eager to talk about something else. "How about you pick your partner first this time since you didn't get the chance before?" Shinso shoved his hands in his pockets and looked the others over before smiling. "Uraraka." Uraraka smiled her determined smile and nodded, walking with Shinso over to one of the sparring rings. Since he sparred with Todoroki rather frequently, Izuku took Tsu for his next partner while Iida and Todoroki moved off to the other side. Quirkless sparring with Tsu was interesting. Iida could simply not use his engines, but Tsu's quirk affected her whole body in ways that she couldn't simply turn off. Thanks to her quirk, Tsu was abnormally flexible and could jump significant distances. Holding back in either of those areas was just impractical. It made her almost impossible to pin, but that was fine. Izuku was still capable of simply throwing her out of bounds once he finally managed to get a decent hold on her. "No quirks, Midoriya," Iida scolded, pausing his spar with Todoroki. "I didn't," Izuku promised. Tsu wasn't injured from her short flying lesson and stood up easily before making her way back to Izuku. "I didn't see his quirk activate, but I might be mistaken." "Midoriya is quite strong," Todoroki defended calmly. "He's thrown me before without his quirk." "Yeah, same." Shinso had Uraraka in a headlock while the girl struggled, but he still sounded as impassive as ever. "Besides, you don't really think Midoriya would cheat, do you?" "Of course not," Iida agreed quickly. "My apologies, Midoriya. I should not have accused you." "It's fine, Iida." Izuku relaxed before turning to Tsu. "Are you okay? I didn't mean to throw you that far." "I'm okay. It was sort of fun, Ribbit," Tsu admitted. Uraraka finally tapped out, and Shinso released her, stepping back with a slightly guarded look on his face. Uraraka pouted for half a second before jumping up with a broad smile, cheering Shinso on his win. The Gen Ed student seemed genuinely surprised that she wasn't upset, but he was good about covering his shock behind a bland expression. Thankfully, the tension eased out of his shoulders as Uraraka went on about their spar and how good Shinso had been. Iida and Todoroki hadn't finished their spar before Iida had paused things to scold Izuku for quirk use, but they both agreed to SWH partners since the other teams were done and they didn't want to hold up practice. To Izuku's surprise, Shinso claimed him for the next spar. Considering all the times they'd sparred together already, Izuku thought Shinso would have moved onto one of the others. Not that he minded, but he was curious. "I sorta expected you to wait until the last match to pick me," Izuku said once the others were out of earshot. It wasn't the first time the two of them had held a conversation while sparring, and it was decent practice for Shinso's quirk since he needed to be able to talk and fight at the same time. Shinso rolled his eyes. "I wanted an opponent who's actually focused on the fight. Todoroki and Uraraka are two of the most driven people I've ever met, especially while sparring? Izuku frowned, confusion clear across his face. They both lost because they got distracted, and I took advantage, Shinso stated. How do you know I won't get distracted too? Izuku asked, mostly joking. Shinso scoffed. Because you are what distracted them. Izuku was surprised enough that he almost failed to block Shinso's kick to his ribs, but muscle memory picked up the slack, and he was able to deflect the attack. Huh. Shinso didn't elaborate, much to Izuku's frustration, and the two of them traded blows in silence for a little while until Izuku managed to get Shinso into a decent hold. As the other boy struggled, Izuku tried to get an explanation. What do you mean I distracted them? Exactly what I said, Shinso grunted, breaking free of Izuku's hold. Izuku didn't understand. He hadn't gotten hurt, he hadn't made an excessive amount of noise, he hadn't gotten close to their fights. Izuku couldn't think of a single reason he would have been the cause of their inattention. Why? So much for you being the observant one, Shinso muttered. Before Izuku could respond, he added, your friends are thirsty, Midoriya? Don't ask me to elaborate beyond that, it really isn't my area of expertise. Izuku was more confused than ever, but Shinso seemed equally unwilling to explain. After taking a solid punch to his jaw, Izuku decided that whatever he meant, it wasn't an immediate concern. Shinso wanted someone who wasn't distracted, so Izuku put the conversation out of his mind and focused on the fight. He'd do some research after finals when he had more free time. The rest of the afternoon went by quickly. By the end, everyone was tired and sore but pleased with their study session. Izuku took advantage of the endorphins from a good workout and managed to get Shinso to agree to join them for lunch before they all left to go home. Shinso seemed suspicious when the others all voiced their pleasure at his acceptance, but Izuku hoped he'd come to realize they were genuine. Their last practical heroics class before finals was a relay race of sorts. The goal was to practice maneuvering quickly but safely with an injured or incapacitated person. They would need to think about the best way to transport whoever they came across given their size, injuries, and nearby hazards. Once they'd gotten the victim successfully to the next person, the first victim would then have to carry the next person as their victim, and so on until the final person in the relay had crossed the finish line with their victim. The team with the best time, and fewest points docked for bad practices, would win. Mr. Aizawa and All Might split the class into 4 teams of 5. Izuku's team consisted of himself, Ojiro, Koda, Todoroki, and Mina. Uraraka was matched with Shiro, Kaken, Sato, and Mineta. Iida's team had Tsu, Hagakure, Tokoyami, and Kaminari, leaving Yaoyorozu with Kirishima, Jiru, Aoyama, and Shoji. From what Izuku could tell, there was someone on every team that would probably struggle with the exercise, particularly if they were asked to move someone heavy. Still, Izuku was excited. Each member of the team was given a number at random to decide their order in the relay, and then they took up their positions around the track. Mr. Aizawa stayed behind in the control room to analyze and critique while All Might went into the field to supervise in case something went wrong. Up first was Iida's team, so the others stayed in the control room to watch. When the call to start went out, Kaminari scooped a very surprised Tokoyami into a bridle carry and sprinted down the track. He was making decent time at first, but he started to slow before he'd made it halfway. As he crossed the end of his part of the relay, Kaminari looked well and truly winded and practically dropped Tokoyami at Hagakure's feet. Wasting no time, Tokoyami called Dark Shadow to carry Hagakure securely, and then directed the Quirk to get her to the end of their segment as fast as he could. Dark Shadow zoomed ahead, clearing their segment in seconds as Tokoyami stayed with Kaminari, coaching him through getting his breath back. Izuku applauded Tokoyami on his quick thinking. Dark Shadow was much faster than any of them and capable of getting his charge to safety without Tokoyami. Hagakure used a backpack carry to get Tsu to safety. With Tokoyami and Dark Shadow's time, she didn't have to be super fast, but Tsu was roughly the same size as Hagakure, which made it easier. Her endurance and strength training had improved over the term, and Hagakure made it to Iida without slowing or dropping Tsu. As soon as she was on her feet again, Tsu wrapped her tongue around Iida and hopped her way through her segment of the relay, holding him aloft with seemingly no issue. Izuku knew firsthand that Tsu's tongue was strong, but Iida in full costume was not light. It was impressive. For Iida's rescue, Kaminari was back at his starting line after catching his breath. Iida got Kaminari onto his shoulders in a fireman's carry and then shot down the track, crossing the finish line in under half a minute. The class cheered and congratulated the incoming team on their performance before Mr. Aizawa gave them a quick rundown on what they'd done well and where they still needed improvement. Then it was Izuku's team's turn. He'd drawn 4th position, so he wished his team luck before bolting to his spot. It wasn't until he was already in place that he remembered he hadn't asked what positions the others had drawn. Izuku felt a little bad for whoever was supposed to rescue him. Shinso's assessment was pretty spot on. With all the muscle he'd packed on, Izuku was heavy as hell. Soon enough, Izuku heard the repeated thumping of Ojiro's tail hitting the ground and he turned to see his approach. Clearing a hurdle easily, Ojiro came into view with Todoroki over his shoulders in a fireman's carry. "Sorry for the wait, Midoriya," Ojiro called. "Mina had a hard time getting me to Todoroki." "That's okay, Ojiro. I can make up the time on my leg," Izuku promised. Todoroki dropped to his feet as soon as Ojiro was over the line, and then pulled Izuku close with his left hand. "It's going to get cold, but I'll try to keep you warm with my left. Tell me if it's too hot." That was the only warning Izuku got before Todoroki ducked down and threw Izuku over his left shoulder, holding his legs securely to his chest to keep him from flailing them about. Izuku definitely did not squeak as gravity inverted, and he was not blushing at the sudden view of Todoroki's backside. Nope. That was definitely the blood rushing to his head from being upside down. Was this really the best way to do this? Izuku protested as Todoroki started to skate on a sheet of ice. "I need my right arm free to help shape the ice around obstacles," Todoroki explained. "I can also maintain both of our temperatures by keeping you on my left." It seemed the most efficient. Izuku was slightly distracted by the rumble of Todoroki's voice he could now feel through their contact, but he managed to force it out of his mind. As they picked up speed, Todoroki bent a little more at the waist, resting more of Izuku's weight across his back rather than just his shoulder. It also allowed Izuku to breathe a little easier now that his shoulder wasn't pressing so much into his diaphragm. Despite the chill from the ice and the wind, Izuku was comfortably warm thanks to Todoroki's left side, just as he said. It was hard not to snuggle into his back. "You know, it's a good thing you redesigned your costume, or this would have been super painful," Izuku remarked with a faint chuckle. "It was a poor design," Todoroki agreed with a sigh. It didn't take long for Todoroki to finish his leg of the relay, and he helped Izuku back to his feet. Todoroki hadn't sounded like he'd struggled to carry Izuku, but Izuku could see that he was sweating a bit, and a few strands of hair were plastered to his head. Izuku wanted to brush them away, but he ignored the odd impulse and turned to Koda. It was time to go. Izuku held Koda's wrist and moved to get him into a fireman's carry, but the boy balked. Concerned, Izuku asked, "What's wrong?" "I promise I won't drop you." Koda was probably the quietest student in their class. He was shy and he didn't like to talk, which Izuku would never judge him for, but it meant that he wasn't the best at articulating his thoughts. To help him out, a few people in the class had started learning sign language since that was his preferred method of communication, and because it would be useful in the field. Fortunately, that meant that when Koda signed that he was claustrophobic and couldn't handle being restrained, Izuku understood him. "No problem." Izuku smiled reassuringly. Instead of a fireman's carry, Izuku knelt down and scooped Koda up so the quiet boy was on his shoulders. Izuku waited until he was sure he had a secure grip and that Koda was good before he fired up full cowling. Thanks to training with Mr. Aizawa, Izuku could comfortably handle 8% of One for All, but he had a lot of time to make up if they wanted to win this. Pushing his limits was one of the ways to expand those limits, though, so Izuku ramped up the power. Not too much, he wouldn't get anywhere by breaking his bones, but just a little more wouldn't hurt too much. One for All full cowling at 10% was a strain, but it was a manageable one. Izuku felt energized. He knew he was only using a tenth of what All Might could, but it was thrilling to move so quickly with full control. He was getting better, mastering this quirk a little more every day, and it showed. Izuku was proving he could do this, and All Might was watching. Izuku hoped he was making him proud. Izuku finished his leg of the relay in 11 seconds. He was officially faster than Iida. Izuku let that realization sink in as he helped Koda to the ground. Logically, he knew it would happen eventually, but he hadn't expected it to be now. Koda broke him out of his musing with a very quiet, "Thank you," before he picked Mina up in a bridal carry and took off to complete the final leg of their relay. Izuku watched them disappear around the first hurdle and then fired up full cowling at 3% and made his way back to Todoroki and Ojiro as they waited near all might for their team to finish. "Great job, Midoriya." Ojiro patted him on the back as he reached him. Dark Shadow was still faster, but not by much, man. "I did my best." Izuku gave him a small smile. "I hope it was enough." "How much was that?" Todoroki asked quietly. "You were definitely faster than before." 10%? Todoroki looked him over, probably looking for an injury. "How do you feel?" "Like I ran a few kilometers instead of a quarter of one, but I'm not hurt," Izuku promised. Koda finished the last leg of the relay and the 5 of them made their way back to the observation room to receive their critiques. Overall, it was pretty good. Mina had a hard time moving someone as big as Ojiro, but the point of the exercise was to practice overcoming those challenges. Izuku received his own note regarding his transportation method, but Koda was quick to explain that Izuku had only been following his request not to be restrained. Mr. Aizawa conceded that was acceptable, but that carrying someone on his shoulders was not the best solution he could have devised. Once that was done, it was Yaoyorozu's team. Up first was Yaoyorozu transporting Jairu, a fairly easy matchup. Yaoyorozu quickly created a pair of rollerblades and skated expertly through her leg of the track with Jairu securely in her arms. As she set Jairu on her feet, another pair of skates, the kind with 4 wheels in 2 rows this time, appeared and Jairu threw them on before hefting Kirishima onto her back in a backpack carry and rolling away. There was some outcry from a few students as to whether or not that was considered cheating, but Mr. Aizawa ruled in favor of utilizing available resources, so the debate was dropped. It took Jairu a little while to get up to speed, but she was adept at navigating around obstacles and made decent time. Kirishima gave her a fist bump and then picked Shoji up onto his shoulders and ran, straightforward and effective, just like Shoji's rescue of Aoyama. When it was Aoyama's turn to save Yaoyorozu, he detached his cape and had Yaoyorozu lay on it before dragging the cape through his leg of the course over the finish line. During their critique, Mr. Aizawa praised Aoyama's willingness to reappropriate resources even at the sacrifice of his aesthetic. No one on their team received any demerits, but their time still put them in 3rd place as they'd only averaged about 30 seconds per leg. Finally, it was Uraraka's team. Sato drew 1st position, so he downed a few sugar cubes and then picked Uraraka up bridal style, racing through the first leg of the relay with ease. He set Uraraka down in front of Kaken, and Izuku watched closely as the 2 of them quickly sized up the other. They didn't waste more than a second, however, and soon enough Kaken was in the air as Uraraka held onto his boot, running through the course with her Baku balloon as Mina had dubbed it with a giggle. At the end of her leg, Uraraka released Kaken in front of Mineta. At that point, something happened. Without sound, Izuku didn't know exactly what had been said, but considering who was involved, he could make a guess. Mineta said something, leering at Uraraka all the while, and Kaken snapped. He picked Mineta up by the scruff of his neck and brought him up so they were nose to nose as Kaken snarled something at the smaller boy. After that, he shoved Mineta into the crook of his arm like an American football and blasted off down the track, roughly setting Mineta on his feet once they reached Zero, before blasting away. Zero was probably one of the lighter boys in the class, but Mineta still struggled a lot, primarily because of their height difference. He trudged his way through his leg of the course, dragging Zero over his back until they finally reached Sato. Zero quickly stood and wrapped Sato up in a cocoon of tape, attached him to his back, and then ran. When he could, he'd send his tape forward, and then use it to pull himself and his cargo forward, but there weren't always conveniently placed obstacles for that. The idea was good, though, and if he'd had more to work with, it would have boosted his time significantly. Thanks to Mineta's time, their team came in last place. Kaken was obviously said, especially since Izuku's team eked out first, but he didn't immediately blow up. He listened to Mr. Aizawa's notes regarding the rest of their performances, and then stormed out as soon as they were released. There were only a few final notes given to the class as a whole once they were back in the classroom before the bell rang signaling the end of the day. Mr. Aizawa gave them all one more warning about upcoming finals, and then he left, leaving the class unsupervised. Izuku had just enough time to push his chair back away from his desk before Kaken's hand slammed explosively down on the wood. "Listen up, you demon sheet nerd," he snarled, ignoring the outcry from their classmates. "I don't know what the F is up with your quirk, but you're seriously pissing me off." "Kaken? Shut your mouth." Kaken snapped. "You pretend to be some pathetic weakling our whole lives, why? Just so you could come to UA and try to make me look bad? Think you can show off now and be number one? Well, think again. I'll destroy you." "Back off, Bakugo." The temperature around Izuku dropped as Todoroki stood next to him. "Don't start something you can't finish, half and half. You're no better than this lying Deku, holding back, underestimating me when you should have come at me with everything you had." Kaken stood up, glowering at the whole room before he slung his bag over his shoulder. "Finals will be graded individually, no matter what they have us doing. Just know that I will crush both of you, so everyone knows I am number one, and you." He turned his blazing red eyes back to Izuku. "You'll never be anything." With that, Kaken strode out of the classroom without a backward glance, leaving a heavy silence behind in his wake. Izuku focused on keeping his breathing even and his hands still, even though every fiber of his being wanted nothing more than to curl up into a ball and block out the world as he worked through his panic. There were too many eyes on him for him to break down. He needed to go, needed to get somewhere hidden, somewhere safe. A touch, cool, gentle, careful fingers snaked their way through his hair, sending a wave of goosebumps down his spine. The shock of it loosened the hold he had over his breathing, and he inhaled a deep, shuddering breath. Todoroki's eyes filled his vision as he moved in front of Izuku, keeping his hand buried in green curls. "Midoriya." His voice was quiet, hardly above a whisper. "Iida is clearing the room. Just a few more seconds." Faintly, past the rapid beating of his own heart, Izuku could hear the class leaving and Iida's firm voice promising everything was under control. His eyes tried to catch a look at the door, but Todoroki, Uraraka, and Tsu were blocking his view and everyone else's view of him. Izuku felt so much appreciation for his friends at that moment that he couldn't stop the tears from falling. He met Todoroki's eyes again and allowed himself to sink into the feeling of safety and comfort he found in their mismatched depths, sagging like his strings had been cut as the worst of the panic slowly drained away. The door closing was relatively quiet, but it still made Izuku jump. "They're gone," Iida announced. "I thought Bakugo had been getting better, Ribbit." "It's been a while since he's been that angry," Tsu said. "His outbursts have always been worse towards Midoriya." Iida shook his head, dropping a hand on Izuku's shoulder and giving him a gentle squeeze. "Are you okay, Mido?" Uraraka asked, kneeling down. Izuku tried his best to give her a reassuring smile, but it felt a little wobbly. "I'm fine." "You're not," Todoroki countered. Izuku sighed, sullen. He wasn't. He wasn't fine. He was coming down from a panic attack that he'd had in front of practically the whole class because his childhood friend-turned-bully had decided to verbally attack him. He was most definitely not fine, but he would be. He was surrounded by his friends. Todoroki's hands were still gently stroking his scalp, and he could relax his guard. They wouldn't let anyone get to him. "I'm not," Izuku agreed. "But this is helping. Thank you. All of you. You didn't have to." "We're your friends, Midoriya," Iida interrupted him. "Iida's right. We've got your back," Uraraka declared. Izuku managed a stronger smile at that. "Thank you. You know, after the first day of class, I think most of us assumed that you and Bakugo had some kind of rivalry going on." "Ribbit," Tsu commented, finger on her chin as she thought. "But that's not, is it?" "Not really." "No," Izuku murmured, eyes downcast. The scorch mark on his desk from Kaken's explosion nearly sent him tumbling down darker memories, but the fingers in his hair kept him grounded in the present. Idly, Izuku wondered if he'd be blamed for damaging school property like he had in middle school. It wouldn't have been much of a rivalry when we were growing up. It's not hard to explain, but there was no question which of the two of us was stronger as kids. Kaken would win, hands down. I was pretty useless. "Don't," Todoroki tugged on his hair. Don't use his words to describe yourself. Izuku bit the inside of his cheek to keep himself from refuting Todoroki. Kaken wasn't the only one to call Izuku worthless, but he had been the first. The other kids followed his lead, and the teachers certainly hadn't corrected him. It was all he'd heard for 10 years. But that didn't make it true. Since coming to UA, Izuku had tried to leave his own negative labels behind. Here he wasn't useless, he wasn't worthless, his analyses weren't creepy. He had friends and teachers who cared. Kaken had called him a number of unkind things since the start of the term, but no one else had followed his example. No one else thought Izuku was a Deku. If it were true, then others would have said it too, but no one had. The only other person to use them had been Izuku himself, and Todoroki was right. Not that anyone else who had tried to tell Izuku the same thing was wrong, but this was a heavier, sharper sort of promise coming from someone like Todoroki. Someone who had also been forced into a mold with words like legacy and masterpiece. When Todoroki said it, listening was easier. Useless death. Those were Kaken's words. Just his. I know you're right, Izuku whispered. I'm going to try to stop thinking that way, but that's all I heard for a long time. It's going to take practice? I'll remind you if it looks like you're forgetting, Todoroki said with a small smile. We all will, Iida vowed, and Uraraka and Tsu both nodded their own affirmations. Izuku cried again, but none of them minded. He sat in the classroom with Tsu leaning against his legs, Uraraka holding his hand, Iida's hand on his shoulder, and Todoroki's fingers in his hair until he'd calmed down at last. As they separated, standing and gathering their things, Izuku wiped his eyes and silently thanked anyone who would listen that he had friends like these. Shudo contemplated whether or not he could get away with murder. He'd been performing his duties as Midoriya's protector admirably up until recently, and it was more pleasant to imagine all the ways he could end Bakugo's existence than to dwell on the self-recriminations of his failure. Tempting as it was, justifiable homicide was still homicide, and therefore something he, as a future pro-hero, should not engage in. No matter the target, or, perhaps, especially the target in this case, Midoriya would disapprove. Which would be untenable. Sadly, that meant murder was off the table. For now, at least. Mrs. Midoriya probably hadn't been thinking of Bakugo when she'd implored Shudo to protect her son. Judging by the family photos hanging in Midoriya's living room, his mother was not aware of the dissonance that persisted between the two, but Shudo knew, so Bakugo was included in the wider umbrella of things he'd labeled a threat to Midoriya. Unfortunately, it was not so easy to protect Midoriya from Bakugo. The boy sat right in front of Midoriya, while Shudo was a row and several desks behind. The gap was barely tolerable on a good day. He hadn't been fast enough to stop Bakugo from damaging Midoriya's desk as he spewed insults and challenges, only getting to his side in time to redirect the attention onto himself and then steady his friend in the aftermath. Running his fingers through Midoriya's hair had been an impulse he hadn't thought too carefully about before following. Shudo hadn't stopped to consider how many boundaries it crossed until Iida and Uraraka had given him startled looks as he ran his fingers through those green curls. He supposed it was .ntmt. Considering how uncomfortable the idea of just anyone running their fingers through his own hair was, Shudo understood why his actions might have appeared presumptuous. Midoriya wasn't just anyone. He was Shudo's best friend, and they'd done this before. Now that he knew it worked to calm his friend down from his panic, Shudo decided he didn't care what others thought of it. He would do it again, as often as Midoriya needed. Between Midoriya's friends closing ranks around him, Bakugo's friends providing willing targets for the aggressive boy's anger, and 3 days of written exams, there were no more confrontations the whole rest of the week. Midoriya's shoulders gradually relaxed as each day passed in tentative peace, and Shudo started to believe they could finish the term without issue. Until the practical final was announced. As Aizawa listed pair after pair and which teacher they'd fight, dread began to fill Shudo's chest. As the class roster dwindled down to the last few uncalled names, Shudo wished he could rip the list from Aizawa's fingers and incinerate it. He wanted to believe his teacher wasn't about to put Midoriya and Bakugo on a team together. He wanted to believe that his teacher, someone Midoriya trusted, wasn't about to force Midoriya to work with Bakugo. Surely, Aizawa wasn't about to pair a victim with his bully. Of course, the world wasn't fair, and Shudo knew better than to believe it would be kind. Shudo hadn't known Midoriya for very long, but it didn't take more than a few minutes in the boy's presence to know that he let every little emotion show behind his wide, brilliant eyes. Shudo had never seen him be anything less than completely open and honest with his expressions, good or bad. Happiness, sadness, excitement, worry, determination, fear, pride, shame. Midoriya showed everything with an ease that simultaneously comforted and terrified Shudo. When Aizawa announced the final pair, Shudo watched the light drain from Midoriya's eyes as the reality of the situation settled over him, and the normally expressive eyes became closed off and detached. Emotionless. There was nothing Shudo could do. He'd promised to protect Midoriya, but this was outside his control. He felt helpless. Powerless. He leveled his teacher, the same man who had claimed Midoriya's safety was his priority, with a dark glare and for once did not even try to shield the scathing disappointment and bitter betrayal from his eyes. He wanted Aizawa to see, to know that he'd crossed a line, and a vicious, petty part of him eagerly awaited the opportunity to beat the lesson into him during his own practical exam. As the other teachers made their way into the battle center behind them, Aizawa gave one last instruction to the class. As you wait your turn to take your exam, you can either watch the other matches or take the time to strategize with your partner. It's your choice. Use your time wisely. The other students paired off, most opting to talk with their partner and form a strategy. Shudo would normally have done the same, but he couldn't care less about strategy at the moment. He found Yaoyorozu, ready to tell her to start without him, but she just waved him away, shooting a concerned look at Midoriya. He was grateful she understood and accepted his priorities. Bakugo had already left, and Shudo was quick to go to Midoriya's side, sliding his hand into his hair, gently urging the shorter boy to look up and meet his eyes. Midoriya? Shudo wanted to see something, some emotion, even if it was negative. Anything was better than the empty, blank gaze. Slowly, just a flicker at first, some emotion returned to the verdant eyes in front of him. Midoriya blinked once, then again, before his eyes focused on Shudo and the walls came down. Sorry, Todoroki. I just think I spaced out F for a moment. Did you say something? Only your name, Shudo replied. Midoriya gave a jerky nod and seemed to realize Shudo's hand was in his hair. Oh, you don't have to do that. I don't mind. Do you want me to stop? He would, if Midoriya asked, but he would rather not. He found running the strands of fluffy, green curls through his fingers to be soothing for his own emotional state as well. W should go inside, alright? There's no rush. Shudo took the aborted negative as permission to continue. Your final against Mr. Aizawa is 4th. As he spoke, Midoriya slowly started to return to his normal self. Shudo wasn't sure if he was really feeling better or if it was just a good front, but he wasn't inclined to brush off what had just happened. You should be strategizing, or at least watching the other matches. I'm not worried about my final, Shudo said. Midoriya's eyes shot to his own and his friend frowned slightly. Mr. Aizawa isn't going to be easy to beat. You rely on your quirk a lot when you fight, that's probably why he chose to set you against himself. The student pairs and their assigned teacher opponents were all chosen with consideration. Shudo scoffed, causing Midoriya to stop and purse his lips. Resignation pulled down the edges of his mouth and he sighed. Choosing to pair me and Kaken against All Might makes sense for what they're trying to teach us. It doesn't matter. Clenching his teeth, Shudo looked away as shame made his throat tight. Midoriya was not the target of his anger. He had no right or reason to take it out on his friend. Shudo closed his eyes and took a breath before looking back. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have yelled at you. It's fine. Nothing about this is fine, Shudo stated firmly, eyes boring into Midoriya's. I understand putting you up against All Might. Between your familiar relationship, his knowledge of your quirk, and his status as the #1 hero, it will be a difficult fight. But forcing you to work with your bully is unacceptable. They don't know that though, Midoriya pointed out. I never told Mr. Aizawa about Kaken. Everyone thinks it's a rivalry thing, like Tsu said, remember? So tell Aizawa it's not a rivalry. Tell him the truth. Midoriya shook his head. It's too late for that. The finals have already started. The assignments are what they are. Besides, you know why I never said anything. That hasn't changed. Shudo disagreed, but Midoriya was digging his heels in. He could tell his friend wasn't going to budge on this. Shudo would never understand what Midoriya saw in Bakugo, and he would be dead if he didn't at least try to prevent the oncoming disaster. It's changed enough to warrant reconsideration, Shudo implored. You wanted to stay out of his way and let him grow as a person, but that isn't an option this time. Midoriya's eyes shone with unshed tears, but he shook his head, stubborn. He doesn't have to like it, but his grade is riding on this just as much as mine. There's nothing Kaken hates more than failure, not even me. It was obvious how much admitting out loud that Bakugo hated him hurt Midoriya. Shudo worried that whatever lingering affection Midoriya had for his childhood friend was clouding his judgment, but Midoriya was also an excellent analyst. If he thought Bakugo would SCK it up and cooperate in order to win, then he might be right. Shudo hoped so, but he wasn't sure. Come on. Midoriya pulled Shudo's hand out of his hair and tugged him toward the battle center. Let's watch the fights. It's not every day we get to see our teachers in action, right? It will be fun. Shudo followed Midoriya, but he hardly spared a glance for the fights on the monitors. His eyes were on Midoriya, observing everything. The tense line of his shoulders, the way he kept his arms close or crossed over his chest, the way he stood with his feet apart. Midoriya was braced for a fight, like he expected someone to attack him at any moment. Even keeping himself between Midoriya and Recovery Girl didn't ease his friend's tension. Despite his supposition that the chance to watch their teachers and classmates battle it out would be entertaining, Midoriya looked the furthest from having fun that Shudo could imagine. As the third team wrapped up, Shudo couldn't even remember who it was. Midoriya gave him a strained smile and wished him luck. I'll be back as soon as I'm done, Shudo promised. Yaoyorozu met him at the door to their arena. How's Midoriya? Tense, Shudo deflected. He liked Yaoyorozu well enough, but she wasn't one of Midoriya's inner circle. She didn't have the necessary context to understand. I can imagine. Going up against Mr. Aizawa is daunting enough. I would hate to go against All Might. Yaoyorozu waited for him to say something, but he didn't. He couldn't. There was too much to say and it stuck in his throat. Instead of responding, Shudo led the way inside the battle center once they heard the buzzer to start. Do we have a plan? Yaoyorozu asked tentatively. Shudo hadn't been able to concentrate on anything other than Midoriya since the final partners had been announced. A plan? No, he didn't have a plan. But he did have a goal. Escape seems like a logical choice, Shudo offered. The small alleys between houses and buildings granted them some cover, but they would have to leave the safety of the shadows eventually. We're both intelligent, we have a good concept of tactics and strategy, but we also both suffer from the same weakness. We rely heavily on our quirks. Whereas Mr. Aizawa can still fight with or without his, she agreed morosely. We wouldn't stand a chance in a direct fight. No, Shudo allowed, but that won't stop me from trying. What do you mean? I thought the plan was to run. Shudo stopped and pulled Yaoyorozu next to the wall, deeper into the shadows. I said it was the logical choice, but I'm not feeling particularly logical at the moment. Because of Midoriya, she guessed. She gave him a small smile and squeezed his arm comfortingly. You really care for him, don't you? He's my best friend, Shudo said. And because he's forced to fight All Might, you want to fight Mr. Aizawa instead of run. Shudo sighed, something like that? I know I'm not exactly clear-headed right now. Fighting instead of running could mean failing. But I honestly don't care. Okay? Yaoyorozu smiled again. Like you said, we're intelligent. We can come up with a way to win. In fact, I have an idea. As Yaoyorozu explained her plan, Shudo led them through the neighborhood. It was inevitable that Aizawa would find them no matter where they went, but Yaoyorozu's plan required more room to work, so they had to get somewhere acceptable before then. The little nesting dolls Yaoyorozu created constantly served a dual purpose, as both an early warning system and weapon. Shudo wasn't sure what kind of weapon, but she assured him it would be effective. And you made them look like Midoriya because? Shudo held one of the tiny, green dolls in his hand looking at its cartoon rendering of his friend's brilliant smile and shining eyes. and he couldn't stop the small smile that tugged at his lips. Yaoyorozu laughed quietly. It seemed fitting. Yaoyorozu? Shudo warned sharply. The nesting dolls had stopped. He's here. If you know I'm here, Aizawa said from above them, then you should be acting. Shudo looked up to see Aizawa suspended by his capture weapon around the power lines over their heads, and he took several quick steps back as the hero dropped down to the street level. Seeing the man again, Shudo felt the anger from before roar to life inside him, and he fell into a fighting stance. As they expected, Aizawa faced Shudo first, leaving Yaoyorozu free from Erasure's influence. She immediately sprinted for cover to get to work on their plan, and Shudo bared his teeth at his teacher before he jumped forward with a kick to keep his attention. Aizawa effortlessly dodged and threw his capture weapon, but Midoriya had shown Shudo a few moves he'd learned during his training sessions with Aizawa. Instead of catching his whole upper body, only his arm was trapped by the capture weapon. Shudo pulled his arm back and gripped the scarf firmly with his other hand, throwing his strength into disrupting Aizawa's balance. If Aizawa was surprised, he recovered quickly. Instead of losing his balance or letting go of the weapon, Aizawa threw another section of cloth around Shudo's legs and pulled. The capture weapon wrapped his legs together faster than he could dodge, and Shudo slammed into the ground as his feet were pulled out from under him. The next breath, he was in the air, suspended upside down from the power lines by Aizawa's capture weapon. You've been training with Midoriya. Prudent, but ultimately insufficient, Aizawa observed, taking a moment to put drops in his eyes. Shudo grit his teeth. He wouldn't go down like this. Hanging the way he was, burning or freezing his way out of the capture weapon could be dangerous unless he took the time to do it carefully. As it was, he only had one limb free of the lengths of the scarf, but it still held the nesting doll. Which was a weapon. Shudo did as Yaoyorozu instructed when she'd handed him the doll. Grasping the top half with his thumb and index finger, he twisted it a quarter turn right, tossed the doll toward Aizawa, and then closed his eyes. The blinding flash of light was almost painful even with his eyes closed, and Shudo heard Aizawa shout in surprise and pain as the flashbang grenade hidden within the nesting doll exploded. The flash rendered Aizawa blind for a few precious moments, allowing Shudo time to get free from the capture weapon without snapping his neck on the pavement below. Standing, Shudo tossed the capture weapon to the side and then ran for Aizawa before he could fully recover from the flashbang. His hands itched with the need to pummel his teacher, but he had to follow the plan. Slamming his foot down, a dome of ice sprang to life around the two of them, 10 meters high, leaving only a small hole in the top to allow light to filter down. A cage match? Aizawa asked as he finally recovered from the assault on his eyesight. I thought you and I should talk. Shudo didn't want to talk, he wanted to hit something, wanted to hit Aizawa in particular, but he wouldn't let his temper get the better of him. A villain? I'm not talking to a villain, I am talking to my teacher. A man I'm supposed to be able to trust, a man who is supposed to prioritize Midoriya's safety, Shudo snapped. Lashing out and expressing his temper physically wasn't an option, but he was too agitated to modulate his tone into his normal calm. Aizawa and Shudo began to circle around each other, neither one willing to drop their guard for the moment. The finals are designed to test your ability to assess a situation and problem solve, both areas that Midoriya excels in. Even against all me? This isn't about all might. Shudo's voice reverberated off the ice in a cacophonous racket that stilled Aizawa momentarily. Shudo took a deep breath, releasing a fog of chilled air as his control over his quirks suffered under his temper. I'm not concerned about what all might will do, Midoriya's opponent isn't the problem. Heroes don't always have the luxury of working with people we get along with. Aizawa's hand moved toward his capture weapon again. Before Aizawa decided to resume their fight, Shudo took the H&D off his belt and slapped them onto his own wrists. Fail me, I don't care, but listen to me. Please. Aizawa stood up straight, moving his goggles off his eyes to hang around his neck, brows furrowed in concern. There were a few tense seconds of silence as Aizawa appraised him sharply, but Shudo refused to back down from his teacher's unnerving gaze. Finally, almost imperceptibly, Aizawa nodded for him to speak. Whatever you think is going to happen during their final, you're wrong. You partnered them together because you want to teach them to set their rivalry aside for the sake of the mission, but there is no rivalry, Shudo insisted. Cut to the chase, kid. If you know something, say it. I can't, Shudo fumed between clenched teeth. He wanted to. He wanted to lay it all out for Aizawa so the man would finally understand, but he couldn't. I won't be another person who's broken his trust today. The muscle just beneath Aizawa's left eye twitched, just a small movement, but for how careful his teacher was at schooling his expressions, it might as well have been a full-body flinch. Shudo had struck a nerve. I recognize that you don't have all the information, Midoriya deliberately withheld the details from you, but I'm still so angry. At Bakugo. At the situation. The cuffs around his wrists weren't quirk suppressors. They did nothing to stop the small wisps of flame that licked up the side of Shudo's face as his control slipped slightly. I hope that this will be sufficient because you have enough that you could put it all together. You just have to take a second look. Aizawa gave away nothing of what he was thinking, impassive and stoic as he ever was, but Shudo thought he'd gotten through. Midoriya might have to face the final as it was currently planned. It likely was too late to change it, but if Aizawa followed Shudo's advice and re-evaluated his preconceptions, then maybe some justice could be done regarding Bakugo. Why not come to me with this before, or wait until you completed your final? Aizawa asked. A few reasons, Shudo admitted. 1. Midoriya didn't want you to know. He was content to stay out of Bakugo's way, but I believe that's no longer an option since you partnered them for the final. 2. I needed you to listen to me. I couldn't risk you being too busy or brushing aside my concerns. Sacrificing my grade was a fair trade to get you to hear what I had to say. Before Aizawa could say whatever he'd opened his mouth to say in response, the air horn signaling the end of the final rang out with Nezu's cheerful voice. Team Todoroki and Yaoyorozu have passed the final. Shudo's mouth lifted in a small, brief smile. And 3, I needed to give Yaoyorozu time to get to the exit gate. I was willing to risk my grade, but not hers. This offered an effective distraction. Aizawa looked to the sky for strength before shaking his head and closing the distance between them. He unlocked the cuffs around Shudo's wrists as he said, I make time for my students, Todoroki. If you have concerns about anything, you could have come to me. I would have listened. You almost didn't listen to me here. Until I put the cuffs on, you were ready to dismiss my concerns. We were in the middle of your final. Anything you said could have been purely a distraction. If you had talked to me outside of the test, I would have listened without wondering if you had ulterior motives, Aizawa scolded gently. Shudo didn't immediately respond in favor of melting away out of the ice. Aizawa had proven to be trustworthy prior to his decision to pair Midoriya with Bakugo. Shudo knew it wasn't entirely his fault, but that didn't negate all of his culpability either. With his own issues trusting adults, the slight had been enough that Shudo really hadn't felt comfortable risking Midoriya's safety. I promise, I will take another look at Bakugo and Midoriya's relationship, Aizawa added seriously when Shudo remained silent. Before or after the final? There were only a couple hours at most until Midoriya's final. It wasn't a lot of time, and Shudo suspected that there was nothing Aizawa could do in that time frame. I'll do what I can. It wasn't good enough, but it was all he was going to get. Reluctantly, Shudo nodded and left the battle area in search of Midoriya. Pride was not a sin that befell Shoyuda Aizawa. He did not compromise mission success to slide his ego. He accepted help when he needed it, and when he was wrong, he admitted it. He wasn't wrong often, particularly when it came to his students, but that was due to decades of finely honed observational skills, intuition, and experience rather than hubris compensating for inadequacy. And yet, if he were to take Todoroki at his word, and the boy said so little, Shoyuda would be a fool not to listen when he did speak. Then Shoyuda had miscalculated somewhere to potentially devastating effect. It didn't take a keen eye to see the way Todoroki had changed after the sports festival, or the reason for it. Midoriya had blasted through Todoroki's walls and brought the quiet boy into both his friend group and his confidence with almost startling speed. In response, Todoroki had latched onto Midoriya with a fierce loyalty that Shoyuda didn't normally see outside of trauma bonding or years of camaraderie. Their friendship was profound, and it showed itself in how well they worked together, how they encouraged and challenged each other, and how they looked out for each other. Todoroki, in particular, was very protective of Midoriya. Shoyuda had witnessed a number of occasions where Todoroki put himself between Midoriya and whatever was making the smaller boy uncomfortable. Shoyuda would worry about him being overprotective, but he never interfered with Midoriya's practical heroics lessons. Indeed, it seemed that despite, or perhaps simply in addition to, his protectiveness, Todoroki had full confidence in his friend's ability to handle a fight or rescue scenario, which made his insistence that Midoriya would be in danger during his final all the more concerning. The decision to pair Midoriya with Bakugo for the final was logical. The two of them were incredibly strong and intelligent, but their relationship was a problem. Shoyuda knew they came from the same school, and it was obvious that they'd known each other prior to coming to UA, but they were incapable of getting along. By forcing them to work together, he'd hoped they would learn to set aside their rivalry and cooperate. There is no rivalry. Shoyuda thought he'd had their relationship pegged, but Todoroki planted the seed of doubt in his mind. If he had missed something, then Shoyuda owed it to Midoriya to correct that error. The kid had been let down by enough teachers in his life. Shoyuda would be dead before he added his own name to that list. There wasn't a lot of time before Midoriya had to take his final, and regrettably, Shoyuda didn't have the option to change the pairs now. But he also wouldn't ignore Todoroki's warning. The drones and cameras UA used to monitor and record the finals weren't equipped with audio receivers, but Shuta's hero costume included a few bugs and an earpiece tuned to their frequency for on-the-fly surveillance. Shoyuda would plant one of the bugs on Midoriya before the kid left for his battle center and watch from a private viewing room. He didn't want bias or distractions as he observed. Before that though, he had a little time to gather both Midoriya's and Bakugo's files. Both students' files were significantly heavier than they had been at the start of term, now filled with accomplishments, demerits, and Shuta's own notes and observations. Shoyuda ripped out every note that had to do with the boys' interactions with each other and set them aside, face down. No bias included his own previous conclusions. Shoyuda would look at their interaction with fresh eyes, to try to spot what he might have missed before. As Mineta and Ciro's final wrapped up, Shoyuda slipped out of the room and made to intercept Midoriya. Planting the bug on Midoriya without getting noticed was easy. The kid was obviously distracted. He looked like he was walking to the gallows. "You can't stop it, can you?" Todoroki stood at the door to the observation room, watching Midoriya's dead man march with uncharacteristically vulnerable eyes. Shoyuda shook his head, resigned. Todoroki's warnings were concerning enough that Shoyuda would have rearranged things if he could have, but it wasn't just up to him. The final partner assignments were subject to approval by Netsu and the other staff. Any last-minute alterations would have required discussion and committee approval. There simply hadn't been time. Silently, Todoroki slipped back into the observation room, but Shoyuda heard the weight of his disappointment and anger in the words left unsaid. As much as he wanted to assure his student that he was doing everything he could, his words wouldn't mean anything if he didn't back them up with action. Slipping the earpiece into his ear, Shoyuda retreated to the private observation room. Bakugo and Midoriya were still outside the battle center, waiting for the signal to start, so there wasn't a visual yet, but the bug was coming in loud and clear. Bakugo was posturing as usual. Shoyuda pinched the bridge of his nose and reprimanded himself harshly. They hadn't even started and already he was falling back into his previous preconceptions. Taking a deep breath, he refocused. Fresh eyes. No bias. The buzzer to start the test rang out, and the monitors came to life. Bakugo was striding ahead of Midoriya by several paces as the other boy lingered by the entrance. The bug Shoyuda had planted on Midoriya was strong enough to pick up on the boy's muttering. "I have to talk to him." Midoriya took his first few steps forward as he talked to himself. "We're a team, which means we have to communicate." Shoyuda shouldn't be surprised that Midoriya understood the key concepts of teamwork. The boy was practically a poster child for cooperation with his classmates, but he'd struggled in the past when it came to working with Bakugo. Shoyuda had assumed the unwillingness to cooperate was part of their rivalry, but if he set that aside, it didn't sound as though Midoriya simply didn't want to talk to the other boy. It almost sounded like he was trying to psych himself up to do it. Midoriya started running to catch up with his partner. Kaken. That nickname. Bakugo was not a boy with a good hold on his temper. There were several notes in his file regarding his tendency to shout at his classmates over every perceived slight or barb, but not once had Bakugo called Midoriya out for using that nickname. It was something that only Midoriya could get away with as well. At first, Shoyuta had thought that meant that despite their obvious issues, there was still genuine, if perhaps nostalgic, affection. After a while, Shoyuta wondered if it wasn't something closer to manipulation on Midoriya's part. A way to remind Bakugo of their shared history to invoke sympathy or something similar, but he dismissed that theory as well. Manipulation didn't fit Midoriya's personality. Whatever the truth, the nickname confounded Shoyuta. Midoriya was trying to convince Bakugo that running was their best option. It was a fair assumption. Even handicapped and running out of power, All Might was a formidable opponent. Two 15-year-olds with less than a year of formal training weren't going to subdue the symbol of peace. Shoyuta was glad that Midoriya was trying to be smart about this after what happened in Hosu. Gran Torino had eventually told All Might what happened with Stain, the truth of what happened, and the man had wisely chosen to tell Shoyuta as well. That had not been a good day. "Stop following me," Bakugo growled. He quickened his pace, but Midoriya caught up to him again. Shoyuta listened and watched as Midoriya tried again, and failed again, to convince Bakugo that fighting was a bad plan. Bakugo's tenacity was usually something Shoyuta commended him for, but there was a difference between being tenacious and the idiocy that Bakugo was suggesting. Bakugo talked a big game, but he'd always stayed on the other side of too much violence. The first combat training against Midoriya towed that line, of course. As reckless as it had been to use his gauntlet in an enclosed space against a live opponent, it had been pretty obvious that Bakugo hadn't expected the blast to be as enormous as it had been. Shoyuta was willing to forgive the boy's ignorance since he hadn't used the other gauntlet, but he'd made sure the boy knew he wasn't to use the gauntlets against another student without express permission. Think about this. Midoriya didn't normally raise his voice, but it was clear he was getting a little frustrated with Bakugo's refusal to listen. Shoyuta didn't blame him, but yelling wasn't going to change the blonde's mind. You know what All Might can do. Even with those weights, it's impossible for you to win in a fight against him. When Bakugo stopped walking, Shoyuta thought for a moment that the two would finally hash out a plan, but that hope was very quickly and ruthlessly dashed. The pencil in Shuta's hand snapped as he stared at the monitor in horrified shock as Bakugo backhanded Midoriya in the face with his heavy gauntlet. The cry of surprise and pain from Midoriya rang accusingly in Shuta's ear, echoing harshly with Todoroki's warning. Midoriya's opponent isn't the problem. Bakugo is. I don't want to hear another word. Bakugo sneered down at Midoriya with vitriolic contempt. Whatever you think is going to happen during their final, you're wrong. Just because you think you're getting stronger doesn't mean you get to tell me what to do. I won't be another person who's broken his trust today. Why would I ever listen to a worthless Deku like you? There is no rivalry. Cat can wait. All I'm trying to do is get us to pass the final. Midoriya begged, still on the ground nursing his bloody nose. I told you we don't need your dumb power to pass. I can win it all by myself. Bakugo screamed. Midoriya got his feet under him and pushed himself up angrily. Will you stop? You can't just hit me and yell and expect me to fall in line anymore. All Might chose that moment to unleash his opening salvo, sending both boys but over tea kettle in the ensuing blast of air. Shoyuta felt almost as equally off balance. How many times had they been in this same position? Growing up, as Bakugo's quirk continued to strengthen and Midoriya's remained unsuited to combat or heroics, how many times had Bakugo put Midoriya down or struck him? How many times had Midoriya offered a hand only to have Bakugo bite and snarl and lash out? With All Might on the scene, the boys refocused on the new threat, but they still weren't working together. Not that Shoyuta expected them to after that revelation. He kept an ear on the fight, but more pressing concerns occupied most of his attention while All Might had the boys distracted. Pulling Midoriya's file in front of him, Shoyuta reviewed what he'd learned about Midoriya's reluctance to trust teachers. He'd explained, vaguely, that he couldn't trust teachers to help him. His requests for help were ignored, and when they'd seen him struggling, they'd done nothing. Shoyuta rubbed his temples in a vain attempt to relieve the headache that was developing. Struggling, Midoriya had said, Being bullied, Shuda's mind viciously corrected. Todoroki had warned him that Midoriya kept important information from him, that he hadn't wanted Shoyuda to know the full truth. But he'd shared the negligence of his former teachers, told him, however reluctantly, about Recovery Girl's dereliction of duty, but he kept the presence of his bully in his class a secret? Midoriya's voice cried out, "Kaken, are you okay?" in Shuda's ear, and he looked up to see the boy pinned to the ground by a metal fence, looking worriedly at Bakugo who lay sprawled out further down the destroyed street. Shoyuda sighed. That was why. Despite all the years of torment, Midoriya still cared. It was a foundational pillar of his personality. A truth in the universe. Immutable and absolute. The sun shone, the world spun, and Izuku Midoriya cared. If Midoriya had told Shoyuda about Bakugo's abhorrent behavior, he would have removed the boy from his class. The option was still on the table, truth be told. Shoyuda did not abide bullies, and UA had a strict no-tolerance policy. As Midoriya strained against the fence keeping him captive, All Might had begun calmly lecturing Bakugo. Shoyuda sent a silent thank you to his support developers for the strength and range of the listening device as the sound came through loud and clear. I know why you're so angry, young Bakugo. Because of young Midoriya's sudden improvement, right? Bakugo had dragged himself up onto his feet as All Might spoke, but Shoyuda could see he was shaking. All Might ignored his plight and continued. You have to remember your rankings when the year first began. It's much easier to level up when you're a novice. Do you understand? You're wasting your full potential, don't you see? You still have so much room to grow stronger, and I don't just mean your quirk. Shut up, All Might, Bakugo snapped weakly. If I'm so bad that I have to get help from a weakling like him, then I'd rather lose. On screen, Midoriya stopped struggling in surprise. Shoyuda was surprised as well. There were very few things, maybe nothing, Shoyuda could think of offhand that Bakugo had shown he cared more about than winning, being number one. All Might seemed to be the first to recover. He stepped in front of Bakugo and prepared a punch for the already injured teen. Remember you said that, hero? All Might was catching on to the true underlying issues surrounding Bakugo and Midoriya if the derisive tone was anything to go by. Before All Might could finish his swing, a burst of red and green lightning flashed across the street, and Midoriya, now free from his restraints, slammed into Bakugo, shoulder checking him into the ground and sending them tumbling away from their opponent. Don't you dare say you'd rather lose? Midoriya yelled, frustration and anger and hurt bleeding into his voice. We are going to win this together whether you like it or not. Midoriya carried Bakugo away quickly. Shoyuda would have expected the boy to resist, but going off the wheezing groans picked up by the bug, Midoriya's tackle had effectively winded his partner. With Bakugo too busy recovering to move, Midoriya was able to take him a fair distance away before the boy regained control of himself. Once he did, however, Bakugo hit Midoriya in the back of the head with his gauntlet, forcing the boy to drop him. Injured and breathing, the two of them retreated to opposite walls of the alley they were hiding in. The reprieve that Midoriya had granted them would only last so long. Already, on another screen, Shoyuda could see All Might looking for his students. Midoriya leveled Bakugo with a steely glare and said, I can't think of a way for us to beat All Might, or make a run for it without him swooping in and stopping us. But before you give up, we can at least try using my power. Bakugo bared his teeth in a quiet snarl, too tired and winded to form a more coherent response. You can't say you're okay with losing. The most amazing hero always wins, remember? You've been saying that since we were little kids. How can you give up now? With an aggravated yell, Bakugo pushed to his feet and launched himself at Midoriya. The explosion and resulting smoke blinded the camera for a moment, and Shoyuda feared the worst until the screen cleared, revealing that Bakugo's fist had made a crater in the wall next to Midoriya's head rather than his skull. Listen up, because I'm not going to say it again, you useless nerd. All Might's speed is insane. No matter where you try to run and hide, there's no way to avoid fighting him. Fighting him is just as insane. Shut the F up before I kill you. Bakugo snapped. He won't be stopped by anything less than an all-out attack. I tested that earlier with my mini blasts. I have a plan, so you're going to fall in line and do as I say. Midoriya straightened from his slight crouch and met Bakugo's eyes. It doesn't matter whose plan it is, as long as it's a plan that will work, you'll have my full cooperation. It'll work, Bakugo insisted. Shoyuda listened as Bakugo laid out his plan for Midoriya. It wasn't a bad plan, and it did require the two of them to work together. Shoyuda had been ready to expel Bakugo regardless of the outcome of this final. The bullying and complete refusal to compromise and cooperate with his partner were more than sufficient grounds for expulsion, but if Bakugo could create and execute a plan based on cooperation, then Shoyuda might be convinced to offer him another chance. Normally, Shoyuda wouldn't, but there were a couple of reasons that he even considered an alternative. First, there was simply Midoriya. The complicated and fragile trust he'd gained from the boy would be gone if Shoyuda expelled Bakugo against Midoriya's wishes. As much as Shoyuda worried for Midoriya's mental, emotional, and physical well-being where Bakugo was concerned, he needed Midoriya to trust him if they were going to get through the threat presented by the League of Villains and All for One. Second was Bakugo. The anger and disrespect towards classmates weren't new issues, but they hadn't been on the level of bullying, and Bakugo had heaps of potential to be an amazing hero if he ever learned to curb that temper. With the declining health of the symbol of peace, the world was getting closer and closer to All Might's retirement, and it could not have come at a worse time. Villains were getting bolder, more powerful. They would see All Might's retirement as open season, and Shoyuda was very sure society wasn't ready. The world was going to need heroes more than ever, and it was Shuda's job to make sure these kids survived to help save it. Decided, Shoyuda watched the rest of Midoriya and Bakugo's final. Both boys would need a trip to Recovery Girls afterward, but Bakugo's plan had worked. Shoyuda left the observation room and headed for the nurse's office. Midoriya was still awake when Shoyuda walked in, while Bakugo was unconscious a few cots away. Shoyuda tamped down on the anger that looking at the boy caused, and focused on Midoriya. Mr. Aizawa. Midoriya was faintly trembling, but Shoyuda didn't know if that was from pain or nerves. Midoriya, he acknowledged. Green eyes shifted around the nurse's office, and Shoyuda guessed what was making him uncomfortable. Recovery Girl will heal you, I promise, and you don't have to worry about that ever not happening. I made sure of it. Shoyuda had never been so furious at a coworker as the day Midoriya had told him that Recovery Girl refused to heal his injuries, and he'd exacted appropriate punishment. After a discussion with Recovery Girl and Nezu, he'd gotten confirmation from the nurse that she would never deny or threaten to deny treatment for a student ever again. She'd been lucky to walk out of that meeting with her job intact. Recovery Girl walked into the small office not a moment later and sked and fretted over the state of both boys, quietly scolding All Might for going too far. Shoyuda couldn't disagree considering the injury to Midoriya's back and Bakugo's unconsciousness. Recovery Girl set Bakugo up within 4 before making her way to Midoriya. Now then, let's get you patched up. Recovery Girl planted a kiss on Midoriya's cheek and monitored his status as the healing did its job. Midoriya fell unconscious, but that was to be expected. I expect they'll both be out for a while. Let me know as soon as they're awake. I'll have to talk to both of them about what just happened. Recovery Girl sighed. Of course. I'll send word right away. As Shoyuda left, he caught Todoroki making his way toward the nurse's office. He raised his hand to stop the boy. Midoriya is sleeping off the effects of Recovery Girl's quirk, and Bakugo is still unconscious. You saw what happened? Todoroki gave him a dark look. You were right, and I am sorry for not seeing it before. Shoyuda would be kicking himself for it for a long time. What are you going to do about Bakugo? Shoyuda crossed his arms over his chest and shook his head. That depends on Midoriya and Bakugo, but I promise you that he will not walk away from this without consequences. Todoroki took a fortifying breath and nodded. May I see Midoriya? He's asleep, as I said. Shoyuda considered denying Todoroki's request, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. After what happened today, the mistakes he'd made, Shoyuda didn't feel like he could deny Todoroki or Midoriya the comfort they'd get out of it. But you can sit with him for a bit. If Recovery Girl tells you to leave, you leave. Understood? Todoroki dropped a quick, grateful bow and made his way into the nurse's office without a backward glance. Shoyuda sighed as he headed for the entrance. He gave his students a brief confirmation that the day was over and they should go home. They discuss what happened next in the morning. Once the last of the students not currently in the nurse's office left, Hisashi draped himself across Shuta's shoulders and let out a relieved sigh. What a day. You see what your students did to me, Sho? Bugs. An army of bugs. You're lucky you're cute and I love you. You lived, Shoyuta smirked. But at what cost? Shoyuta knew what he was doing. His husband had a sixth sense for when Shoyuta was in a foul mood and made it his mission to get Shoyuta to relax. Shoyuta allowed it, for the most part, but this wasn't something he could easily set aside. It was, however, something he could use some assistance with. Hisashi, I need your help. Shoyuta should have done this the moment Midoriya told him about his teachers, but things had gotten busy with internships and investigating the league. He'd put it on his summer to-do list when he'd have more time. He wished he hadn't waited. Hisashi dropped the playful attitude and stood up. What can I do? It was a well-known fact that Hisashi loved kids. It was one of the things that made him such a fantastic teacher. Another well-known fact was that he fought against things like discrimination. He donated time and money to several charities and organizations that stood up for those who were marginalized and fought for their rights. A lesser-known fact was that Hisashi was ruthless when pitted against a school accused of discrimination. These were things that they had in common. Over the course of their 15 years as heroes, he and Hisashi had taken down 7 schools for institutionalized discrimination. Netsu had headhunted them both for a position at UA once he'd caught wind of their extracurricular activities. With the principal's help, bringing those schools to task had become much easier. And now, Shoyuta had their next case. Aldra Middle School. Hisashi took the files that Shoyuta handed him with a grave nod. What are we looking at? Neglect, Quirk discrimination and bullying. Midoriya brought it to my attention, but he's likely not the only victim. Shoyuta gripped the fabric of his pockets in his clenched fists in an effort to keep himself somewhat calm. The green bean? I knew the little listener had trust issues. How bad was it? Shoyuta didn't know, which was not doing anything to help his foul mood. Based on what he saw today, and what little Midoriya had told him, he was willing to bet it was bad. Hisashi must have seen it in his face because his husband pulled him close and bumped their foreheads together gently. Leave it to me, Sho. You focus on the kid. Litigation took a considerable amount of time, so Hisashi headed home right away. Shoyuta planned to stick around for Midoriya and Bakugo to wake up, but it would likely be a few hours yet. He decided to review the video footage from the other students' finals while he waited so he could finalize plans for improvements tailored to each of his students for the summer camp. As predicted, Recovery Girl's text that Midoriya was awake came a little over 3 hours later. He shot her a reply to keep him there until Shoyuta arrived and then made his way to the nurse's office. Midoriya sat alone, cross-legged on the bed. Todoroki must have been sent home. When Shoyuta came in, hands in his lap, head down. The kid looked like he expected Shoyuta to punish him for something. With a sigh, Shoyuta leaned against the edge of the bed and shoved his hands in his pockets. You're not in trouble, kid. I know. Midoriya didn't sound like he believed it. I owe you another apology, Midoriya. Shoyuta noticed the kid's head shoot up at that, but he didn't wait for the inevitable objection that would follow. I misjudged your relationship with Bakugo, and you paid the price for my error. I'm sorry. It won't make up for everything that happened, but I want you to know that Bakugo won't walk away from this without severe consequences. Please don't expel him. Midoriya cried. Shoyuta knew the kid wasn't going to agree to expulsion, but part of him still hoped. I'd be well within my rights to expel him. UA has a zero-tolerance policy for bullying. I know, that's I never told you. Kaken has so much potential. He's going to be a great hero. Midoriya's stutter was back. Shoyuta hadn't heard it in a while. His confidence had been growing, but it seemed this conversation was taking that from him. He has the potential, Shoyuta conceded. But his attitude and the way he treats others are red flags. Midoriya looked down at his hands again, but that didn't completely hide the tears falling down his cheeks. Kaken has been doing so well at UA. He has real friends instead of followers, and he respects them. I know he's loud and he threatens to explode or kill them a lot, but he doesn't mean it. That's just how he talks. He attacked you, unprovoked, Not once but twice during your final. It doesn't matter. I think it does. No, you're worried that if he attacked me when we were supposed to be a team, then how can you trust him to work with others? How can you trust him to help others if he's a bully? But you don't have to worry about that because it's… Midoriya wiped at the tears on his cheeks and took a shuddering breath. It's just me. He won't do that to anyone else. Even if what you say is true, it still matters that he does it to you, Shoyuta said. Midoriya looked so lost and confused at Shuta's statement, it broke his heart a little. Shoyuta was going to have to work hard to improve Midoriya's self-worth, but that wasn't something that would be corrected with a single conversation. Actions always spoke louder for Shoyuta anyway. I won't expel him, he began, and Midoriya relaxed in an instant. Midoriya, what I said is true. It matters, you matter, and I can't let him get away with what he did. There will be consequences. Whatever happens to Bakugo, you need to know that it isn't your fault. He made the choices that led to this, and that's not on you. Understand? Midoriya frowned, but closed his mouth and seemed to think it over. Shoyuta let him work the problem on his own, hopeful that he would come to the correct conclusion. Finally, his student nodded and said, I trust you. Shoyuta felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He pushed himself up off the bed and stood in front of Midoriya. You did well today, despite having the deck stacked against you. I'm proud of you. Thank you, Mr. Aizawa. Midoriya gave him a watery, blinding smile. Don't forget to change before you go home. I'll see you tomorrow in class. Shoyuta stepped to the side as Midoriya hopped down off the bed. He jogged to the door and waved cheerfully before leaving, closing the door quietly behind him. One conversation down, one to go. Shoyuta got comfortable in a corner near Bakugo's bed and waited. The atmosphere the next day in class was tense. Shuto couldn't say with confidence whether or not his gambit during the final would result in failure, but he didn't regret it either way. It was odd to realize he trusted Aizawa to keep his promise, that Bakugo would face punishment for his actions, but he couldn't help the small ember of hope that burned in his chest despite his past and better judgment. He blamed Midoriya. Shuto watched as his green-haired friend tried his best to comfort their classmates that seemed certain they were facing failure. Shuto hadn't bothered to pay attention to anyone else's final performance, so he couldn't offer his own input even if he'd been so inclined. Instead, he observed, content to leave the social interaction to Midoriya. Yaoyorozu took her seat with a quiet smile in his direction. Shuto needed to thank her again for her cooperation during the final. If she hadn't agreed to support his vendetta against Aizawa, he might not have been able to warn the man of the danger to Midoriya. He's so awkwardly charming, she said, keeping her voice down. The general volume of the classroom ensured their conversation remained relatively private, or as private as a conversation could be with Jairu and Shoji in the same room. I forget sometimes how strong he is. You shouldn't. Yaoyorozu's gaze drifted from Midoriya to Shuto, and she smiled again. You certainly didn't. You knew before any of us. It was obvious. She hummed, amused. I suppose it would be to anyone who watches him as often as you do. He is worth watching, he asserted. And worth watching after. Yaoyorozu sighed, despondent. You were never worried about All Might, were you? Shuto considered deflecting or disregarding the comment but ultimately shook his head in response. She deduced the truth for herself. There was no point in lying about it. Yaoyorozu must have been in the observation room during Midoriya's final. Shuto vaguely recalled a few alarmed exclamations as Bakugo's gauntlet ruthlessly slammed into Midoriya's face, but he hadn't been able to focus on much that wasn't on the monitors. He'd be hard-pressed to remember exactly who had been present. He's lucky to have you, Todoroki. Yaoyorozu placed her hand on his desk, and Shuto saw the shimmer of her quirk for a moment before she pulled away. Shuto felt his features relax, not a full smile, but as close as he normally came, as he looked down at the smiling Midoriya nesting doll. He picked it up carefully and examined his friend's likeness with reserved delight. He'd have to keep it somewhere safe. Don't worry, that one isn't a grenade, Yaoyorozu promised. Thank you, he said, painfully sincere. Shuto tucked the nesting doll into his blazer pocket when the door opened, admitting Aizawa as the bell rang. There was a brief scramble as the class found their seats, But everyone was seated and silent by the time their teacher made his way to the podium. Morning, Aizawa greeted in his usual tired drawl. As was typical, he didn't wait for a response before continuing. Unfortunately, there were a few of you who did not pass your final exams. As you recall, I warned you that if you failed, you would not be permitted to attend the summer training camp with the rest of the class. There were a few students who visibly withered in their desks, disheartened at this reminder. Shudo considered for the first time that if he failed, he would also be forced to remain behind. The idea did not sit well with him for a number of reasons. Lucky for those that failed, Aizawa paused to take a sip of his coffee, leaving the class on edge as they waited for him to continue. That was just a logical ruse. Everyone is going to the training camp. Kirishima, Ashido, Kaminari, and Sato cheered loudly at Aizawa's announcement, and Shudo was also relieved. At least, if he had failed, he would still be allowed to go to camp. Fortunately, no one bombed the written exam. 5 of you failed the practical, badly. 2 teams, of course, and then Siro failed as well. The challenge we put before you was designed to show us how you all work together to approach the task at hand, and us teachers made sure to give each of you ample opportunity to succeed. No one would have passed otherwise. But didn't you say the teachers wouldn't be holding back? Ujiro asked. That was just to get you all to try your best, Aizawa explained. The training camp will focus on building your strength. Those that failed need those lessons the most. The plan was never to keep any of you from going. Another cheer went up from the class, but their teacher wasn't done yet. As his gaze darkened, silence crept back into the class and tensions rose. Before you get too excited, I should remind you, failure is still failure. We've prepared extra lessons for the 5 of you and Bakugo. Almost as a whole, the class turned to look at the abnormally silent blonde in surprise. From his vantage point in the back of the room, Shudo couldn't see Bakugo's face, but he could see the tension with which he held himself. As he didn't respond to Aizawa's announcement, Shudo assumed Bakugo had been told about this already, but he was clearly unhappy. I will not go into details. Aizawa headed off the questions from the others. Suffice to say that I noticed an area where more education was required, and we will provide it. On a similar note, I have one more announcement. To better facilitate everyone's educational needs, we are going to reorganize the seating chart for the start of the next term. If you feel you would benefit from sitting somewhere specific, please write your request on a sheet of paper and hand it to me before the end of the day. I will do my best to accommodate all reasonable requests. Aizawa met Shudo's gaze briefly, but it was all Shudo needed to know that this was his teacher's effort to correct his mistake. Bakugo would not only be forced to take remedial lessons, but he would also be moved away from Midoriya with the new seating chart. If he was lucky, maybe Aizawa would place him and Midoriya next to each other. As it was the last day of class before the summer break, most of their classes were spent reviewing the material on the final, going over questions that were most frequently missed or that someone requested help understanding. Shudo felt like the day dragged on, but it was better than trying to cram new material in before the break. The final bell rang and the class was abuzz with talk about the training camp. A class trip to the mall was suggested by Hagakure, and most of the class agreed right away. Bakugo refused, which eased Shudo's main concern, but when Midoriya asked if he was coming, Shudo regretfully had to turn him down. I visit my mom on days off, Shudo explained. Midoriya beamed at him. That's great. Say hi for me. I mean tea, that is if you want tea to. I shouldn't presume. I will. Shudo cut off the nervous, endearing, rambling before Midoriya could work himself up too much. His friend relaxed and gave him a relieved grin. You don't have to. She doesn't even know who I am. It might be weird to tell her I say hi. She knows who you are. Shudo had told his mom about Midoriya, about how he'd helped him come to terms with his fire, how he'd befriended him, how they trained together. Come to think of it, there probably hadn't been a visit yet that he hadn't mentioned Midoriya at least once. Midoriya blushed faintly. Well, maybe if we're still at the mall when you're done, you could join us. But only if you want to. Don't rush or anything. Maybe, Shudo agreed. He wished he could say for sure that he'd be there, but he didn't get a lot of time with his mom. The chances were fairly low he'd be ready to leave in time to meet up with Midoriya at the mall. Unfailingly kind and understanding, Midoriya didn't press Shudo for a firmer commitment as they walked to the gates together. Before parting ways, Midoriya said, "I'll text you tomorrow regardless. See you later, Todoroki. Bye." Shudo watched him walk toward the station for a bit before turning down his own path home. A body blocked his path, surprising Shudo before he recognized who it was. Shinso stared down at him, an amused smirk on his face. The other boy must have been tailing Midoriya again. Neither of them said anything immediately. Without Midoriya or training as a buffer, Shudo had no idea what to say, so he remained silent. His situational awareness is startlingly bad considering his quirk, Shinso remarked. Shudo blinked. The implication that Shinso knew of Midoriya's natural quirk threw Shudo off guard. He didn't remember Midoriya mentioning that he'd told Shinso about his quirk, and Shudo knew Midoriya hadn't told him about one for all. It made Shudo uneasy. Secrets were valuable to the right, or wrong, people. The more people who knew about Midoriya's quirks, the more danger his friend was in. They still didn't know for sure whether or not the League knew Midoriya had one for all, but it was possible. If they did know, they learned it from someone. Todoroki hadn't shared the knowledge, and he couldn't see All Might, Aizawa, or Mrs. Midoriya divulging it either. But Shinso was still very much an unknown. Shudo reevaluated the teen's threat level. Shinso raised his hands from his pockets, holding them out in a non-threatening gesture. "Relax. Midoriya told me about his weird dual quirk when he hijacked my training sessions with Mr. Aizawa. I know it's a secret. I'm not gonna spread it around." "You told me." Shudo did not relax out of his ready stance. He couldn't attack Shinso, but he also wouldn't let down his guard. Technically, Shinso said, "I didn't. I alluded to it, but unless you already knew, you wouldn't have understood. Anyway, I was pretty sure you knew already. Midoriya tells you everything, even things that aren't his to tell." Midoriya wasn't supposed to have told him about training with Shinso. Shudo had promised his silence on the matter, but Shinso must still harbor some resentment toward Midoriya, or maybe Shudo himself, for the slip. He didn't know it was a secret. "Yeah, he mentioned," Shinso sighed. "Look, you and the rest of the Izuku crew," Shudo blinked at the odd moniker, "have been disgustingly genuine and welcoming. It's been weird, but I suppose. I wasn't trying to antagonize you. Then what was your goal?" "I don't like owing people." Shudo couldn't recall helping the other teen with anything recently other than the training earlier that week, but that had been mutually beneficial for everyone. Still, if Shinso believed that he was indebted to Shudo for something, then Shudo knew what he'd want to ask. "Keep Midoriya's secret?" Shinso scoffed and rolled his eyes. "Okay, first of all, I wasn't going to tell anyone anyway, so it hardly counts. Second, even if it did count, it would be for Midoriya, not you. Last thing I need is you deciding it's suddenly not enough and demanding something else." Shudo's confusion grew. "Why would I demand anything else? I know the whole lunch invitation thing was your idea. It was quick thinking, and I appreciate that you helped keep my secret. More than that, this last week has been nice. Sitting with Midoriya and your group has sorta been what I imagine having friends is supposed to be like." That wasn't what Shudo expected, but it was familiar enough that he felt like he understood a little better. It had been confusing for Shudo at first as well, but at least he could clarify things for Shinso the way Midoriya had for him. They are your friends. They aren't just tolerating you for Midoriya's sake. Shinso didn't look relieved or like he'd had a revelation the way Shudo had. Had he said it wrong? He didn't think so. "I'm aware, that's the problem," Shinso deadpanned. "You and Midoriya did something for me by dragging me into your circle of friends. Now, rather than wait for you to come up with something for me to do for you, it always happens, don't try to deny it, I'm helping you with this." "This?" Shudo was confused again. "Midoriya. That I don't understand." Shinso heaved an aggrieved sigh and ran a hand over his face. "You're both ridiculous." Shudo privately thought that he wasn't the one not making any sense. "You and Midoriya are circling around each other, waiting for one of you to recognize what is happening. Personally, I don't think it'll be Midoriya who sees it first. He's a bit oblivious, which means it's gotta be you." Shinso insisted, suddenly serious. "It doesn't have to be today or whatever, but when you figure it out, my advice to you is to just tell Midoriya. Don't waste time waiting for him to catch up on his own." Apparently satisfied that he'd successfully delivered his message, Shinso gave Shudo one last scrutinizing once-over and turned away, throwing a half-hearted wave over his shoulder, leaving Shudo annoyingly confused. He cursed his inexperience navigating social interaction and resolved to get a second opinion. Maybe his mom? He would bring the conversation up with her tomorrow and see if she could help him understand. Decided, Shudo made his way home quickly. Invoking his father's wrath was a poor decision on a good day, but Shudo didn't want to risk the BSTRD preventing him from visiting his mom. He couldn't bar Shudo access to the hospital, probably, but he could leave him too sore or injured to venture across town. Best not to risk it. Shudo suffered through the role of perfect son for the evening until Endeavor finally retired to his bedroom. Once he was gone, the taut line of Shudo's shoulders eased and he breathed a sigh of relief. "Say hi to Mom for me tomorrow?" Fuyumi requested with a gentle smile. "I will," Shudo promised. "Good night, Shudo." Shudo allowed himself to lean a little into his sister's touch as she ran a hand over his hair. His previous reluctance to indulge in physical contact had hurt them both, and it had only been a few months since he'd stopped keeping her at a distance. He noticed her faint, pleased smile, but was still too unsure how to acknowledge it. Thankfully, she didn't ever seem to need him to acknowledge it at all. "Good night, Fun." Shudo excused himself to get ready for bed. As his last act before settling down to sleep, Shudo carefully moved the Midoriya nesting doll from his blazer pocket to his bag so he wouldn't leave it somewhere his father might find it. He'd like to be able to keep the doll in his room, but his privacy was invaded too regularly to risk Endeavor seeing it. Shudo could only imagine the fit his father would throw, and he'd rather not see the small figure of his friend engulfed in hellfire. The next morning, Shudo shared a pleasant breakfast with his sister before heading out to the hospital. Endeavor had left the house early to go to his agency, so Shudo didn't have to worry about explaining where he was headed. The train ride out to the hospital was quiet, which suited Shudo fine. The quiet afforded him time to settle his nerves. Even after a couple of months visiting his mom on days off, Shudo still got nervous, or maybe anxious was more accurate. He was getting better, but it was still new. Still fragile. They were both relearning how to interact with and around each other. The nurse at the front desk gave him a polite smile and waved him through. Shudo had been by frequently enough that they trusted him to know where he was going. Shudo knocked gently and waited for the quiet, "Come in," from his mom before opening the door. "Hi, Mom." Shudo. She smiled and waved for him to join her at the small table in the corner of her room. "It's so good to see you." Shudo took a seat in the free chair and slung his bag off, setting it gently on the floor next to the table. "How are you doing?" His mom gave him an indulgent smile before telling him about her week. She never went into details about her therapy, just remarked that it had helped or that they were working on something new. Shudo understood that it was something personal and never pressed for more than she was willing to share. When she told him of her hobbies, she became more animated, and he asked questions to keep her talking. It was soothing to hear that she was able to find some happiness while trapped in the hospital, but Shudo hoped she'd be able to leave one day. There was only so long she'd allow him to keep the conversation on her, though, and she seized her opportunity to get him talking. "Last time you mentioned finals would be this week. How did it go?" "The written exams were fine," Shudo said. "They had us fight the teachers in teams of 2 for the practical." "That sounds challenging." Shudo pondered how to respond. The test itself had been straightforward. The challenge had, of course, been dealing with the potential danger to Midoriya. He'd told his mom that he didn't like Bakugo's treatment of Midoriya before, so she had some context, but he hadn't told her everything. Choosing his words carefully, Shudo explained what had happened that day. She listened intently as he told her what it was like seeing Midoriya shut down, how angry he had been, and his decision to confront Aizawa during his own test. "You care for him a great deal, to risk your grade like that?" His mom rested her hand gently on his own where they were clenched on top of the table. "Yes," Shudo agreed. Yaoyorozu said almost the exact same thing. "I don't know why it's so remarkable." His mom gave his hands a squeeze. "You've only known Midoriya a few months. That isn't very long to grow so fond of a person." "It's a good thing, Shudo," she promised, "but I'm sure some find it surprising." Reminded of Yaoyorozu and the final, Shudo pulled his hands from his mom's to reach for his bag. He pulled out the Midoriya nesting doll and showed it to his mom. During our final, Yaoyorozu created these nesting dolls with flashbang grenades inside. That one's empty, though. She said making them look like Midoriya seemed appropriate. This is Midoriya? His mom cooed over the little figure. He's adorable. Shudo couldn't disagree. Midoriya was frequently adorable. May I leave it with you? Shudo asked. When she looked surprised, he explained. I don't want it to get damaged. I can't leave it at home. If he found it, I'm sure he'd incinerate it. I would keep it in my bag, but I'm worried it would get crushed by my books, or I'd lose it if it fell out. Your father doesn't approve of your relationship? His mom asked, worry pinching the skin between her eyes. He doesn't know. Shudo shook his head. If he did, I'm sure he would try to forbid it, for all the good that would do him. Just be careful, Shudo. His mom stood and made her way to the window to set the Midoriya doll on the sill where it would catch the light. The green was especially vibrant in the sun. Keeping relationships secret, even for good reasons, can cause problems down the line. I don't want you or Midoriya to get hurt. Shudo didn't want Midoriya to get hurt either. There was only so much he could do, given their chosen career path, but Shudo was doing all he could to mitigate preventable problems. For now, Midoriya was safe from endeavor, and Shudo would keep it that way. I promised his mom I would protect him, and I will. I remember you mentioned your promise to protect each other. His mother smiled, amused. You've met his mother. When do I get to meet him? Would you like to? Shudo asked, surprised. He hadn't thought seriously about bringing Midoriya to the hospital with him only because he imagined his mother wouldn't want a stranger to see her here. I would, she replied wistfully. But I don't believe it's possible. I'm not allowed visitors that aren't family. Now that the idea had been planted, though, Shudo wanted it. He wanted his mother to meet Midoriya, wanted her to experience firsthand the warmth and sunshine and comfort that Midoriya brought so effortlessly to the people around him, wanted the two of the most important people in his life to be able to speak to each other. What if? Shudo pulled his phone out of his pocket and held it tentatively in front of him. If I video called him, the two of you could meet that way? His mother's eyes sparkled with some emotion Shudo couldn't identify, and she took her seat at the table next to him once more. She brushed her hand over his cheek and smiled. I think that's a wonderful idea. If it's not too early for him. Shudo didn't think it would be too early. Considering Midoriya planned to meet with the rest of the class today, he had probably been awake for several hours already to get in his usual morning workout routine. Scrolling through his contacts, Shudo found Midoriya's and tapped the video call option. The phone opened up his camera, and Shudo's own face stared back at him from the screen as a trilling ring echoed from the speakers. Shudo's face shrank down into a small corner of the screen as Midoriya's curious face took over. Good morning, Todoroki. Midoriya, I didn't wake you, did I? His friend shook his head and his curls flopped against his head. They were wet, Shudo realized. That's why he looked disheveled. You have good timing, I was just about to grab breakfast. On screen, a towel, All Might themed, of course, engulfed Midoriya's head as the boy rough-dried his hair. Since he was behind the towel, his words were a little muffled but Shudo could still understand him. Are you done visiting your mom already? You didn't rush, did you? Because the class isn't meeting at the Kiyoshi Ward Mall until 1. You should take your time to be with her like you'd originally planned. No, I'm still at the hospital. That's why I'm calling. Concerned green eyes appeared as Midoriya pulled the towel off his head, leaving his curls in complete disarray. Is everything okay? It is. My mom wanted to meet you. Shudo itched to straighten those wayward locks, soothe the worry he'd unintentionally caused. Oh. Midoriya blushed and muttered, should probably grab a shirt then, 1 second. The view from Midoriya's camera moved too quickly for details, but Shudo caught a wave of red, blue, and yellow until the picture resolved on Midoriya's ceiling. I'm so sorry, Mrs. Todoroki. Just one moment. Shudo's mom couldn't see the screen since Shudo hadn't turned it around yet, just in case he'd caught Midoriya unprepared, as he had. Since Midoriya was getting ready, Shudo took the opportunity to set his phone on the table, propped up against a few books so the camera could see them both. It's all right, Midoriya. I apologize for interrupting your morning, his mom said. No, you're fine. The image on Midoriya's end blurred again as he picked it up, and then his brilliant smile was on camera. There he is, Shudo's mom smiled, amused. It's wonderful to meet you, Midoriya. You too. Wow, Todoroki really takes after you a lot. Shudo shook his head. This coming from the boy who was practically a clone of his own mother. Shudo's told me so much about you. It's nice to finally put a face to the name, his mom said. I wanted to be able to thank you in person for all you've done for my son. Oh, that's not necessary. She shook her head, it is. I will never be able to repay you, Midoriya. If why you two are happy, that's all the thanks I need. Midoriya caught his eye briefly before turning back to Shudo's mom. You don't owe me anything. Shudo suddenly recalled his conversation with Shinso yesterday. He thought about bringing it up with Midoriya since he knew Shinso better than Shudo did, but since Midoriya had been the topic of discussion, Shudo decided to wait until he could ask his mom. Sweet boy, she smiled. I'm so glad Shudo has you. Midoriya blushed, but before he could say anything in response, they heard another voice shout, Izuku, breakfast is ready. Thanks, Mom. Midoriya called, holding his phone a little further away to avoid yelling too loudly over the line. He turned back to the camera with an apologetic smile. I've got to go, but it was really nice meeting you, Mrs. Todoroki. You as well. I think I mentioned, but we'll be at Kiyoshi Ward Shopping Mall at 1, probably for a few hours at least if you change your mind, Todoroki. It's totally fine if you don't, though. Your class is going shopping? His mom asked. To prepare for the summer camp, Shudo explained. I don't need anything, though. His mom squeezed his hand before turning back to Midoriya. He'll be there, she promised. Midoriya looked surprised but cautiously pleased. It's really fine if he can't. I know you two don't get a lot of time together. Izuku. Coming, he shouted over his shoulder. Sorry. Whatever you decide, Todoroki. I'll see you later. The line went dead less than a second later and Shudo retrieved his phone. I don't need anything for the trip, I'd rather spend time with you. His mother giggled quietly. More than you'd like to spend time with Midoriya? I see Midoriya nearly every day at school, Shudo reasoned. But that's school, Shudo. How often are you able to be together outside of classes and training? The answer was almost never. Endeavor restricted Shudo from what his old man considered frivolous distractions, like seeing his friends. The very rare occasions where Shudo was able to steal a few hours away from his father were limited to when the BSTRD was away from home, but Midoriya always had time, or made time, for him when the opportunity presented itself. Maybe Shudo should return the favor and make time. But he only had a few hours a week, at most, to see his mom. He was torn. I can tell Midoriya wants you there, his mom said. I think you'd make his day if you went. The rest of our friends are going to be there. I'm sure he'll have fun without me. Shudo didn't know why the thought made something in his chest hurt. But he'll have more fun with you. Why do you want me to go? Shudo asked, curious why she was pushing so hard for him to go hang out with his friends. I love you, and I will never regret being your mother, but even though it breaks my heart, love is not the reason you were born. You were brought into the world for a purpose, Shudo, which is a burden no one should have to bear. She gazed out the window with a forlorn expression, still as a statue, and Shudo floundered, with no idea how to bring her out of her sudden melancholy. This wasn't the first time she'd slipped into a dissociative state or gotten lost in some distant memory in his presence, but that didn't make it any easier to see. Shudo wished he could make it better. Tentatively, hoping he didn't make it worse, Shudo knelt next to her chair and slowly reached his hand out until his fingers brushed against her cold hands. I never blamed you for any of it. That's not what kept me away. You know that, right? I do, she whispered. After a handful of heartbeats, she turned away from the window and slid her other hand over his. I will always be here and I will always have time for you, but you have to make time for yourself. I don't understand. You embraced the career that was chosen for you, and I'm glad you're working toward it the way you want to, but you're still young, she smiled, and he was relieved to see her return to the present. Enjoy being young, Shudo. Be with Midoriya if he makes you happy. Go to the mall for no other reason than to have fun. Go be a teenager, and then come tell me all about it next time you visit? If it would make his mother happy to hear about his time spent hanging out with his friends, then there wasn't an argument he could pose to refuse. If that's what you want, I'll go, Shudo relented. And I look forward to hearing about it. She hugged him gently and Shudo returned the embrace. I don't know how interesting it will be, but I'll tell you everything. Even if it doesn't make for a thrilling tale, as long as you have fun, I'll be happy. Whatever else he would have liked to do or say while he was with his mom would have to wait until next time. Kiyoshi Ward was a few hours away by train. If he was going to get there even close to on time, he needed to leave. Alright. I love you, Mom. I love you too, Shudo. His mom handed him his bag and gave him a gentle push out the door. As predicted, Shudo was about 10 minutes late getting to the mall. It was enormous and crowded. Finding Midoriya and the others would be difficult. The class-wide group chat gave him a starting point at least. Once he made it to their meeting spot, he'd text Midoriya to see where he was since he probably hadn't ventured too far yet. Finding Midoriya was surprisingly easy. As soon as Shudo made it to the designated meet-up point, he saw Midoriya's characteristic green curls only a few meters away. Shudo didn't see any of their classmates nearby, and he frowned. The point of the class coming to the mall had been to hang out and shop together, hadn't it? So then why was Midoriya alone? Except he wasn't alone. As Shudo neared, he noticed another figure sitting next to, incredibly close to, Midoriya. Their hood was up and their posture hunched, so Shudo couldn't make out a face, but their arm was slung around Midoriya's shoulders in an overly familiar manner. Midoriya was tense. Even from a distance, Shudo knew his friend well enough to see the taut line of his shoulders and stiff posture. Anger flared in his chest. Whoever this was, they were obviously making Midoriya uncomfortable. Shudo hastened his pace, ready to remove that arm by force if necessary. When he finally got close, the anger crackling through his veins evaporated, replaced by a roaring inferno of horror. Manic, red eyes. Pale, messy blue hair. And a four-finger vice-like grip around Midoriya's throat. Despite every nerve screaming at him to freeze the BSRD in place, he would never be faster than that fifth finger. Images of Midoriya's neck decaying under the villain's touch rose unbidden to Shudo's mind, and suddenly he felt as if his neck were the one being strangled. A fight would risk Midoriya's life and no doubt the lives of the civilians nearby. Not to mention the idiotic regulations regarding non-licensed quirk use meant that Shudo would be heavily censured or possibly arrested for defending his friend from a maniac. He couldn't attack, but he had to do something. Shigaraki, Shudo kept his voice low, but both hateful red and terrified green eyes snapped over to him. Recognition flashed in the villain's eyes and he glared darkly at Shudo as his grip around Midoriya's neck tightened. Shudo channeled every scrap of contempt and malice he held for the scum in front of him into his words. Let him go. Shudo didn't know, and frankly didn't care, if Shigaraki believed Shudo was a real threat or if he simply decided it wasn't worth the trouble of fighting them, but he released Midoriya and stepped away. Didn't know you were here with a friend, Midoriya. Sorry to interrupt your day out. Shigaraki smirked as Midoriya coughed. The villain took a few steps away, and Shudo moved closer to Midoriya. When they'd effectively traded places, Shigaraki added, "Don't follow me, or I'll really get angry. You wouldn't want these sheep to get hurt, right, heroes?" Shudo knelt next to Midoriya and deliberately ignored the villain. His mission was accomplished. Midoriya was safe, and from the sound of it, Shigaraki would leave without fuss so long as they didn't push him. Hold on. I have a question for you. Midoriya's voice was rough from coughing and anger, and despite the tears peeking out from the corner of his eyes, his scowl was fierce and full of determination. Shudo admired that determination, but he didn't think provoking Shigaraki was a good idea. What is all for one after? Who can say, really? Shigaraki shrugged, unconcerned. But a word of advice for you. Be careful. The next time we meet, I'll likely have to kill you. Shudo clenched his teeth to keep a retort from slipping past his lips. Threatening Shigaraki wouldn't help their current situation. Instead, he pulled Midoriya's hands away from his neck so he could get a look at the damage. He kept his touch gentle, but Midoriya still flinched when Shudo brushed against his reddened skin. It would definitely bruise, but thankfully it looked like Shigaraki's quirk never landed. Shudo chilled his right hand and applied cold to Midoriya's bruised neck delicately. "Thank you," Midoriya rasped. "I'm sorry I wasn't here sooner." Shudo was valiantly trying not to think about what might have happened if he had stayed with his mom as he'd originally planned. Midoriya's hands wrapped around Shudo's, keeping him from continuing first aid. Shudo looked up and met Midoriya's eyes, but his question died on his tongue. There were so many emotions swimming in Midoriya's verdant eyes that Shudo couldn't identify them all, but he wanted to. He wanted to know what Midoriya was feeling, what he was thinking as he looked at Shudo with so much. "You were here when I needed you, that's all that matters." Midoriya's breathing hitched a little, and he turned his head into his shoulder to cough. "Here, let me." Shudo was reluctant to pull his hands from Midoriya's, but they were needed for other tasks. His right hand went back to icing Midoriya's neck, but Shudo slipped his left into those curls and carted warm fingers through his hair. Midoriya smiled gratefully and watched him with that mysterious emotion again. Whatever it was, it made Shudo feel warm and happy, and he would do whatever he had to in order to see it again and again, every day for the rest of his life. There were a fair few moments in Izuku's life up to now that he'd experienced heart-pounding, ice-in-his-veins terror. While never pleasant, he learned to keep his head during those moments. He was grateful, he supposed, for the practice, as it had helped him remain rational when Shigaraki had grabbed his neck and demanded to chat at the mall. Izuku's fear hadn't controlled him, and no one got hurt. The fear was still very real, however, and the utter relief he'd felt upon Todoroki's arrival was strong enough to knock Izuku off his feet. If he hadn't already been sitting down, hadn't been held up by Shigaraki's hold on his neck, he was sure he would have collapsed right then and there. Todoroki would protect him, would fight with and for him, as he'd proven again and again. Part of Izuku had feared that Todoroki would be in danger as well, but mostly he just felt safe. Shigaraki left without a fight, and then Todoroki's hands were on Izuku's neck instead, and it was so gentle, so nice. With a chilled hand on his bruises to ease his pain and a warm hand in his hair to ease his anxiety, Izuku decided that Todoroki's hands on his skin was one of his favorite things. Probably for the best that Uraraka arrived when she did, otherwise Izuku might have actually said something along those lines. That would have been embarrassing. Uraraka was understandably alarmed by Izuku's encounter with Shigaraki, and she apologized profusely for leaving him on his own. Izuku brushed her apology aside. He didn't blame her. They called the police to report the incident, and then there was no more time to contemplate any strange, new feelings. The mall was shut down and searched, but Shigaraki was long gone by the time the police and heroes arrived. Izuku, Todoroki, and Uraraka were taken to the police station to give their statements given the sensitive nature of anything involving the League. Detective Tsukachi conducted the interviews, and Izuku relaxed a fraction. All Might trusted the detective, and he was running point on the investigation into the League of Villains. He took them to a quieter, less busy part of the precinct to take their statements, starting with Uraraka since hers would be the shortest. Once she finished talking to the detective, she gave Izuku a hug and another apology. "It's okay, Uraraka, really," Izuku promised. "It was so stupid of me, though," she pouted. "It was," Todoroki agreed, and Izuku shot him a glare. Todoroki met his glare without backing down, however. "Leaving you alone made you an easy target?" She had no way to know. Izuku defended reasonably. "No, Todoroki's right. Even without all the crazy villain stuff, it was irresponsible of me to abandon you." Uraraka sighed dejectedly. "I don't know how many times I've heard my folks talk about using the buddy system when I'm hanging out with friends without adult supervision, but clearly, I wasn't listening as close as I thought." Before Izuku could say anything else, the detective came out of the interview room. "All right, Todoroki. Are you ready to give your statement?" "I have to get going," Uraraka said after Todoroki nodded to the detective. "I'll talk to you later, okay?" "Yeah," Izuku agreed easily. "Don't be too hard on yourself, Uraraka. It turned out all right?" She gave him a strained smile. Izuku could tell she was still upset, but there wasn't anything else he could say. It hadn't been her fault, but she still blamed herself. Izuku would feel the same in her place. "Would it be possible for Midoriya to accompany me for the interview?" Todoroki requested once Uraraka had left, surprising Izuku. Detective Tsukachi and Izuku both gave Todoroki curious looks in response. Perhaps it's foolish considering we're in a police station, but I don't feel comfortable leaving you on your own right now. The detective looked to Izuku. It's not protocol, but it's not against the rules either since these are just witness statements. Midoriya? Oh sure, Izuku stood with Todoroki. If it's okay, I'd actually like that as well. The danger was well past and they were in the middle of a police station, as Todoroki pointed out, but Izuku still felt better with Todoroki at his side. Besides, it would save him telling the story a second time since he would have told Todoroki later anyway. Izuku and Todoroki followed Detective Tsukachi into the interview room. As they sat at the table, the detective pulled out a voice recorder. I'll be recording your statements for the case. When we start, I'll introduce myself and my quirk and then both of you will introduce yourselves. Just your name is fine. If you need to stop for any reason, we can pause and then pick up again when you're ready. Sound good? Yes, Todoroki confirmed. Izuku nodded. Great, but remember to respond verbally for the recording from here on in. The detective smiled reassuringly. He set the device on the table and then pressed the little red button on the side. Detective Naomasa Tsukachi, Quirk, lie detector. I will be conducting this joint interview with two primary witnesses to the events involving the appearance of Tamura Shigaraki at the Kiyoshi Ward Mall today shortly after 1 p.m. After each question, I will give a verbal confirmation of true or false to verify the witness testimony. Izuku refrained, barely, from asking the detective the swarm of questions that he had about his quirk. Maybe he'd let him ask once the interview was over? All right, boys, go ahead and introduce yourselves for the record. Shuto Todoroki. Izuku Midoriya. Both true. Excellent. Let's get started. Detective Tsukachi asked them to take him through a general description of events as they remembered them before going into specific questions. Since Izuku had spent the most time with Shigaraki, most of the questions were directed toward him, but the detective had a few questions for Todoroki as well. As he recounted his conversation with Shigaraki, how helpless and trapped he'd felt, Izuku found his hand reaching for Todoroki's under the table. His hand was warm, soothing, and he held on without hesitation. Izuku marveled internally once again at how much the physical contact calmed him, and that Todoroki allowed it. When he came to the end of the encounter, Izuku made sure to keep his story relevant. His emotional response to Todoroki's arrival didn't need to go on record, but he made sure to include Shigaraki's answer to his own question about All for One. It was confirmation that their fears were true. The supervillain was alive and involved with the League. Once they were both done, the detective turned the recorder off. Thank you both for your time. You handled yourselves well despite the tense situation. I wish he hadn't gotten away, Izuku lamented. It feels like I failed. Todoroki squeezed his hand comfortingly. You did everything right, Midoriya. You kept calm, kept Shigaraki talking, and prevented civilian casualties. We couldn't have asked for more, Detective Tsukachi assured him. Todoroki turned to the detective. Is there anything else? No, I think we have everything we need, Detective Tsukachi smiled. Your guardians have been called already and should be here to pick you up shortly. Todoroki stood, without letting go of Izuku's hand, and addressed the detective. My father? Detective Tsukachi skirted them out of the interview room as he replied, Your sister, actually. She's listed as your primary emergency contact with UA, so that's who we called. I imagine Endeavor's pretty busy at the moment, anyway. Since Izuku wasn't eager to reclaim his hand, he walked next to Todoroki quietly enjoying the contact. The detective led them out a side door rather than through the front, and soon Izuku saw why. All Might met them just outside the door. Oh, they called your father. Izuku shoved Todoroki lightly with their connected hands as he fought not to laugh. Young Midoriya, All Might called out, worry evident in his voice despite its normally boisterous nature in his heroic form. Are you all right? I'm so sorry I wasn't there, my boy. I'm okay, I'm not hurt, Izuku promised. That's a relief. You're unhurt as well, young Todoroki? Todoroki nodded. I am. Good. Tsukachi said you were both okay, but All Might deflated suddenly into his non-heroic form with a cough. He must have been out of time for the day. Why would he risk coming here if he couldn't maintain his heroic form? At All Might's insistence, Izuku hadn't told Todoroki, surely that meant he hadn't wanted the other teen to know. Glancing at Todoroki, the only evidence of surprise on his face was a slight widening of his eyes, but he quickly schooled his expression again. Despite his calm appearance, however, his tight grip on Izuku's hand let slip his true feelings. "I apologize." All Might waved off Tsukachi, trying to hand him a handkerchief before facing Izuku and Todoroki again. "I'm out of time for today, but I wanted to see for myself that you were all right." All Might had exposed his secret to Todoroki just to make sure that Izuku was okay, even though the detective had already told him he was. It was that important to him? Izuku was that important to him? "Are you not okay?" Todoroki asked slowly. "As well as I can be. Don't worry about me, this is the result of an old injury." All Might gave Todoroki a strained smile, but he didn't look like he regretted outing himself. "I suppose it was time you knew anyway. Young Midoriya trusted you with the secret of One for All, and I trust his judgment." Todoroki didn't say anything at first, but it was a lot to take in. Izuku had definitely freaked out the first time he'd seen it happen. After a few moments, the vice-like hold on his hand relaxed to a more comfortable pressure as Todoroki adjusted to the new information. "This explains a lot," Todoroki murmured quietly. "Izuku." Turning to the cry of his name, Izuku saw his mom running down the alley toward them. He had to let go of Todoroki's hand to catch his mom as she threw herself into his arms. "Oh, baby, I don't know how much more of this I can take." Izuku wrapped his arms around his mom and let her cry on his shoulder. "I'm sorry, Mom, but I'm okay." Todoroki kept his promise. "If I'd been there from the start," Todoroki began, but Izuku's mom cut him off with a fierce hug. Izuku had to fight to keep from laughing at his friend's bewildered expression. In an effort to help, Izuku mimed reciprocating the hug in an exaggerated manner. Todoroki slowly followed his instructions, but he looked to Izuku to make sure he was doing it right. Izuku fought hard to keep his face passively encouraging instead of laughing at Todoroki's unsteady attempts to soothe Izuku's mom. "Thank you," his mom said fiercely before releasing him and standing with Izuku once more. "I know it's too much to put on you boys, but it really does ease my heart to know you're looking after each other." Before either of them could comment further on it, another figure moved into the alley, followed by Sansa. Izuku guessed this new person was Todoroki's sister. She had white hair with a few red streaks mixed in rather than Todoroki's perfect split, and she looked enough like Mrs. Todoroki that it was fairly obvious. "Fuyumi," Todoroki greeted warmly. When she reached his side, he turned to Izuku and his mom. "My sister, Fuyumi." "Fuyune, this is Midoriya Izuku and his mother." Inko, his mother held her hand out, politely shaking hands with Todoroki's sister. "It's a pleasure to meet you." "And you as well," Fuyumi smiled. "I apologize, normally I would be eager to get to know you both, but it's getting late. We should hurry if we're going to beat Dad home." Todoroki scowled briefly before sighing. "Of course. I'll see you later, Midoriya." "You bet, Todoroki. I'll text you?" His friend nodded, shooting him a small smile before following his sister out of the alley. "Sansa," Detective Tsukachi said. "Make sure the Midoriyas get home safe." "Yes, sir." The cat-headed officer saluted and then led them away. Izuku sent All Might one more wave before following behind his mom. The warm smile from his mentor as he waved back filled Izuku with contentment. Todoroki liked to tease him about his and All Might's relationship, but Izuku really wouldn't mind if there was some truth to the joke. All Might certainly acted more like a father to him than Izuku's actual father had. Low bar admittedly, but still. His mom held him close to her side as they rode home in the back of the officer's car, and Izuku relaxed into the hold without complaint. Even if he didn't have a father, he had an amazing mom. Izuku would forever be grateful for that. There were a couple of weeks between the end of term and the start of the summer camp where Izuku and the others were free to indulge in normal summer activities so long as they stayed in Mizudafu. There had been a few complaints from some of his classmates, but not many. Personally, Izuku didn't mind. He took advantage of the free time to finally sit down and figure out something that had been bothering him all week. Shinso had claimed Izuku was a distraction to his classmates. He hadn't meant it maliciously and he hadn't said it in an accusatory manner, but it bothered Izuku. The last thing he wanted to do was impede his friend's ability to concentrate. He'd called them thirsty, right? Izuku muttered to himself, opening his laptop. Somehow Izuku doubted Shinso meant they needed to drink more water, so he decided to ask a more knowledgeable source, the internet. Less than 5 minutes later, Izuku slammed his laptop closed, blushing furiously. That could not possibly be what Shinso had meant. Could it? No way. There was no way his friends had been distracted because they were attracted to him. The idea that Uraraka and Todoroki thought he was attractive was laughable. Hadn't Uraraka even called him plain-looking at one point when they met? You're wrong. Rarely. What are you referring to? They aren't attracted to me. That doesn't make sense. Okay, so we're doing this. It does because they are. No, Uraraka called me plain-looking and she's right. I'm not attractive. Not like Todoroki. There's no way someone that good-looking is attracted to me. Huh, guess I was wrong. Told you so. No, not about that. Unimportant. Look, if you want to go out with Todoroki, you should tell him. That is not what I said. Yes or no, do you find Todoroki attractive? Objectively. Ignoring that attraction is literally 100% subjective. Next question. Do you like spending time with him? I like spending time with all of my friends. Do you share your weird quirk secrets with all your friends? I can't. Also, how did you know I told Todoroki? You tell him everything. And considering he looked ready to murder me and hide my body in the woods when I told him I knew about your quirk, I'd say there's probably more going on than you've told me. Stop panic typing and chill. Whatever else is weird about your quirk or quirks is none of my business. I don't care. My point is that you told him. Out of all your other friends, you chose to let Todoroki in on your secret. But I trust him. But you don't trust the others? They do. I didn't mean it like that. If I could tell them I would, but I can't. It's a lot. I can't tell you the details. And I'm not asking for them. All I'm trying to say is that you chose Todoroki for a reason. If you trust your other friends too, why was Todoroki the only one you felt like you could tell? You don't have to explain it to me, but you should think about it. Izuku wasn't sure he had a clear answer for himself. Why had he told Todoroki over his other friends? It had felt right, and he certainly didn't regret it, but he honestly wasn't sure he could articulate why he'd done it. Now that Shinso had pointed it out, though, Izuku wasn't satisfied with not knowing. So, Izuku did what he did best. He analyzed. Their friendship had been extremely new. The connection he had with Todoroki now hadn't been as deep back then, so Izuku couldn't say he'd told Todoroki because he was his best friend. At the time, that simply hadn't been true. Todoroki certainly hadn't hesitated to spill his deepest secret with Izuku, but that had less to do with their friendship and more to do with Todoroki trying to get Izuku to understand why he had laid down his challenge at the sports festival. So was that it? Izuku didn't think so, at least not directly. He hadn't traded secrets quid pro quo like he had with Shinso, but it had fostered an understanding between them. That seemed relevant. It was definitely part of why he'd told Todoroki about One for All, but that wasn't the whole reason. What was it he'd said that day? Just help. Izuku's headache had been bad, skull-splitting agony, and Todoroki's ice had helped, but by the time Izuku had asked All Might to tell Aizawa and Todoroki about One for All, the pain had mostly abated. Even though he hadn't needed it for his headache, Todoroki's touch had still helped him feel better. He remembered the feeling of Todoroki's fingers carting through his hair clearly. It was still one of his favorite things, and it never failed to calm him down. That had merit. Izuku felt calm around Todoroki. His presence was one Izuku associated with safety. Even when they hadn't known each other very long, Izuku felt safe around Todoroki because when he had been vulnerable, Todoroki had offered to help. That stood out actually. Izuku had shared a weakness and instead of exploiting it or leaving him to sort it out himself, as Izuku was used to, Todoroki had offered his time and energy to help. Izuku had been vulnerable with someone and, for the first time, it hadn't backfired. The realization filled Izuku with a gentle warmth. Or maybe he was blushing. To distract himself from the autonomic responses of his traitorous body, Izuku went back to his phone and shot Shinso another text. I think I know why I told him. Any other epiphanies, or should I keep going with the leading questions? Izuku dropped his phone onto his desk and groaned into his hands. This was not the direction this conversation was supposed to have gone. Though, honestly, Izuku didn't know what he had expected. Shinso to admit he'd just been teasing, maybe? Not that Shinso would do something like that outside of Quirk practice. Picking his phone back up, he shot Shinso another text before his friend could follow through with more questions. Give me a second, I'm processing. The idea that his friends found him attractive had thrown him off balance. He would be the first to admit that his friends were attractive people, but that wasn't an adjective he would normally associate with himself. There was also a big difference between finding someone attractive and wanting to go out with them. Kaken, for example. Izuku knew his old childhood friend was attractive, but there was no way in all the hells that Izuku would consider dating him. Uraraka didn't elicit quite as visceral a refusal in his mind, but he also didn't hesitate in his answer. She was a good friend, but that was all. If she wanted more, he would have to turn her down and hope she was willing to stay friends. Todoroki, on the other hand, if the question had come up before the incident at the mall, Izuku would probably have said no. It also would have been a lie. A knee-jerk denial more than anything. The safety he'd felt at Todoroki's arrival, the comfort at his touch, and the confidence that everything would be okay with Todoroki at his side weren't new emotions. The incident at the mall had just amplified them. This conversation with Shinso forced him to confront them. I want to date Todoroki. Thank you. I was not mentally prepared to lead this particular horse to water today. Forever. But here we are. Enjoy your drink, you thirsty but horse, and let me go back to sleep. Normally I'd apologize for waking you, but it's noon? Time is a construct. Izuku shook his head fondly at his friend and let him sleep. Shinso had insomnia, so breaks from school were probably his only chance to catch up on all the sleep he missed during term. Izuku would text him later to see if he wanted to get together during break too. Train or hang out, but for now, Izuku needed to have a conversation with his mom. If Izuku was going to entertain the idea of asking out Todoroki and Todoroki actually saying yes, and it was in his head now, no getting around that, then he had to tell his mom. Izuku was nearly 100% positive that she wouldn't care, but his anxiety wouldn't let him coast on anything less than that full 100%. She was in the kitchen making lunch, so Izuku started helping to give himself something else to focus on rather than the conversation ahead of him. What's on your mind, baby? His mom asked. She was too perceptive sometimes. Oh, and not much. Just wanted your opinion on something, I suppose. Izuku kept his eyes focused on the vegetables on the cutting board. She made an acknowledging hum, but otherwise let him get his thoughts and words together. Taking a deep breath, he reminded himself firmly that he was pretty sure she wouldn't care, and asked, if I had a crush on someone, would you care if it was another boy? His mom set the rice she'd been rinsing aside and gently pulled the knife out of Izuku's hand, setting it next to the rice, before wrapping her arms around Izuku in a bone-crushing hug. Instinctively, he returned the hug, burying his burning face in her shoulder. I don't care one whit, she declared. Izuku, baby, the only thing that matters is that they treat you right, and from what I've seen, Todoroki has done a wonderful job so far. I didn't say who it was, Izuku grumbled. She really was too perceptive. His mom laughed brightly, pulling out of the hug. I suspected this was coming since the sports festival. Saw it on your face when you talked about your fight? She gave him that same knowing smile she'd given him that night, and Izuku's blush intensified. I didn't. Not that long. Izuku sputtered. His mom picked up the rice and continued preparing lunch. There was definitely something there even then, but I'm glad that you gave it time to grow. You're still so young, Izuku, but that doesn't mean you have to be reckless with your heart. I haven't acted on it yet, Izuku admitted, following his mom's lead and resuming chopping vegetables. It was nerve-wracking to think about. The last thing he wanted to do was hurt his friendship with Todoroki. I don't know if he feels the same. You'll never know until you ask, she mused. But I think your chances are good. Izuku hoped she was right because if there was a chance that what they had could be even better, Izuku wanted to try. The 2 weeks between the end of term and the summer training camp could not end soon enough. A few months of attending UA, free from his father's presence for most of his day, had spoiled Shudo. Now that he was released from his compulsory absence from the house, Endeavor had reinstated his old training schedule to keep Shudo from slacking on break. Shudo would have happily kept up with training on his own at the pace set by Aizawa and the other pros at UA, not that Endeavor bothered to ask. In fact, he'd been hoping to join Midoriya on at least a few of his daily runs. With the state of his battered body, even if Shudo found the time to steal away, his friend would no doubt notice his injuries, and he didn't want Midoriya to worry. Shudo knew that the kind-hearted boy would want to help, but there was nothing to be done. Part of Shudo, the part that sounded an awful lot like Midoriya, whispered he could tell Aizawa what was happening. The man had gone out of his way to help Midoriya, and he did seem to legitimately care about his students. The pragmatic voice in his head reminded him that Endeavor was the number 2 hero. That status and power would be more than the underground pro could overcome, no matter how much anyone wished otherwise. He would try. Shudo believed that. But he would fail, and then things would only get worse. A week left before he could escape, and he'd already had to make excuses 4 times to avoid hanging out with Midoriya. Shudo would have to do something to make it up to him as soon as he was released from this hell. Shudo hated it, hated that he knew he hurt Midoriya with every feeble excuse, and it put him in a foul mood. He tried not to take it out on Fuyumi, but he knew he was more tense than he'd been in a while. More like how he'd been before UA. Before Midoriya. He didn't want this. He liked who he was at UA. He didn't want to be the Ice Prince again, but shutting down was the only way he knew how to handle all the pent-up anger and resentment from dealing with his father. His mask of indifference was all he had to protect himself and his sister. Without it, he would lash out and it would be everyone but Endeavor who would get hurt. For all the damage that BSTRD did, he reaped very little consequence. But there was something wrong. The mask didn't fit the way it used to. He was out of practice, or he'd changed too much. It slipped and cracked, and the control that Shudo had acquired over the years wasn't there anymore. Shudo let loose some of that rage during training with Endeavor, but it was never enough to win. The BSTRD was too strong, too experienced, and all Shudo's efforts gained him were more bruises and aches and words of pride that made Shudo sick. More and more, Shudo felt like he was crawling out of his skin. Urged to move while simultaneously weighed down with a bone-deep ache, and the dichotomy was driving him insane. It was late, near midnight, and his father would be at his door in 6 hours to drag him out of bed for training. Shudo should have been asleep, but he had a particularly painful array of bruises across his hip and ribs that were making it very nearly impossible. Gripped by a need for any form of comfort, Shudo reached for his phone before he could reason himself out of it and hit the call button. The phone rang 1.5 times only before the line connected. Todoroki? Midoriya. Shudo hoped the involuntary sharp inhale at hearing his friend's voice would go unnoticed. I woke you. I'm sorry. Go back to sleep? No. 's fine, I'm up. There was a shuffling on Midoriya's end of the line. What's up? Are you okay? Shudo cut his own lie short. With a heavy sigh, he changed track. No, not really. Where are you? Are you hurt? Midoriya sounded much more awake all of a sudden. Little. That's not why I called. There was a moment of silence from the other line. Then, tell me what you need. I need. Shudo's voice broke and he winced, but he couldn't lock his words behind his teeth. The restraint he had grown so used to abandoned him, replaced with a pain and longing so fierce that no wall could hold it back. I need things to be like they were before. I can't be like this. It's too much. Like what, Todoroki? Talk to me, Midoriya implored gently. He was always so gentle. He hasn't been this obsessed with my training since starting UA. It's no worse than he was before high school, but I can't. Shudo flinched as the ache in his ribs protested his accelerated breathing. I can't manage my anger the way I used to. There's too much else now. Somewhere along the way, Shudo had lost those calluses his mind had built to protect him, and he just felt raw. I'm sorry, Midoriya said, barely more than a whisper. Shudo was ready to tell him not to apologize, but his friend's voice returned with conviction and he was helpless in the face of that voice. I should have done something sooner. You've kept your promise over and over. Now it's my turn. There's nothing. Do you trust me? Shudo rarely heard that tone outside of heroics lessons, but he knew what it meant. Midoriya had a plan. Shudo had thought his own situation over again and never found a solution that wouldn't cause more harm than good, but Midoriya had a plan. Yes. Good. He heard the smile in Midoriya's voice. I've got you, Todoroki. I promise. Shudo felt himself relax for the first time all week and he closed his eyes, picturing Midoriya's shining smile and eyes and let the feeling of safety and comfort suffuse his entire being. It was lulling him into sleep, but Shudo fought the siren song of rest for just long enough to thank Midoriya and wish him good night. The last he heard before sleep claimed him was Midoriya's soft, sweet dreams, Todoroki. Not a bad way to end his night, honestly. Once Todoroki's breathing evened out into deep sleep, Izuku disconnected the call. Rather than set his phone down, he pulled up his contacts and hesitated. There were really only two people he could go to for something like this. Both came with pros and cons tugging on his bottom lip lightly as he thought. He worked through what he needed. At first, he considered calling All Might. It was late, so he might not be awake, but he always left his ringer on, so there was a good chance he'd wake up if Izuku called. He'd be willing more than likely, and as the #1 hero, he had a lot of connections. A lot of power. Going up against the #2, it made sense to bring the #1, but Endeavor's grudge against All Might could prove detrimental to accomplishing anything. All Might didn't really do subtle, either. If he wanted to protect Todoroki, then a direct approach wasn't the best choice. On the other hand, Mr. Aizawa was a MSTR of subtlety. There was a better chance of success if Mr. Aizawa agreed to help, but therein lay the problem. Izuku didn't know if he'd be able to convince him without a good reason. Izuku would have to be careful. There was probably no way to phrase his request without raising suspicion, but that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Izuku wanted people to look closely at Todoroki's home life. He wanted someone to see what was happening and put a stop to it. The tricky part would be giving enough away to get the help he needed without breaking Todoroki's trust. Although, if the decision came down to one or the other, Izuku would choose Todoroki's safety. It might break him a little to lose Todoroki's friendship, and with it the possibility of more, but it would shatter him if he lost Todoroki entirely. To do this right, he'd be asking for a lot of trust. He just hoped he'd done enough to get it. The call connected faster than Izuku had anticipated, but he supposed it made sense considering the time. It was right in the middle of his patrol, after all. Midoriya? Mr. Aizawa asked, attentive and concerned. Mr. Aizawa. Izuku clenched his right hand tight around the comforter in his lap, willing his heart to settle and his breathing to steady. I need your help, but it's delicate. I'm listening, kid. What do you need? Ideally, a reason for Endeavor to be very occupied until training camp starts? Izuku held his breath while he waited for a response. With luck, Mr. Aizawa wouldn't push for a reason, even though Izuku knew his request was odd enough to warrant it. There was more silence on the line than Izuku had hoped for, but the call was still connected, so maybe Mr. Aizawa was just still considering it. He tried to be patient. I am going to assume that you would prefer not to explain why, Mr. Aizawa said. Izuku was a little surprised that he didn't sound annoyed. In fact, he almost sounded worried. Why, yes, please. Mr. Aizawa made a grunt of acceptance. I believe I can help arrange that, but Midoriya. Kid, I trust that your reasons for this are good, which means I'm going to try to find out why. If you can't tell me, I'll have to investigate on my own. Izuku breathed a hopefully inaudible sigh of relief. I know. All right, I'll take care of it. Thank you, sir. Izuku wiped the tears that had started to gather at his eyes and dropped gratefully back down onto the mattress. Get to sleep, Midoriya. The line disconnected before Izuku could say goodnight, but that was okay. Mr. Aizawa took Izuku's request and hadn't pressed him for answers, hadn't forced Izuku to reveal more than he was comfortable with. He just trusted Izuku had a good reason and agreed to help. Izuku probably wouldn't make a habit of asking, but it was nice to know that he had the option. It had been a quiet patrol. That should have been the first indication that something was going to go wrong, really. It was the start of summer and crime rates usually jumped with the heat. Shoyuda had been enjoying a relatively calm night until his phone rang. Midoriya's name was not what he'd expected to see, and Shoyuda would admit his heart had dimmed and near stopped. Images of his student broken and bloody on death's door flashing in his head as he accepted the call. Considering the boy's history, Shoyuda had thought that would be the only thing that would drive Midoriya to reach out to him. As relieved as he'd been that Midoriya wasn't hurt or in danger, Shoyuda wasn't sure this situation was all that much better. Midoriya hadn't offered any reason for his request, and Shoyuda had been correct to assume that he would prefer not to go into detail. If it had been any other student, he might have pressed regardless of their discomfort. Midoriya wasn't one to ask for help without dire cause, though, and Shoyuda didn't want to discourage the tentative trust Midoriya was offering by asking. It reminded Shoyuda of Todoroki's final all over again, and gods, he really hoped it wasn't what it sounded like. If the situation was even close to what Shoyuda suspected it was, he was going to have a talk with the both of them about the importance of people's health and safety over keeping secrets. Shoyuda found a secluded corner of a rooftop and got started on Midoriya's request. His first step was to notify his agency that something had come up during his patrol that necessitated cutting his route short. It was a courtesy more than anything since Shoyuda dictated his own schedule, but if they had a less well-established hero on call, they could put them in the area to pick up the slack. Once that was done, he shot Hisashi a text letting him know the situation. His husband already had a lot on his plate with the investigation into Aldera, but Shoyuda would need to enlist his assistance with an investigation into the number 2 hero as well. The reply came almost immediately, but Shoyuda left it unread for the moment. He had a phone call to make. Aizawa, something grave indeed must have occurred for you to be calling me during your patrol. How may I be of assistance? How quickly can you arrange to have Endeavor on a mission taking him away from the district for the next week? The principal of UA was a mammal of wide-reaching influence. If anyone were capable of getting the number 2 hero away from the house without raising suspicion, it would be him. Shoyuda had complete faith in Netsu's abilities, and no doubt he would be willing to help. Not for free though. Netsu hadn't acquired his extensive network of knowledge, favors, and leverage by giving away his services for free. Because it was Shoyuda asking, and because it was for a student, the price would likely be something that Shoyuda wouldn't mind too much, but it was a big ask. The principal hummed pensively as he ran the calculations, but he didn't take long to come up with an answer. I believe there's a situation developing in Fukushima that would fit your criteria. Endeavor should be receiving the call to report for duty within the hour. Fukushima was several districts north, too far to travel back and forth every day even by bullet train, but close enough that it wasn't unreasonable for them to request help from Endeavor. It was perfect. Thank you, Shoyuda said. The safety of our students is paramount, Aizawa. If you believe there's cause for concern, I trust your judgment and will do everything in my power to ensure necessary steps are taken to protect them. That being said, acquiring favors from those inside the Hero Commission is costly, and while I am happy to call in those favors for a situation such as this, it does leave me at a deficit. Shoyuda had been worried it would involve manipulating the commission. Netsu's influence within the HPSC was limited and he utilized those resources sparingly. I owe you one. Speaking plainly, yes. I will collect, but it isn't something you need to worry about for the moment, Netsu assured. I'm sure you're eager to begin what will be a tiring investigation, but do try to get some sleep. Nothing more can be done tonight. Shoyuda exhaled out slowly as the line disconnected. He couldn't focus on what this would cost him, and ultimately, it didn't matter. Endeavor would be gone by morning, and Todoroki would be free of his father until at least after the summer training camp. That was the important thing. Glancing at the text from Hisashi, Shoyuda snorted softly. Hisashi. Sleep is for the weak anyway. Shoyuda shot him a quick message to let him know he was on his way home before slipping the phone back in his pocket. There would likely be a lot of sleepless nights ahead of them if they wanted to gather enough evidence to launch a formal inquiry before the end of camp, particularly for his husband since Shoyuda would be occupied. He definitely owed Hisashi something nice after this. Should awoke slowly. It took his sleep-addled mind a moment to process why the warm light shining annoyingly in his eyes was significant, but once it did, he bolted upright with a start. It was well after dawn, but his father hadn't woken Shudo for training. Fumbling for his phone, Shudo was more confused when it wasn't on his bedside table as it should have been. Flinging his blankets off, there was a clatter as something was sent flying across the room. His phone. It had been next to him, Shudo remembered then. He'd fallen asleep shortly after talking with Midoriya. Pulling himself to his feet, he fetched the phone and inspected it for damage. None, thankfully, before checking the time. 9:32 a.m. Not that Shudo wasn't grateful for the additional sleep, but he was still confused. Hastily throwing a tank top on, Shudo dropped his phone into his pajamas pocket and ventured out of his room cautiously. Keeping his steps as silent as possible, Shudo listened intently at his father's study door. Nothing. The gym was similarly empty as well. Shudo's confusion was slowly starting to give way to hope. Had his father been called away? Making his way toward the dining room, Shudo wondered if his father's absence was somehow Midoriya's doing. It seemed far-fetched, but at the same time, the timing couldn't be a coincidence. Funing was faff. Shudo cut himself off as he took in the scene at the dining room table. The table had been set for 4, as it almost never was. Only 3 place settings had been used, but there were still a few serving dishes with more food left for a 4th person to eat. 3 sets of eyes turned to him as he'd spoken, and Shudo was sure he was dreaming, because there was no way Midoriya and Mrs. Midoriya were sitting at Shudo's dining room table sharing a pot of tea with Fuyumi. "Good morning, Shudo." Fuyumi smiled gently. "Todoroki." Midoriya beamed from his seat at the table and waved cheerfully. "Good morning, Midoriya." Shudo struggled to form words over his surprise, but that one came easily, always, like breathing. What are you doing here?" "We're kidnapping you," Midoriya proclaimed proudly. Lost, Shudo briefly looked to the other 2 occupants, but neither Mrs. Midoriya nor Fuyumi seemed the least bit concerned. Fuyumi, thankfully, took pity on him and elaborated, "Father was called away on hero business quite early this morning. He said it would probably be a week or so before he returned. I decided to let you sleep in a little since you'd been working so hard recently." That was certainly one way to put it. Obviously, Fuyumi wouldn't air out their family's dirty secrets with guests present, but she'd answered his initial question at least. Endeavor had probably woken her up to let her know he was leaving and when to expect him back, and Fuyumi had chosen not to keep Shudo on the insane training schedule his father had been putting him through since term had ended. When Midoriya and his mother arrived, they asked if it would be possible for you to stay with them until you and Midoriya left for camp, Fuyumi continued. "It's up to you, but it sounds like a wonderful idea to me." Looking back to Midoriya, Shudo asked, "How did you?" There was a Hero News Network alert this morning that Endeavor had been spotted in Fukushima, Midoriya supplied. "I asked Mom if it would be okay to invite you to stay, and she agreed, so we headed over. I wanted to surprise you." That was not what Shudo had been going to ask, but he saw the slightly forced cheer around Midoriya's smile. Some of it was genuine, of course. The smile still reached his enormous green eyes, but he was exaggerating some. Shudo guessed Midoriya was involved in getting Endeavor to Fukushima and the other boy hadn't told his mother or Fuyumi. "I'm surprised," Shudo confirmed stiltedly, giving Midoriya a small nod. He'd get the truth from him eventually when they were alone. "I'll go grab my stuff." "No rush, Todoroki dear," Mrs. Midoriya said. "Come, eat while it's still hot. Your sister is a wonderful cook." Shaking the lingering confusion regarding the morning's unexpected turn of events, Shudo sat next to Midoriya and filled his plate with breakfast. Fuyumi and Mrs. Midoriya returned to their conversation, leaving Shudo and Midoriya to converse with each other while Shudo ate. Midoriya kept up a pleasant stream of chatter regarding his break so far and what the others in their friend group had been doing as well. As Shudo listened, he felt himself relax more and more, basking in the peace and comfort of his best friend's presence. He was still sore, the bruises along his ribs and hip in particular, but the pain was manageable and would fade with time and a little care, both of which he now had at his disposal. Once Shudo finished breakfast, he and Midoriya excused themselves to gather Shudo's things from his room. The task didn't require both of them, but Shudo wanted to talk to Midoriya without Fuyumi or Mrs. Midoriya overhearing. How did you do it? Shudo asked as soon as his door was closed. Midoriya shrugged and let out a nervous little laugh. I honestly don't know the specifics. I called Mr. Aizawa after you fell asleep and asked for his help. I didn't tell him anything. I swear. I asked if he could find something for Endeavor to do for the next week. Shudo tamped down the immediate jolt of hurt he felt. Midoriya hadn't betrayed his trust any more than Shudo had betrayed his during the final after all. He led Aizawa to the right answer without giving away the details, and from the sound of it, Midoriya had done the same. Thank you. Shudo sank onto his futon. Despite the respite he'd been given, he felt despondent. Midoriya sat next to him, eyes full of care and concern, silently encouraging him to speak his mind. Once camp is done, Endeavor will be back and it'll be the same as it was. It doesn't have to be. Midoriya offered his hand and Shudo took it automatically, seeking the comfort of Midoriya's warmth. I didn't tell Mr. Aizawa anything, but you could. He'd help? Against the number 2 hero? You trust him that much? Midoriya considered briefly, but nodded with a small amused smile. Yeah, I do. Shudo had considered telling Aizawa the truth but had decided against it because he hadn't believed the man would be able to do anything. I know he would try, but do you think he'd succeed? If last night is any indication? I think he would, yeah, Midoriya said. It was impressive that Aizawa had managed to get Endeavor out of the house in only a few hours. Even better, he'd managed it in a way that likely wouldn't raise his father's suspicion, and Shudo wouldn't face any reprisal for a sudden business trip. Maybe Shudo had been too quick to write the underground hero's abilities off as ineffective. Certainty was impossible, of course, but if Midoriya believed in Aizawa's ability to help, then so would Shudo. But I trust you, Midoriya. That's a relief. I was worried you'd be upset that I asked Mr. Aizawa for help. I didn't give him any details, but I know I made him suspicious. Then we're even, Shudo confessed. At Midoriya's inquiring look, he explained, during my final, I told Aizawa that he'd misjudged your relationship with Bakugo. No details, but I strongly suggested he reconsider your matchup. Midoriya's eyes shone with unshed tears and his breathing hitched slightly. You did? Shudo nodded, clutching Midoriya's hand tighter. I should have told you sooner. I'm sorry if I broke your trust, but I'm not sorry for getting Aizawa to look closer at what was going on. Right back at you, then, Midoriya chuckled, wiping away a few tears that escaped. I suppose we really are even. Relief slammed into Shudo. He hadn't realized how worried he was that Midoriya might not forgive him for what he'd done during the final until that moment. But with his confession and absolution, Shudo simply smiled. Less than an hour in Midoriya's presence and Shudo already felt more like himself again. Midoriya jumped to his feet, beaming, easily pulling Shudo up with him. I really think this will work out for the best, Todoroki, and we get a whole week together to enjoy summer break before camp. I've never had a sleepover before, Shudo admitted. I haven't had one since Kaken and I were still friends, so, Midoriya shrugged. We'll learn as we go. Shudo was already packed for camp, but he put another bag together quickly for the week he'd be with Midoriya. Once that was done, Midoriya threw Shudo's camp bag over his shoulder as Shudo changed out of his pajamas. He tried to be as quick as possible, but he felt Midoriya's eyes on his injuries as he changed. They'll heal, Shudo murmured. I can use my quirk to help when it's just bruising like this. Mr. Aizawa might need that is. If you're willing, you should document it before it fades. To help the investigation. Shudo hadn't thought about it, but he supposed it would be considered evidence. Reluctantly, he nodded and held off putting a shirt on until Midoriya had snapped a few pictures. He trusted his friend to know what was needed and fought down his discomfort. He felt exposed, and every soft shutter noise made him flinch. As soon as Midoriya told him he was done, Shudo threw his shirt on. I'm sorry, Midoriya said quietly. Shudo took a deep breath and shook his head. It's not your fault. Midoriya took a slow step forward and offered his hand once more. He left it there, a comfortable distance away, not encroaching further than necessary to let Shudo know he was there if Shudo wanted to close that gap. He didn't think too hard about accepting, placing his hand in Midoriya's gratefully. Ready to get out of here? Absolutely. Shudo grabbed his second bag, and then the two of them made their way back to the dining room. Mrs. Midoriya and Fuyumi didn't mention how long it took the two of them to throw a single bag together, or that they were still holding hands, for which Shudo was grateful. The four of them made their way to the front door, slipping on their shoes as they all said their goodbyes to Fuyumi. Before he could leave, his sister pulled him into a hug which Shudo returned, letting go of Midoriya's hand to embrace his sister. Text or call occasionally and let me know how you're doing, okay? We can't take our phones to the training camp, but this week I will, he promised. Have fun, Shudo. With one last wave goodbye, Shudo followed Midoriya and his mother out the door and to the car parked by the gate. After putting both bags in the trunk, Shudo climbed into the back seat, closely followed by Midoriya, and they watched out the window in silence as the car pulled away. When he could at last no longer see the house, Shudo closed his eyes and relaxed. Izuku should have expected it, in all honesty. It was only logical, considering the odd request that he'd made in the middle of the night, that Mr. Aizawa would come for answers at some point. The knock on the apartment door the same afternoon they'd picked Todoroki up from his father's house still managed to surprise Izuku, though. Since his mom didn't have to work today, she was home to answer the door, so Izuku didn't initially pay the knocking any mind, continuing to walk Todoroki through how to work the game system. Mrs. Midoriya. That voice snapped both Izuku and Todoroki's attention away from the console. My name is Shoyuta Aizawa. I'm your son's homeroom teacher at UA. Izuku stood, ready to make his way to the door, but his mom's next words froze him in place. If that's true, then you won't mind proving it. Izuku hadn't heard his mom use that tone of voice ever. It was almost polite, almost curious, and entirely threatening. Do you have your hero license on you? Todoroki and Izuku exchanged glances. Todoroki was just as confused as Izuku it seemed, but both of them made their way slowly to the door. As they came within sight of the door, they watched as Izuku's mom examined something, presumably Mr. Aizawa's license, standing firmly in the doorway to keep Mr. Aizawa out, while the man merely waited patiently for her to finish. He caught both boys' eyes but made no move to hurry Izuku's mother along in her examination. Finally, when she handed the license back, she moved to allow him entry. Thank you. I would apologize for the precaution, but I'm not sorry. Mom. Izuku sputtered, somewhat torn between being amused and embarrassed. It was logical for her to confirm my identity, Mr. Aizawa said as he stepped into the apartment. I was about to put on a pot of tea, or would you prefer coffee, Mr. Aizawa? Bowing politely to Izuku's mom, Mr. Aizawa replied, Coffee, please. As she made her way to the kitchen, Izuku and Todoroki were left with Mr. Aizawa in the living room. Izuku tried not to fidget under his gaze, stepping just slightly in front of Todoroki. When Mr. Aizawa paid a single eyebrow at the move, Izuku straightened his shoulders and steadied his stance. He knew the impending conversation was inevitable, but if Todoroki wasn't ready, then Izuku would do what he could to delay it for as long as he needed. Mr. Aizawa sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose to stave off a headache. Come on, kid. Don't fight me on this. You practically asked me to investigate. It's okay, Midoriya. Todoroki put a hand on his arm, nodding when Izuku turned to look at him. You said I should tell him. If you aren't ready? If talking means I don't have to have another week like this last one, then I'm ready, Todoroki stated firmly. Izuku was proud of Todoroki for agreeing to tell Mr. Aizawa about Endeavor, but he knew it would probably be difficult. In the interest of making Todoroki more comfortable, Izuku gestured for everyone to sit, taking the seat on Todoroki's left as they sat down. Do you want to wait for Mom to start, or would you prefer she not here? Izuku asked quietly. Todoroki thought about it for a moment before deciding. She's opened her home to me. It seems rude to hide it from her if I'm telling Mr. Aizawa. She'd understand if you would still rather she not know, Izuku promised. No, Todoroki shook his head. It's fine. They waited in tense silence for Izuku's mom to come back with tea and coffee, but thankfully it didn't take her too long. Once everyone had a mug of their beverage of choice, she sat on the couch on Todoroki's other side and looked to Mr. Aizawa. What can we do for you, Mr. Aizawa? Mr. Aizawa took a moment to drink some of his coffee before answering. Last night, I received a call from Midoriya asking for my help getting Todoroki away from his father. I agreed to help because it was Midoriya who asked and I trust his reasons were good, but it raised a few concerns that I can't ignore. Izuku's mom glanced at both boys in concern, eyes already shining with what would probably be heavy tears before the end of the conversation. She seemed conflicted for a moment about what to say but ultimately remained silent. Izuku pressed himself a little closer to Todoroki in support. Todoroki took a fortifying sip of his tea before locking eyes with Mr. Aizawa, steeling himself to start talking. Before you begin, Mr. Aizawa held up a hand and reached into a pocket, retrieving a small recorder. I'm going to record this for the investigation. I swear to you, the only ones who will hear it will be people I trust implicitly. Todoroki nodded in understanding and waited for Mr. Aizawa to hit record. After taking a deep breath, he began. Do you know what quirk marriages are? Izuku remained by Todoroki's side as his friend told the adults what his father had put him through, put his whole family through. Unlike the abbreviated version Izuku had received at the sports festival, Todoroki explained a little more about how his father had treated his siblings and his mother for the record. At one point, Todoroki's hand found his own, and Izuku held on without hesitation. No one interrupted Todoroki's story, and other than Izuku's mom's quiet tears, neither adult said anything either until he was finally done, concluding with why he'd finally broken down and called Izuku. Reaching over to stop the recording, Mr. Aizawa looked mad enough to commit murder, but his tone was even and calm as he asked, "Do you need to see Recovery Girl?" "No, sir," Todoroki declined. "It's just bruising." Reluctantly accepting his decision, Mr. Aizawa nodded. "I took a few pictures," Izuku offered. "In case there was an investigation. Send them to me, please." Izuku fished his phone out of his pocket and sent the photos as requested. Mr. Aizawa drained his coffee before slipping the recording device back into his pocket and checking his phone for the pictures. He looked through them quickly before addressing Todoroki again. "I want you to take it easy for the next day or two while you heal. Your sister said you were going to be here for the next week. I assume that's still an option?" "Of course," Izuku's mom insisted quickly. "Todoroki, you can stay here anytime, understand?" "Thank you, Mrs. Midoriya." Todoroki bowed in gratitude. Mr. Aizawa continued, "Let me know if you decide to go back to your house instead." "Yes, sir." "Good. No." Their teacher rapped his knuckles sharply on the table to get their attention and stared intently at both of them, pinning them under his gaze. "I appreciate the longing to honor the trust you both put in each other, but I want you both to understand this. Health and safety should take precedent in these cases. The next time you learn about something that puts your friends or classmates in danger, I need you to tell me right away. I can't protect you kids against threats I don't know about." Izuku winced at the reprimand and nodded. Considering they'd both come to the man with only vague hints about each other's issues, he couldn't blame him for being a little perturbed. "What happens next?" Izuku asked. "For you two?" "Nothing. I want you to relax and enjoy the summer break before camp starts." Mr. Aizawa stood, prompting them all to get to their feet as well. "I'll take care of everything from here, and I swear to you, Todoroki, I will do everything in my power to keep you away from Endeavor." "I trust you," Todoroki asserted. Mr. Aizawa bowed in acknowledgement and then gave Izuku's mom another polite bow. "Thank you for the coffee, I should be on my way." "I'll see you to the door," she said and led Mr. Aizawa from the living room. Izuku exhaled heavily and pulled Todoroki's hand until the other boy turned enough for Izuku to wrap him up in a hug. Todoroki returned the hug after only a brief moment. "You were really brave, and I'm really proud of you." Todoroki's only response was to hug him tighter. The rest of the week leading up to the summer training camp was one of the best that Izuku had ever had. Todoroki first thing in the morning was a gift Izuku never wanted to return. His normally perfectly split hair was a tousled mess of red and white right as he woke up until he'd run his hand through it once and it magically fell in place. Izuku wondered if it was practice or if his hair was just that smooth. He would look up from his futon on the floor next to Izuku's bed and smile with sleep-soft ease at the absolute tangle that was Izuku's own hair and wish him a quiet, "Good morning, Midoriya." Every morning, Izuku wanted to tell him how he felt. "Call me Izuku," he wanted to say. "Can I be your boyfriend?" He never asked. I would really like to kiss you, was on the tip of his tongue but, for once, remained trapped behind his lips. Instead, good morning would be all he could convince himself to say, and their day would begin. They would run in the morning. Izuku let Todoroki set the pace, pleased that his friend chose to keep it leisurely for the first couple of days while he healed. They raced the first time Todoroki suggested they pick up the pace, and Izuku left him in the dust with a joyful whoop. When Todoroki caught up to him, he admitted defeat with his calm grace and praised Izuku's speed without one for all. Izuku thanked the flush from his run for hiding the blush on his cheeks. Once they were both clean and fed, the rest of the morning would be spent either watching TV or quietly doing their own thing, just existing in the same space peacefully. Sometimes after a dry, witty remark or insightful observation about what they were watching, Izuku would have to stop himself from telling Todoroki how amazing he was. In the quiet, his longing to confess pushed at the silence but never broke it. It was just the two of them since his mom was at work. The first day, they learned that neither of them knew how to cook worth a DMN. Izuku could chop with the best of them, that was a lie, he was moderate at best, but he was a bit hopeless when it came to actually putting everything together, and Todoroki hadn't ever cooked a thing in his life. They scraped together something edible with the assistance of online tutorials and some trial and error, but they decided they'd better stick to takeout for the rest of the week. Todoroki insisted on paying, especially after he'd practically ruined a pan trying to boil water. Neither of them were sure how he'd manage that. In the afternoons, they traded off working out and hanging out every other day to give themselves a break between workouts. Izuku may have shown off a little while they lifted weights, but he enjoyed Todoroki's surprised and impressed expression too much to stop. It was almost as good as the look of utter contentment that Todoroki had when they'd met Uraraka, Iida, Tsuyu, and Shinso at a cat cafe that Shinso frequented regularly. Their friends were ecstatic to see Todoroki finally join them, and they all had fun petting the cats and catching Todoroki up on what they'd been up to since term ended. Izuku and Todoroki both omitted their current living arrangement though. They didn't want to bring Endeavor into the safe space they'd created among their friends. Izuku's mom came home from work in the evenings, greeting both boys as if she'd been doing so for years. They would tell her about their day as she made dinner, and Todoroki would text his sister. When dinner was done, Izuku would usher his mom out of the kitchen, and he and Todoroki would handle the cleanup. If his mom wasn't too tired, the three of them would watch a movie or two until it was time for bed. On nights his mom went to bed early, Izuku and Todoroki would retreat to Izuku's room and just talk about anything and everything. Some conversations were easy, light, and carefree, others spoke of the past, old hurts, and new fears that weighed them down. The one topic that never came up was the one always on Izuku's mind, though. "Good night, Midoriya," Todoroki said every night. "I'm so glad you're here," Izuku didn't say. "Can I hold you?" He couldn't ask. "I think I'm in love with you." Instead, Izuku always replied, "Sweet dreams, Todoroki." It wasn't that Izuku didn't want to say something. He did. He'd resolved to talk to Todoroki about his growing feelings and to see if the other boy was interested in him the same way, but Izuku realized he didn't want this week to be about that. This week was for Todoroki. Getting away from Endeavor and getting the chance to just enjoy his summer break like a normal teenager was what this week was about. It certainly wasn't a hardship. Izuku got to spend a whole entire week with his best friend. He was on cloud 9. Of course, all weeks inevitably end. Their mornings started early. They had to be at UA at 7 sharp to meet the rest of 1A and Mr. Aizawa. After one last text to his sister, Todoroki packed his phone away in his other bag while Izuku left his phone on his desk. They'd made sure to triple-check their camp gear the night before, so both bags were already waiting by the front door for them to grab on their way out. Izuku and Todoroki received happy, if slightly tired, greetings from most of their classmates when they arrived. Mr. Aizawa didn't say anything, but Izuku saw his gaze following Todoroki. Izuku guessed their teacher was assessing Todoroki's recovery from the injuries he'd sustained before joining Izuku for the week, but he didn't need to worry. The bruising and soreness had healed well enough. Mr. Aizawa must have come to the same conclusion on his own because he moved his attention onto Izuku himself and nodded in greeting. Immensely grateful for his assistance, Izuku mouthed a silent, "Thank you," before letting Uraraka pull him into a conversation. Once everyone had arrived, Mr. Aizawa reminded them one more time that they were not permitted to bring any phones or other potentially traceable tech with them. Anyone who had forgotten would be forced to leave their electronics at UA, where they would be safely locked away in Nedza's office until they returned from camp. Hagakure, Mina, Kaminari, and Mineta all handed over their phones with expressions varying between embarrassment and petulance. After that, everyone loaded their bags and then their persons onto the bus and got settled before the bus rumbled to life and pulled onto the road, taking them away from UA and onto camp. "All right everyone, listen up," Mr. Aizawa called over his shoulder. Since he was driving, Izuku wondered if he'd gotten his license to drive a bus after the USJ, or if he'd had it before and just hadn't used it. He couldn't take his eyes off the road, but his glare was somehow just as intimidating through the rearview mirror. "We'll be on the road for a bit, but our first stop will be in about an hour. Behave, or I'll leave you all on the side of the road." The class chuckled a little, mostly sure he was kidding. Either way, no one wanted to make Mr. Aizawa angry, so they kept the chaos to a minimum. About 10 minutes into the drive, Todoroki rested his head on Izuku's shoulder and promptly fell asleep. It was unbearably cute, but Izuku didn't want to risk waking him up by flailing. Through great effort, he kept his reaction completely internal. Except for the blush. There didn't seem to be anything he could do about that, sadly. "Wow, I don't think I've seen Todoroki look so relaxed before," Kaminari said, drawing the attention of a few others as well. "He's always pretty relaxed around Midoriya, Ribbit," Tsu observed. "And cats. Oh gods, you should have seen him at the cat cafe," Uraraka giggled. "They swarmed him." Izuku smiled fondly at the memory. "His left side runs warmer than normal because of his quirk. Cats like warmth?" "I thought Shinso was gonna pout the whole hour when Todoroki accidentally stole all the cats," Uraraka added. "He was so jealous." "Shinso? The mind control kid from the sports festival." Ojiro frowned. Uraraka nodded cheerfully. "Mito invited him to sit with us at lunch. He was a little standoffish at first, but he's actually pretty cool." Ojiro shot Izuku a slightly betrayed look, and Izuku frowned in response. "He's our friend. I know he used his quirk on you during the cavalry battle, but it was the sports festival. We were all competing. I guess." Ojiro still didn't look thrilled, but he didn't protest further. "Mind control, huh?" Kaminari mused. "That's pretty awesome. He wants to be a hero, right? That's what he said before the festival. Sounds super useful." "Indeed," Iida agreed. "Shinso's expressed a strong longing to be a hero. I think he'll make a good one." Izuku smiled. It was good to hear other people agree with him. He wished he could text Shinso about it, but obviously, that wasn't possible without his phone. He'd just have to tell him once they got back. "Too bad there aren't any open spots in the hero course, though," Kaminari complained. "Maybe we'll get lucky and Mineta will get expelled," Uraraka muttered darkly, too quiet to carry beyond those seated next to her. "There's still time," Izuku said, to both comments. "Who knows, maybe someone will drop out from 1B. There are usually 1 or 2 people who don't continue to their second year for one reason or another. It'd be cooler if he was in 1A, but I guess that'd work too. He'd still sit with us at lunch," Tsu consoled, patting Uraraka on the shoulder. As much as Izuku enjoyed listening to his friends talk, he was relieved when the conversation ended. Todoroki managed to sleep through the discussion, but Izuku didn't want to risk waking him. Maybe it was selfish, but Izuku was enjoying the press of Todoroki's body against his own and the soft, silky smooth strands of his hair that brushed against his skin. Plus, he really did look too relaxed to wake. Tentatively, Izuku rested his head against Todoroki and closed his eyes. A nap didn't sound like a bad idea. Izuku was jostled awake as the bus came to a stop. Had it been an hour already? Todoroki had also woken as the bus came to a stop, so the two of them stood with the rest of the class and made their way off the bus, grateful for the chance to stretch. The nap had been nice, but his limbs were stiff from sitting in one position for too long. Taking a look around their rest stop, Izuku frowned. They had stopped at what looked like just another stretch of road. There were no buildings, no structures at all. Briefly, Izuku wondered if Mr. Aizawa really planned on leaving them on the side of the road. The presence of another car drew Izuku's attention as its passengers disembarked. It was Mandalay and Pixie Bob of the Wild Pussycats. Izuku knew he was jumping with excitement as the two pros greeted Mr. Aizawa, but he didn't care. This was so cool. Were the Pussycats going to help them train? Izuku was so stoked. The shine wore off a little when Pixie Bob tossed the whole class over the edge of the cliff with her quirk. Only a little, though. It was such a cool quirk. Still, he could have done without being chucked off a cliff. Good luck in the Beast Forest, kiddies. Mandalay cheered with a wave. Anyone who doesn't make it to the base by 12:30 doesn't get lunch. Don't disappoint me, Mr. Aizawa called out before all three adults turned away from the edge, leaving the class on their own. Well, time to get a move on. The Beast Forest was, as the name implied, full of beasts. Large, dirt constructs that Izuku immediately clocked as being Pixie Bob's quirk. It meant that Kudo wasn't able to call them off, but it also meant that the class didn't need to hold back. The semester's worth of combat and quirk training they'd received at UA was put to the test as the class made its way through the forest. They worked together, utilizing combos and group tactics to bring down beast after beast, giving everyone time to rest in shifts so as not to completely wear themselves out. Progress was steady but slow. By Izuku's estimate, they definitely would not make it to the base by 12, not even close. As they finally made it out of the woods, the sun was closer to the horizon than it was to its zenith, and everyone was exhausted. Thankfully, aside from quirk exhaustion, dehydration, and some minor cuts and scrapes, no one was injured. Izuku counted it as a win despite the late hour of their arrival. Mandalay and Pixie Bob assured them that their time hadn't actually been that bad considering they were only first years. When Mr. Aizawa told them the dinner was waiting for them, followed by a bath at the camp's hot springs, Izuku leaned heavily against Todoroki and groaned quietly. Had the logical ruse been necessary? Really? Izuku was fairly sure the beasts themselves had been motivation enough to do their best. Dinner was delicious. Izuku felt a little more forgiving with a full stomach, though when Mandalay warned them that they'd be cooking their own meals from then on, he and Todoroki traded looks of despair. Hopefully, someone in Class 1A had culinary skills, otherwise, they might just die from food poisoning. Their bags had already been put into their rooms, courtesy of Mr. Aizawa, and the hero gave them all a brief tour after dinner. The boys' room was large, but it got cramped once 14 sleeping bags were spread out evenly. Izuku told himself it would be just like the last week had been, sleeping next to Todoroki every night. Only closer because now Izuku would also be on the floor. Totally fine. Izuku put his sleeping bag on Todoroki's right. Hopefully, the naturally colder temperature would discourage him from seeking out Todoroki's warmth in his sleep. Izuku didn't know if he was prone to such a thing, having never shared a bed before, but he figured it was better safe than sorry. The last thing he needed was to wake up in an awkward position. He'd probably confess his feelings right there in front of the whole class, and that was not ideal. Best to avoid putting himself in that kind of situation. Once everyone was set up, they made their way to the hot springs. As Todoroki started stripping next to him, Izuku had only a moment to briefly curse his luck before getting himself under control. This was no different than changing in the locker room at school or going swimming. Once they were in the water, he wouldn't even know the difference. Totally fine. He removed his sweat-soaked uniform gratefully, placing it in the cubby he'd claimed for himself and wrapping the towel around his waist before making his way out to the hot springs. As he slipped into the hot water, any awkwardness that Izuku might have felt at being essentially naked next to his crush vanished. The heat felt amazing, easing the ache in his sore muscles and washing the dried sweat from his skin. The small groan of relief was entirely involuntary, and Izuku didn't care. He was ready to close his eyes, lay his head on the rocks around the spring, and take a nap. Splashing on either side of him had Izuku activating 360 Veil to see who had joined him since he didn't feel the need to open his eyes. Todoroki was on his right, and Iida was on left, though the vice president was only soaking his legs. It was only thanks to 360 Veil that Izuku noticed Mineta going for the wall that separated the boys' side of the hot spring from the girls'. He felt his annoyance and anger rising as Mineta started muttering about his moment and began climbing the wall with the help of his quirk. In a flash, Izuku was out of the water. Mineta! Stop! To stop me, you'll have to kill me. The pervert cackled, continuing his climb with more speed and skill than he'd ever bothered to use in class. Absolutely done. Izuku fired up one for all, full cowling, and jumped, grabbing Mineta around the waist. With a firm yank, he removed the boy from the wall and landed with him in a headlock. I warned you, Mineta, Izuku growled. You crossed the line, and I am taking you to Mr. Aizawa. Mineta struggled and complained, loudly, but Izuku was too sad to pay his words any mind. Nothing he could say would excuse his actions, and he wasn't wriggling out of Izuku's headlock anytime soon. Thank you, Midoriya, Yaoyorozu called out. You're the best, Mido, Uraraka added, followed by a few other thanks from the other girls. A few of the other boys were also voicing their own opinions regarding the situation and Mineta's actions, but Iida and Todoroki were the only two that climbed out of the water and came over. Iida had an extra towel in his hands. Midoriya, Iida called, grabbing Izuku's attention. I applaud your quick action, but you cannot go back into the building completely naked. Izuku realized Iida was correct. The towel that had been around his waist was missing. It probably fell off either as he was getting out of the water or during his leap to grab Mineta. He blushed fiercely. Gross. Man, let me go, I don't want to be held by a naked dude. Mineta complained. Stop talking, Todoroki glared darkly. He took a firm grip of Mineta and quickly shifted the smaller boy's confinement into his own hold. Thanks, guys. Izuku grabbed the towel from Iida and quickly wrapped it around his waist. If you want to stay, I can take him on my own. Nonsense. Iida objected. As class president, I should accompany you to report the incident. Todoroki made no move to return Mineta to Izuku, so he assumed he would also prefer to come with. Izuku nodded and led the way out of the hot spring. They found Mr. Aizawa fairly quickly, relaxing in his own room. Izuku felt a little bad about interrupting what was probably the only leisure time that man was likely to have during this week, but he had told Izuku to come to him when the health and safety of his classmates were at risk. What is this about? Mr. Aizawa looked the four of them over. Mineta attempted to climb the wall separating the girls' and boys' baths, Iida reported. Midoriya stopped him before he could violate the girls' privacy, and we decided to report the incident to you. It also isn't the first time he's tried something similar, Todoroki added. Izuku nodded. He found a hole in the wall between the locker rooms and tried to spy on them, but I pulled him away before he could. They're blowing this way out of proportion. Mineta cried. I was just gonna look. What's so bad about looking? Release him, Mr. Aizawa ordered. Mineta crowed in victory as Todoroki dropped him, but his celebration was cut short as Mr. Aizawa's capture weapon wrapped around him instead. Thank you for bringing this to my attention, I'll handle it from here. Izuku, Todoroki, and Iida bowed and left, making their way back to the boys' room. It seemed none of them were interested in going back to the hot springs, and they decided to change into their pajamas and settle down for the night. Tomorrow would start early, and a little extra sleep sounded like a good plan. The next morning, the class was woken at 5 and instructed to meet out front. Blearily, they all got dressed in their gym uniforms and assembled in front of the building where Mr. Aizawa was waiting for them, looking far more awake than he usually did. Izuku noticed that Mineta was not among the class, and it seemed a few others noticed as well from the quiet murmuring he could hear. Considering the camp's location was top secret, Izuku doubted that Mineta had been sent home. He was probably just serving his punishment elsewhere in the camp. Hopefully, whatever he was doing would keep him away from the girls. Good morning, everyone, Mr. Aizawa started, promptly at 5:30 a.m. Today we begin training to increase your strength. The goal is to improve your quirks exponentially to get you ready for the provisional license exam later this summer. With your licenses, you'll be better equipped to handle the dangers that continue to fester in the darkness. Like the League and All for One. Izuku knew that his class had faced more villains than most second and even some third years because of the League, and since they hadn't been caught, they were still very much a threat. Bakugo. Mr. Aizawa tossed a softball to Kaken, who caught it easily. Throw that, just like the fitness test. Let's see how much you've improved since the start of the year. Kakin stepped a little away from the group and threw the ball with his customary explosive shout, and the class watched it sail away until Mr. Aizawa's phone beeped with the score. Expectantly, they all looked over to see what it said. 709.6 meters, Mr. Aizawa announced, much to everyone's surprise. That's it? Zero asked. That's a little disappointing. You've had a single semester at UA, and thanks to your various experiences all of you have improved, but that improvement has mostly been limited to mental prowess and technical skill. Your quirks, however, really haven't grown that much stronger. That's what we'll be working on while you're here, Mr. Aizawa explained as a slow grin spread across his face. This'll be so hard you feel like you're dying. Let's hope you all survive. Not for the first time, Izuku wondered if Mr. Aizawa wasn't, possibly, a little sadistic. The class was broken up to start their specialized training, and Izuku wished Todoroki luck as he was led away. Mr. Aizawa directed everyone else to their various places, saving Izuku for last. Of everyone in the class, you have improved your quirk the most, but you still have a long way to go, Mr. Aizawa told him calmly, leading him further away from the rest of the class. I know, sir, Izuku agreed. I've only improved so much because of the extra lessons you've given me. They've definitely helped, but credit where it's due, Midoriya, Mr. Aizawa said. You made considerable progress on your own as well? Thank you. Izuku smiled to himself at the compliment. After all the work he'd done to help him improve, Mr. Aizawa's approval meant so much to Izuku. Of course, it can't be as simple as that. You have 2 quirks, both of which I want you to improve while you're here. To facilitate that, I want you to use your 360 veil ability constantly. The only time I want you to turn it off is when you sleep, or if you absolutely cannot handle it anymore. If that happens, take a break, but get back to it as soon as you're able. Right? Izuku nodded, activating his quirk as Mr. Aizawa instructed. Good. Now, for superpower, Mr. Aizawa obviously didn't want to risk anyone overhearing the true name of his other quirk. Tiger is going to put you through the most intense workout of your life in order to increase your body's natural strength. You'll be working with a few others from 1B once they join us as well. Where are you with your output? I'm reliably using 8% without any problems, and I can manage up to 10% for a while, but it's a strain. That'll be the goal for now then. Let's see if we can get you comfortable with 10% within the next couple of days. We can reassess as needed, but this is very important, Midoriya. Do not push beyond your body's limit. If you break your bones, we don't have Recovery Girl here to heal the damage. Understood? Yes, sir. Izuku did not relish the idea of breaking himself out here. As Mr. Aizawa had said, Recovery Girl wasn't here to heal him, and he didn't want to miss out on training because he'd hurt himself. Working out with Tiger was a bit like the intense training that All Might had put him through in the 10 months leading up to the entrance exam, except it was like they were trying to fit all 10 months of training into a single day. It was exhausting, to say the least, but invigorating at the same time. Tiger had him working more muscle groups at once than Izuku had previously thought he could, and the effort was obvious from the sweat that drenched his clothes, but Izuku still enjoyed it. Periodically, Tiger would come at him and Izuku would activate full cowling as they engaged in a brief spar. It never lasted longer than a single punch or two, which Izuku never landed. Tiger's quirk was so cool, and then he'd have to get right back to training. Tiger was testing his output, forcing him to attack with as much of one for all as he could manage in an instant in an effort to get his body practiced using more power until, eventually, he could use it for longer without injury. By the end of the day, Izuku was barely on his feet. His limbs shook, his muscles protested the effort. Involved in keeping him upright after the workout he'd put them through, and all he wanted to do was collapse onto the nearest flat surface. The rest of his classmates looked like they were in similar states of fatigue, and even the more put-together members of the class were too tired to bother keeping up appearances. Unfortunately, they couldn't relax yet. If they wanted to eat, they had to make dinner. Iida attempted to give the combined classes a pep talk about the job of a hero not ending just because the villains were defeated. Izuku appreciated the attempt, but with his culinary talents, he was more likely to put a civilian in danger than comfort them by cooking them a meal. Thankfully, he could chop. Izuku positioned himself at a cutting board and started slicing and dicing vegetables. Todoroki made himself useful by lighting fires and then stepping away from the grill entirely. Once all the wood was burning, he positioned himself next to Izuku where he assisted by gathering chopped veggies and passing them to the designated cooks before taking more veggies to be chopped and putting them within reach for Izuku. Teamwork. Dinner was, well, it wasn't restaurant quality to be sure, but it was edible and that was all that mattered. Izuku mostly listened to the conversations around him as he ate, and he was extremely interested to hear what everyone was doing to train. Halfway through Uraraka's recounting of her time spent rolling around in an enormous bubble, Todoroki subtly nudged him under the table. Izuku's tired brain didn't catch on to what Todoroki was doing until a marginally less subtle look in Uraraka's direction with his mismatched eyes clued Izuku in. He'd forgotten to focus his eyes on Uraraka as she was talking. With 360 Veil active, he didn't need to turn to track the conversation or look at who was speaking, and he'd been too tired to remember to do so anyway. Izuku turned to face Uraraka and hoped she'd blame his apparent spaciness on being tired rather than disinterest. On the way back to their bunk room, Izuku made sure to thank Todoroki quietly for the reminder. After dinner, everyone was looking forward to getting ready for bed, and Izuku felt bad for the group forced to attend remedial lessons instead. They trudged after Mr. Aizawa, groaning and complaining to the completely unsympathetic hero. Kaken was the only one who remained silent. Strictly speaking, they still had a little while before lights out, but it seemed no one was interested in staying up. It didn't take long for the remaining boys to get settled in their sleeping bags and start to drift off. It was barely more than a whisper, but Izuku still heard Todoroki's sleepy, "Good night, Midoriya." Izuku's own, "Sweet dreams, Todoroki," was a little more slurred than usual, but Izuku caught Todoroki's soft smile at their ritual before finally turning 360 Veil off and succumbing to the embrace of sleep. The following day was just as rigorous as the one before, but the weariness from the previous day's exertions still lingered, and Izuku definitely felt the strain. Pushing himself to keep going, keep moving, keep improving was nothing new for Izuku, but even he had to admit that the pace the teachers were putting them through was intense. It was hard and it hurt, but they weren't alone. Their teachers and the pussycats and their classmates were with them every step of the way, helping them, encouraging them to go beyond, plus ultra, and grow into stronger versions of themselves. By the third day, some of his classmates were starting to flag, and even Izuku's enthusiasm was struggling to combat the exhaustion. Mr. Aizawa and the other heroes definitely recognized the difficulty everyone was having, but he had warned them that this would be incredibly challenging. That said, Mr. Aizawa told them they were doing well and that he was proud of their work ethic. In not so many words, of course. "Good to see none of you are wasting our time," he said as they broke for lunch. "Keep it up and we'll have something special for you tonight." The praise from their teacher and the promise of something special, as ambiguous as that was enough to motivate the class to power through the rest of the day's training. When they ended an hour earlier than usual, the excitement picked up further, nearly erasing the day's exhaustion. Mr. Aizawa told them to go wash up and change into their regular clothes before dinner. They'd announced the surprise during the meal. A test of courage. Class A versus Class B to see who could scare the CRP out of the other class the best. Despite scary things not really being Izuku's favorite, he found himself looking forward to it. It sounded like a great way to use their quirks in creative ways, and it would give him the chance to see Class B's quirks since he hadn't had the chance to see them in action a lot yet. Unfortunately for those taking remedial lessons, they weren't allowed to participate. With them gone as well as Mineta, who had only been seen occasionally doing random chores around the compound since that first night, Class A was down 7 people, leaving them with a slight disadvantage when it came to their turn to scare. It also left them with an odd number, so one team would have an extra person as they made their way through the forest. Ojiro drew the odd lot and was quickly pulled onto Hagakure and Jiru's team. Izuku almost couldn't believe his luck when he found he was partnered with Todoroki. He knew Todoroki wouldn't bat an eye at him if he grabbed onto his hand in fear, and there were definitely worse things than walking, mostly alone in the woods with his crush. In fact, it was sort of the perfect opportunity to tell Todoroki how he felt. They'd be more or less alone, and if Todoroki didn't return his feelings, They'd be so busy with training the rest of the week that Izuku would have the perfect excuse to avoid Todoroki while he nursed his bruised heart without it being obvious. Izuku was even feeling fairly confident that it wouldn't come to that. Between what his mom and Shinso had said, Izuku's chances were probably pretty good. If he could scrounge up the courage to say something. Busy giving himself a mental pep talk, Izuku missed Pixie Bob giving them the signal to step into the forest. Todoroki softly calling his name brought Izuku back to the present, and he followed quickly as Todoroki led the way into the forest. With 360 Veil, Izuku hoped to catch whatever traps or surprises Class B had planned and, more importantly, when they were alone. For all that confessing had been on his mind for over a week, Izuku still didn't have any idea what to say. Maybe he could just wing it? Verbalizing his thoughts hadn't ever been difficult. With luck, he'd even be coherent. Of course, if he wasn't clear, that could leave his confession open to misinterpretation. He didn't want that. The first scare caught him by surprise because Izuku hadn't been paying attention. He jumped, and the noise that escaped his throat was definitely not one he was proud of. The giggling from the trillion was just salt in the wound. "You can hold my hand if you're scared," Todoroki offered, holding his hand out for Izuku to take. It was a little unexpected for Todoroki to offer, but Izuku was charmed by the sincerity in the gesture. From just about anyone else, it would have held at least a little teasing or mockery, but not Todoroki. "Only if I'm scared?" he found himself asking as he smiled. "No," Todoroki replied easily. "You can hold my hand whenever. Unless we're fighting or training, I'll need both hands in that case." Izuku's shoulders shook with silent laughter, and he took Todoroki's hand happily. Might as well take the opening Todoroki had so guilelessly given him. "Thank you. I like holding your hand." "I do too." Pleased, Izuku let the warmth of the hand in his, of Todoroki's words, linger and settle comfortably in his chest as they kept walking. He turned a few ways to start his confession around in his head, looking for the best way to begin. They had time, and Izuku wanted to get it right. Other than sporadic interruptions from Class B's attempts to scare them, they'd be left to their own devices as they wander the forest path. They are as alone as they're going to get for a while, and Izuku knew that this was the perfect opportunity. While he could ramble his way through, and he'd keep that open as a plan B, Izuku wanted it to be more deliberate, more purposeful. Clear communication was important, after all, and he wanted Todoroki to know his intent. He also became aware that Todoroki was watching him more and more as they continued through the forest. It had been a while since either of them had spoken beyond occasionally pointing out traps, tricks, and members of Class B to the other, and Izuku could tell that Todoroki knew something was up. They were almost to the halfway point when Todoroki stopped them. Ragdoll was waiting for them in the clearing up ahead, but for the moment, they were just out of sight. "You have something on your mind. What is it?" Izuku envied Todoroki's habitual directness. He wished he had the courage to just plainly say what he wanted without all the second-guessing. "I've been trying to find the right way to ask you something," Izuku admitted mulishly. He was getting frustrated with his traitorously silent tongue. Todoroki stepped in front of him so they faced each other. "Is there a wrong way to ask?" Maybe? "I've never asked anyone this before, so I guess I don't really know, but I don't think so. At least, not in any way that I would ask." Izuku caught his lower lip between his teeth to preemptively cut off the nervous ramble he could feel building. Todoroki watched him patiently, listening intently as he always did when Izuku started to go on and on. When Izuku stopped, Todoroki reached up with his free hand and caught Izuku's chin between his thumb and fingers, tugging gently on Izuku's trapped lip until he released it. Izuku's heart skipped a beat, then raced double time to make up for the slip. "Why? You don't have to stop yourself. I like to hear you talk," Todoroki said calmly, then he frowned slightly at his own hand as it returned to his side. "That was a little impulsive, though. I like touching you, but I apologize if that crossed a line. I'm not sure I know where it falls when it comes to you." That is not unrelated to what I wanted to ask," Izuku breathed out, having trouble keeping himself steady. Todoroki returned his gaze to Izuku. "Did I cross a line?" "No," Izuku promised quickly, and Todoroki relaxed the tension he'd acquired in his shoulders. He took a small step closer, feeling emboldened when Todoroki didn't move back. I like it when you touch me and I like touching you too. More than that, I like talking to you and hanging out with you and sparring with you and just not being near you. Now that he'd started, Izuku doubted he'd be able to stop until he got it all out, but he could tell that Todoroki seemed to have caught on to what he was leading up to if the slight awe on his face was anything to go by. You're so smart and so kind and so strong and so good. You're always there when I need you, and I trust you implicitly. I admire you so much, and your friendship and support means so much more to me than I will ever be able to express. Todoroki took the next step as Izuku caught his breath, and they were so close. Izuku's head swam from proximity. A little nudge would be all it would take. You haven't asked a question, Midoriya, Todoroki pressed, dichromatic eyes lit with an ardent hopefulness that Izuku couldn't help but smile at. I like you as a lot more than friends. Will you go out with me? Todoroki smiled, slow and serene, and Izuku felt grace to witness it, to be the cause of it. Todoroki raised his free hand again, but this time he paused before reaching his destination. Turn off 360 veil for a moment. Izuku did so, sorry, Mr. Aizawa, leaving only Todoroki in his field of view. The other boy was so close now that Izuku could see nothing else. He wasn't sure how Todoroki knew, but as soon as he'd done as instructed, Todoroki's hand buried itself in Izuku's hair, scratching deliciously slowly across his scalp as Todoroki pulled Izuku even closer. A hair's breadth apart, Izuku's eyes fluttered closed, and he could feel the warm puffs of air across his lips as Todoroki breathed, accelerated and shallow with anticipation, both of them. When the meager gap remained uncrossed, Izuku's hand landed on Todoroki's hip and he practically whined. Todoroki? Shuto, he corrected quietly. Please call me Shuto. Kiss me and I'll think about it. No sooner had the last syllable left his lips than Shuto's lips took its place. His lips were marvelously soft, just slightly different temperatures, and Izuku delighted in the feel of them finally connecting with his own. They were both new at the task but threw themselves into it earnestly, and they soon discovered a rhythm that sent tingles straight up Izuku's spine. It wasn't until they finally pulled away and Izuku opened his eyes that he realized he'd activated one for all, wreathing the two of them in vibrant, green lightning that danced joyously around them. Oops. With an embarrassed laugh, Izuku dropped full cowling, but not before he caught sight of Shuto's kiss-swollen lips and rapturous face, committing both to memory. That was... but I didn't expect to lose control like that. Shuto sobered quickly. Are you hurt? No, I didn't use it, just channeled it. Izuku leaned up and nuzzled his nose along Shuto's affectionately, thrilled that he was allowed. You haven't answered my question, Shuto. Shuto hummed pleased at Izuku's use of his given name, but his smile became a little less sure as he said, I don't know any more about being a boyfriend than I did about being a friend, but I want to. If it's you. Izuku kissed him again, just a chaste, fleeting press of lips before smiling. We'll learn together. It's new to me too. You knew enough to ask. I didn't. It took me a while to recognize what I wanted. In hindsight, I suppose it was obvious, Shuto admitted shamefully. I was pretty dense too, Izuku confided. Trust me. I do. Shuto sighed before releasing his hold on Izuku's hair and stepping back. We should continue before the next group catches up with us, right? Izuku reactivated 360 veil, and they started walking. Before they got too far, Izuku tugged with their linked hands and reeled Shuto in for another kiss. When they broke apart, he smiled at Shuto's surprised face and whispered, Call me Izuku. Best camping trip ever.